You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live, and we are mostly covering Hurricane Ian now for the foreseeable future. Typhoon Noru making landfall in Vietnam. We did a lot of coverage on that earlier on in the evening there, local time. It's now the early hours over there, so we're really shifting over to Ian. And interesting satellite presentation there as it moves northeastwards. And we'll find out whether the National Hurricane Center think that it could be still shifting east of forecast over the next few hours when they issue their full advisory at 5 p.m. It's currently 3:01 on the US East Coast, and Hurricane Ian has winds of 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 955 millibars. I think that was determined through Recon, and current movement is still sort of northeast and headed towards the Florida Peninsula, where there are hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings. This could be not only an enormous storm surge event with over 10 feet expected in some areas, but it could also be an enormous rain event with over 24 inches expected for some parts of western Florida. We'll get into all of that fairly soon. But first of all, let's look at this radar imagery, and you can see the eye of the storm quite clearly visible now on the Key West radar, and quite a few scraggly features out towards the north and east. Some of those storms out there could turn tornadic, and we've got a team tracking that right now. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio, and I'm joined by a few people right now this hour. We have on board with us Peanut, Patrick, Smithy, Taniel, and Euxinator. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Now, I know that one of you wanted to jump straight into this, so what's going on?
Alrighty, so to basically give an update on the tornadic situation, currently we have multiple potential candidates for tornadic circulations over just off the east coast of Miami. There are actually two special rain warnings that both have some fair bits of rotation. However, those are moving to the north, but those should be fine. However, we are eyeballing the area near the Keys in southwest Florida as being the bigger threats for the potential for tornadic circulations, as the 12Z VWP photograph for Key West shows a very favorable environment for brief spin-up tornadoes, potentially even maybe some significant ones, given the fact that we have very cracked thermos, including surface-based CAPE of up to 6,300 in based off of the KBYX VWP, as well as favorable shear. So anything that does gain a strong circulation will most likely put down a brief tornado within the Keys region. And definitely the tornadic threat is increasing. It was going on a bit of a lull earlier due to the fact that most storms were becoming outflow based. However, a tornadic threat will be upticking and increasing into the overnight hours. And if you're in the Keys, if you're in southwest Florida, I would be on the lookout for the potential for some tornadoes, as they're going to be dropping fast, they're going to be forming fast, and they'll be coming right back up and down fast. So you need to be on the lookout for that.
Also, Fitz, if you look at Miami, right? Do you see how there's a completely open warm sector in there where supercells are beginning to fire? So it's just we have new storms beginning to form.
You can see that moat in between, like just south of the southern Eyewall.
Yeah. There is. That's an interesting feature.
Fun.
The more I look at that, the eastern side of the Eyewall looks a little bit frail, and on satellite imagery, it's starting to look a little bit lopsided. So, is there a question of a potential Eyewall replacement cycle on the way?
Possibly.
I believe Laura had a similar structure,
Also, I want to
had a similar structure when it came close to land.
also want to point out that currently, although this is not affecting land, we do have 2 decently strong rotational signatures, basically separating themselves from about maybe 25 miles. We have one to the west, which is about, I would say, 102 miles to the northwest of Key West, and another one just about 78 miles to the northwest of Key West. We are looking at this about maybe 10,000 feet up. However, they are definitely decent velocity signatures. So there could be 2 water spouts ongoing just to the northwest of the Keys. Those are not going to be a threat to land. However, they are noticeable on velocity, even though they are a bit high up near the range holding spectrum.
So the outer bands of the storm sound like they're causing quite a bit of problems, certainly this evening, with the potential for tornadic events. Of course, earlier on, yesterday, last night, it was causing potential for flooding in street flooding and urban flooding around the Miami-Dade area. And these areas could do without substantial rainfall, but unfortunately that's exactly what they're going to get. You can see down the bottom of our screen areas of rain, how much rain you could expect in certain locations, and around Tampa Bay it's in excess of 24 inches. Go ahead.
I need to interject here. We just received a new mesoscale discussion. This is concerning tornado watch number 544. The environment will continue to become more conditionally favorable for a couple tornadoes across parts of Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and the Middle Upper Keys this afternoon. I'm just going to read a little bit of the discussion here, or just to summarize it briefly. In the wake of an earlier burst of convection over South Florida and the Middle Upper Keys, modest cloud thinning has allowed the boundary layer to recover or destabilize. Amid upper 70 dew points, the AMX and BYX VWP show gradual increase in low-level flow and related enlargement of clockwise turning low-level photographs, with the favorability of about 200 to 250 meters square per second squared, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Low-level shear in the next few hours will continue to increase with a corresponding increase in tornado potential given the surface-based instability over the area. If any cellular convection can develop or move into this environment this afternoon, a couple of tornadoes will be possible. Confidence in this scenario is low at this time given a lack of cellular development upstream, but that is new mesoscale discussion for Tornado Watch 5-4.
Let's give you a recap of where we're up to with this storm right now. The latest National Hurricane Center forecast cone has the storm piling into western Florida, not too far from Sarasota, a little bit south of there. Let me just try and figure out exactly what area that is along the coast. It is probably close to Sarasota, but maybe closer to Venice, just to the south of it, and then moving inland and northwards eventually through the end of this week, and staying a tropical storm into the weekend and then dying off over South Carolina. It is still a very uncertain cone, and as you can see with that 2 p.m. intermediate advisory, it has still continued to move east of the forecast, because there's no chance that it's going to turn north to meet back with that first point of the cone. It's going to go east, and so it's going to be another eastward shift to the cone. The way it's looking right now, we could be very concerned about Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda and that region for a potential landfall zone. It could even slip a little bit further south towards Cape Coral and Fort Myers. That is still a possibility at this point in time. Large areas under tropical storm force winds, and also a development at this hour is that Miami is now above a 50% chance of tropical storm force winds at 52%, and with the latest update from 3 p.m. The minimum pressure from Recon, they've gone with 952 now, so another 3 millibar drop since their last update. So 120 miles per hour and the pressure of 952 makes it a mid-range category 3 and headed straight for the Florida Peninsula.
There are no new updates to the heavy rainfall outlook, nor any new precipitation discussions from the Weather Prediction Center.
So a major event still unfolding right now. On our live stream, it's going to be another phone-in format tonight, so there'll be plenty of people who want to have their say, and you can do so by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and putting your hand up in our stage room. I will prioritize people who have not managed to speak to, first timers, but we will get hold of pretty much everyone. But I will also prioritize people who are in the area where the storm will affect. So let's first see if we can speak to S. Tampa, who is obviously in Tampa, an area that we are quite concerned about still, even though the track is shifting a little bit further south. Are you there?
I am here. How are you?
We're all right. Getting pretty tired with all of this coverage. 2 storms with Noru earlier on, but we're straight back to Ian now. What's the latest over there? Hello?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, what's the latest in your area?
I'm sorry. I thought you said Ian. It is really, it's dark outside. It's doom and gloom. And a lot of people on the highways we saw earlier this morning. And it seems like there's a lot of movement happening. Stores are, still empty, as I said yesterday for the most part. Very long lines, but it seems like everybody's just trying to do what they can and just watching the model as it seems to shift more east, but we just really don't know yet.
Absolutely. We have a few cameras at this time. We didn't quite prepare for it last time, so here's a view from Sanibel Island right now, and that is quite a bit south of you, isn't it? Somewhere near the, can't quite remember where it is now, but it's along the coast, I think somewhere near Cape Coral. But this is the view here. This is an area that could get significantly impacted by this storm as it gets closer. Wave action isn't too crazy right now, but that's just a little viewpoint over there.
Those waves. Continue.
I was just going to move on to the next spot.
Oh. I was about to say, those waves look so gentle. It's crazy to think how in like 12 hours or a day they're going to become massive and sweep anything away in their path.
And here's Bokelia right now, and that is the island on the island to the west of Cape Coral. I'm starting to get used to the geography around here. So it's looking pretty calm there as well. Very calm, actually. There's hardly anything going on there at the moment. But yep, that is going to change a lot very quickly. We'll be able to show you Key West in a few moments, but hang tight on that. But
if I may,
yeah, go ahead.
If I may, could I reiterate or discuss the tropical storm cyclone alerts? Jesus, the
watches and warnings.
Okay. A storm surge warning has been issued for the U.S. East Coast from Marineland, Florida, to the mouth of the St. Mary's River, including the St. Johns River and the Dry Tortugas. Along the Florida west coast, a storm surge warning has been issued from Suwannee River to Onclote River. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but a hurricane watch is in effect for the west coast of Florida, from south of Bonita Beach to Chokoloskee. I don't know if I pronounced it right either. Yeah, forgive me if I haven't.
You did. Chokoloskee.
Okay, a storm surge watch has been issued from the mouth of the St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina. The tropical storm warning along the U.S. East Coast has been extended north of Altamaha Sound, Georgia, and south to Boca Raton, Florida. A tropical storm watch is in effect from south of Boca Raton to east of Flamingo, Florida, for the upper Florida Keys and Florida Bay. A tropical storm watch is in effect from north of Altamaha Sound to South Santee River, South Carolina.
You got there in the end. Here's a view out of Key West right now on EarthCam, and you can see quite a few people still chilling by the looks of things. And let's see if
Classic
we can take
Florida.
a look at Marco Island. which is also here, and still looks fairly calm there. A little bit breezy. You can see some of those palm trees, but in general, looking fairly calm. No one out there, so I guess that's a good thing to see. So those are some of the latest views that we've got out of Florida right now. And we'll check back regularly with these cameras.
Someone on
I am
YouTube.
gonna post something in the call chat. I know Nathan, you're not gonna be able to pull this up, but I do have a video from the Keys. Definitely some choppy waves. I can definitely confirm based off this tweet that there are definitely some choppy waves. Yeah, that is going in the call chat, so our people from the Discord can check that out at their pleasure. I know you can't pull it up, but
We'll
definitely
try.
some choppy waves off the Keys.
Did somebody read off the mesoscale discussion 1834?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I read off the stuff.
Someone in YouTube chat said that.
Sorry about that noise there. I couldn't turn it off. Just a moment. Go ahead.
That's for Tornado Watch 544, right, Peanut?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I already read it off.
Okay. Someone in YouTube chat said people are inspecting their pool while a hurricane is bearing down on them. And then at the end they just put classic Florida.
They're what?
Apparently people are inspecting their pool as a hurricane's coming.
So,
If you are in Florida, if you are on the west coast of Florida, I'm gonna just say this right now: you have bare hours to evacuate. If you haven't evacuated already, I'm gonna let you know right now: you need to seriously consider a plan of action if to either go to a shelter or whatnot, because at this point right now, conditions are going to be deteriorating within the next 12 hours, and that window of evacuation is slowly, or actually it already is on the verge of being closed. So you have limited time to evacuate. If you're in the Keys, you should have already been gone already. If you are in Sarasota down to Fort Myers and Marco Island, you should be out of there immediately. There are mandatory evacuations in place for these regions, and if you don't heed the warnings of your local officials, you're going to be putting your life at potential risk, and although your property can be replaced, your lives cannot. So please heed the warnings of your local authorities and us here at Force 13, and please evacuate immediately.
Zach, you're on the air.
Yep. This thing, earlier the last time I saw the cone, it was supposed to be a direct Tampa Bay landfall to major. Then it shifted down to around the Sarasota, Venice area. I'm saying, tell me this doesn't remind you of Hurricane Charlie from 2004. Because Charlie was supposed to hit Tampa Bay and then it shifted down to Port Charlotte.
I thought it hit Punta Gorda.
It hit Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte.
Yeah, they're close to each other. I'm just,
Okay.
I don't, honestly, I don't remember 2004. I wasn't tracking by that point. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's what happened. I'll tell you what I'll do, though. I'll go back through the National Hurricane Center's graphics archive, and we'll be able to see what happened to the track of Charlie as it evolved. But why don't you go ahead and talk about something else whilst I take a look for that?
I wasn't even born before.
I know it's pretty cloudy out right now. We're supposed to get a lot of rain and lightning, and it's going to be lightly breezing. When this thing gets closer, we're expected to get rain and scattered thunderstorms, also pretty breezy. Wednesday is going to be conditions. It's going to lead to isolated tornadoes. But Broward and Dade County, I've not heard they're possibly going to get tornadoes.
Miami-Dade has already gotten at least 2 tornadoes based on radar observations. So that area has at least received a tornado.
That's not good, and not to mention
they are being spin ups though, so they're not going to be like particularly strong. However, in some instances they can, so you really never know.
A tornado is still a tornado.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try and... Sorry.
It's shifting eastern which basically Charlie did the same thing, and now Okeechobee is in a tropical storm warning.
All right, here we go. Let's take a look at this history tour here. So this is what happened when Charlie first formed on August 9th, 2004. They forecasted it to go to the western tip of Cuba there. Let's see how that progresses. It went through just south of Jamaica, and by that point they were forecasting a landfall in Florida somewhere near where is that exactly? Near Englewood probably, and that was at one point in the forecast, so if you can't see all of it there. And then a little bit later on, let's see how that, then it went west for a Tampa Bay landfall, so that was a big jump west on that cone, and then it was west-west, and then it stays there for the Tampa Bay area. This storm was further east when it was moving through Cuba. It struck the eastern coast of the Isle of Youth and through Cuba. I forget which province it is. And look at that there. It's still forecasting a Tampa Bay landfall when it's out over the same area that Ian nearly is now. It was still going for Tampa Bay, and then still going for Tampa Bay after it had passed the Keys, and then it turned. Wow.
And exploded.
Nathan, would you mind if I interrupt real quick? I have something to say.
Well, I'm finished with that, so go right ahead.
I'm looking at a live camera in Key West right now, and there are people against the seawall with waves that are crashing over the seawall, and they're taking pictures. How stupid are you?
Not the cleverest thing I've ever heard.
Like, the waves are, over their head, They're on the seawall, practically. Yeah.
Yeah,
I ain't got a comment for you on that one.
Oh,
What?
and might I
they're
add
getting
something if you're done?
They're getting tropical
I'm done.
storm wind.
I do need to break in here with 2 recon observations. Unfortunately, we have had a failed Eyewall replacement cycle. That is one. There was an Eyewall replacement cycle undergoing, however, that has failed. And the second thing is that I have the rapid intensification probabilities up. Based on latest ship guidance, there is a they're actually decently low. However, we do have a 10% chance of a 20 knot increase within the next 12 hours, a 15.6% chance of a 25 knot increase within the next 24 hours, and a 10.1% chance of 30 knot increase within the next 24 hours. So those have gone down significantly.
Ooh.
However, there is still the potential for more rapid intensification given latest satellite guidance, as well as, unfortunately, a failed Eyewall replacement cycle.
How did
What do you mean by a failed Eyewall replacement cycle?
This is just
because my idea of a failed Eyewall replacement cycle is one that starts and the storm can't complete it, which usually means it's falling apart. But I'm guessing that's not what you mean.
This is from another person, another weather surveyor. They noticed that the double wind max feature on the 1851Z scan from Key West radar wasn't as prominent 20 minutes later from that scan. So either there wasn't an eye replacement cycle or it failed. This is just coming from another weather server, but that's kind of noticeable.
I'm looking at the street. Sorry.
I don't know, I'm just saying. There's a look at Naples. Raining there right now, quite clearly. There's people venturing out onto the pier, which isn't, once again, the wisest thing to do. But go ahead.
I saw the Sanibel Beach cam. I just saw the not basketball.
Yeah, a lonely beach ball out there, yeah.
Yeah, the beach ball just floating in the waves.
Oh, no.
I know.
And there are
Huge
multiple models predicting the storm not to weaken before landfall. I believe it's the Euro, and I'm not sure what other model it is, but yeah.
New TS wind report, Nathan. This is coming out of 4 miles west-southwest of Boca Chica. This is in Lower Keys in Monroe County. Source is ASOS. A wind gust of 46 knots or 53 miles an hour was recorded by the ASOS Key West International Airport at 2:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This gust was associated with an outer
What's
rain band
that?
of Hurricane Ian.
Oh dear, we were trying to avoid an ad there.
Oh no.
They like to throw ads on there.
Does anybody know the surge values in the Keys?
I do
Really
have
high.
that. I will pull
Yeah,
that up.
people are trying to track a storm. Let's put an ad. Who is that?
What?
Current storm surge map. I'm looking at it right now off of the NHC. We're looking at about 2 to 4 feet for the Keys, about 3 to 5 feet for the Dry Tortugas, 4 to 6 feet for Chokoloskee, or actually 4 to 6 feet for the East Cape Sable, 6 to 9 feet for Chokoloskee, 8 to 12 feet from Bonita Beach upward towards the middle of Longboat Key. Tampa Bay area is getting 4 to 7 feet. And then as you move up north, it's going down to the 3 to 5s, 2 to 4s, and then 1 to 3.
You know, one thing I wanted to mention too, I'm surprised not a lot of people have been really talking about it. They were expecting the wind shear to go from a category 4 to a landfall of category 1. Now the new models are showing a landfall of category 3. And most weather here in the Tampa Bay area is really not talking about that big of a jump in a landfall now. They're just saying, hey, it's a category 3. I think that's something to be noted.
It's being forecasted to make landfall as a 120 mile an
It's
hour.
gonna pass. It's supposed to pass over my head as a category 1.
Is it though? Because you're in Tampa
Based
and it's
on-
not forecasted to
Based
do that
on the
anymore.
cone. Based on the cone, I see it's supposed to pass over me as a category 1 because I do not. Because I live like 31 minutes away from Bradenton.
We got some beans off the coast of the Keys. I am watching those. Those could actually be spinning up at this time. There's
Yeah.
more.
I'm watching the Holmes Beach cam right now.
It took me a second to realize when you said beans, you were talking about cells.
I do have a feeling though the storm is obviously taking a slight right turn or angle. I just have a feeling that it will pull a little bit to the left and go more north. That's just something that I personally feel and see about the storm.
If it stalls over Central Florida, it's going to be a significant prolonged flooding event. Based on that track, I honestly think that Central Florida is going to get a lot of rain over the next few days.
Yeah, I personally
Yeah.
don't see it on
Yeah.
the same trajectory. I don't see it taking this slow right angle that it's slowly been doing. I don't think it's going to continue that all the way to landfall. I think it will go north at some point.
Nathan, we have 2 questions if you don't mind if I read them out.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so the first question is from Tyler RM. Should we be worried about this consistent eastward movement? Is it more east than expected? I live in Upper Keys. Our thoughts.
Yeah, well, once again, as I pointed out, the 2 p.m. intermediate advisory, it was going east of their last cone again. Otherwise, you wouldn't see that unnatural turn northwards because that's an old cone from 11 a.m. and they just plot the new position and try and make it reach that cone. So they're going to definitely make it a further east cone once again at the 5 p.m. update.
Absolutely. And then our second question was from LEK84, who is also a member of who is a supporter of us. How strong is it going to be when it reaches Gainesville, Florida? Based on the cone, it looks like it's going to pass just to the south and east of Gainesville. However, you are in the cone of uncertainty, so most likely it's going to be a tropical storm by the time it reaches up there. Should be looking at a tropical storm up near the Gainesville area.
Let's see if we can talk to the M&M. Hello?
Hello.
What would you like to talk to us about tonight?
I am currently in Tampa,
Yep.
and yeah, it's cloudy. It's starting to get a bit windy, a little bit. Noticing I'm sure it's gonna obviously kind of what's going on. Yeah, get off it.
What's that?
I'm here to give something an account of what's going on right now.
Yep.
It's a bit windy. The the wind's starting to get breezier and breezier. Early today I noticed like a cool breeze earlier,
Mm-hmm.
that was a bit interesting.
A cool
So,
breeze.
yeah, very interesting. It's like getting cooler because what's going on is that the hurricane is taking all that moisture and heat and is turning to energy. Also, yeah,
Interesting. And how are people reacting to the storm in your area?
gone. Like,
Gone?
yeah, it's going crazy. People are. When I was in Walmart 2 days ago, there were no water bottles. There was like very few food, and I went to Aldi. There was food. People are going to specific stores.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty crazy, I would imagine. We're struggling to hear you properly, so we're going to have to let you go for the time being, but thanks for calling in. Let's see if we can bring...
Nathan,
yes?
before you do, we could be seeing a tornado warning issued very soon. Look north of Layton.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Chris.
Look north of Layton, Layton and the Keys. There is a rotation signature there that definitely looks decent, although weak. It is definitely associated with a cell. I would be very surprised if... I'd be very surprised... Actually, I wouldn't be very surprised to see a tornado warning get issued here shortly for portions of... I believe
Layton.
that is Collier County.
Yes. Our radar's super outdated. Let me go on radar scope.
We're gonna be looking at Miami radar for that. That is definitely a decent velocity signature there.
Oh, we got a new mesoscale discussion. At least I think we do.
Yeah, I read that out.
There's been
Alright,
updates
awesome.
for shelters, by the way, everybody.
All right.
Tampa has one shelter open currently. It's in Tampa. It's right in the heart of it. Lakeland's got two open, and in the surrounding area, there's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 open in Lakeland, in the Lakeland area. There is multiple open Sarasota and Bradenton. There are multiple open in the Clearwater area. There are also multiple open up in Pasco County, along with Brooksville County, and then that's pretty much all the shelters that are open currently in Florida for this storm. But yeah, guys, it's kind of like I was saying yesterday. I just got off the phone with my grandmother, who's safe. She's in Palm Beach. She's in West Palm Beach. But like I was saying yesterday, everybody, if you are in the zone of a mandatory evacuation order, please follow it. I'm being told that there's people in Tampa who still have not followed the evacuation order that has been put into place, and they're in the zones that are under it. If you are within the zones in Tampa that are under the evacuation orders, I pretty much can speak for everybody here. We ask that you heed those evacuation orders, because this is not a storm to be playing with. This is not a storm where you want to stay where you're at. And if I'm wrong on that, anybody in here can correct me, but I'm pretty sure I speak for everybody on that point.
Yep.
Yep.
Besides the people in the Keys right now that are literally against the seawall that are literally just being hit by the waves that are overtopping, which is not safe at all. Do not recommend that. There was one person on the wall, like holding up by on a gate on the wall. So if a wave came, he either gets swept out over the wall or hurt himself and slammed onto the floor. if it took him away. He got down right before a ginormous wave came up to the wall and would have probably swept him off his feet.
Wow.
Which way? No idea.
Can someone potentially give me a road or interstate that this circulation is near? It cuts parallel through Homestead. I'm not 100% sure what that route is, but there is a tornadic circulation in that area, and I just want to see what road it is over. It's to the. Yeah, can someone help identify what road that is or what state route that is?
That might be I-75.
I don't think that's I-75. It starts at Flamingo and then it just curves up north into Miami-Dade. It starts at Flamingo, Florida.
It's not 75 then. I don't know much about the interstates down there.
Actually, I can check. I can actually check right now on Google Maps.
You're just looking at that minor road, are you?
Yeah, this is a minor road, but it does start from Flamingo, goes into Homestead.
Yeah. I was just looking at that a few minutes ago.
There actually looks now to be 2 separate rotation areas, unless if it's just it. Yeah, you guys see what I'm talking about? It's north of Flamingo. That I'm not surprised. I am very surprised it has not received the tornado warning yet. It's going to be north of Flamingo. There is definitely a tornadic circulation up there, and Miami, I would put a tour on this. I'm calling it right now. If they put a tornado warning on this, it's going to be for southeastern Collier County and southwestern Miami-Dade County in southeastern Florida. Unless if this is mainland Monroe, I'm not 100% sure.
Patrick, may I say something real quick?
Of course.
So I am keeping an eye on the chat. There are some people in the chat who are saying that that with us kind of saying like you need to leave Tampa and evacuate, it's not going to happen. Tampa itself is currently under a mandatory evacuation order. And I'm pretty much, I can speak for Nathan and Ethan on this, where we don't need people in the YouTube chat telling people, oh, you don't need to evacuate, you're fine.
We don't need that at all. Absolutely.
Yeah, if we could not have that, please. Thank you.
Because this is from someone who has friends as a first responder who has friends in Tampa. People going out on a live stream of people who are trained on what they're doing and telling people that you don't need to evacuate, you are openly putting people's lives in danger. So if you are, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to anybody, if you're someone in the YouTube chat who is saying that you don't need to evacuate Tampa, you need to be watching this storm and you need to be watching the track because Tampa's under a direct hit.
And also,
we're about to get a tornado warning.
Yep, for southeastern mainland Monroe County and southeastern Florida, as well as southwestern Miami-Dade County. Although it has not been reflected on National Weather Service, I can confirm that there's definitely a tornado warning.
High circulation. Is the one up north near Miami, right, Fitz?
Near Flamingo, north of Flamingo. That is definitely where the tornado.
Oh no, Fitz! Look, west of Miami.
That's something that needed to be said because.
I see that too. There's 2 of them.
Yeah. Also, guys, I should mention something. The eye has fully closed.
It's been
going
closed.
under. Well, it just officially went covered. No, not even a little crack of water down there anymore. So it's officially going under an eyewall replacement cycle.
Oh, right.
Which should hopefully prohibit it from strengthening, unless it wants to be an intense storm.
Well, look at radar. The eastern part of the inner eyewall there is coming apart, or a gap is opening up. So we are witnessing the start of an EWRC right now, and that possibly could be a little bit of good news.
Hold on, I've been waiting
It will prohibit the strengthening for a little time, but depends how fast that eyewall restructures.
Ethan?
Hello, I've been waiting for 10 minutes to talk, but I just wanted to say that there is some hints of an Eyewall pushing cycle underway, but at this time there is no Eyewall pushing cycle underway in the end right now. There is none. There is.
You sure?
I don't know.
There is the signs of one starting to commence, but as of right now,
It's fully closed off.
None is underway. We have to wait until Recon goes in and see what they say.
And are they going in anytime soon?
They are in already, I think, if I'm not wrong.
All right.
If Recon find a double wind maximum, then sure, Eyewall pushing cycle is underway. But until then, I'm skeptical of any Eyewall pushing cycle.
I did mention that there was
It
no
also be a
Eyewall.
partial eyewall.
So I think that we should stay away from those calls right now.
Well, I'm only saying what we can see on radar right now, and there is a hole on the eastern side which is facing the Key West radar. So it certainly looks to me as though, at the very least, there is a gap now in the eastern eyewall, and there is another wall beside it on the radar imagery, which is usually a sign of the beginning of an eyewall replacement cycle. At this point, let's see if we can say hello to someone who's been waiting a little while. Breadmaster, hello?
Oh, quick question. You mentioned tornadoes near Miami and in the general area where I'm at. Would those tornadoes be hitting some of the more populated areas to the east of Dade County?
Well, there is currently a tornadic circulation just to the west of downtown Miami that, honestly, it doesn't look ridiculously crazy, but it is definitely there.
If it's tight, then that's all that matters with the tropical
Yeah.
system.
Where is the circulation at right now?
West of downtown Miami, or just to the north, or actually southwest of Hialeah, just bare northwest of downtown Miami-Dade.
So apparently we don't have like
Miami radar. It doesn't look impressive, but it's definitely there. I can definitely see something trying to spin.
Which one are you looking at? The northernmost one?
That's just radar interference, guys. That's not a circulation.
Interfere.
Because if you
No,
look,
I think you're looking at the wrong one. I'll send a screenshot of the one we're looking at.
There is no spectrum
one
of,
because
yeah.
if you look at other radars, that circulation isn't there.
There is, yeah, that's spectrum with that's interference, but however, maybe down near north of Layton, I'm noticing that one. That could be.
Is this the one you guys are talking about? I put it in call chat. But I just want to reiterate, there are no tornadic storms in Miami right now. There might be soon as more storms initiate, but not at this point in time.
I'm checking IEM bot, and there's no tornado warning in effect.
I've been
honestly
with tornadic circulations, but they're probably radar interference, like Ethan's been saying.
Fitz, check call chat.
There's definitely possibilities that we could have storms beginning to rotate here, but nothing too ridiculous right now.
Gotcha.
Look at the terminal radar. There's so many little rotating storms.
I have something.
Supercells everywhere.
I have a question that I kind of want to read from the YouTube chat real quick. Someone's asking us if this is going to be a Shirley 2.0. Is someone is in the YouTube chat asking us if Ian's going to be a 2.0 version of that?
That's a very popular question. Well, they're very different storms in many ways, but
yeah.
In terms of like category 4 landfall,
yeah, and it's being asked nonstop, and I think people aren't gonna stop asking it until we give them an answer.
Guys, we have a problem.
What?
Looking call chat, there are multiple storms now gaining significant enough rotation on the terminal radar and everything.
Lovely, they're all becoming supercells.
Yeah.
I should mention something. With everybody that's saying, "Oh, is it basically this storm 2.0?" It's not. Maybe it follows a closer path to the storm, but every single storm has different atmosphere conditions.
Yeah, if you look at
no storms.
Yeah. You're exactly right.
So you have to keep in mind that every storm, even if it's very close, they are a little bit different. So comparing, wait 1 second. Comparing two storms together, they might seem close, but it's not accurate representation.
Let us move on from the tornadoes for right now. Let's talk about Let's talk about preparations that are underway for. Actually, let's talk about satellite observations. I'm gonna pull up satellite imagery real quick
We're
because
probably gonna get tornado warning in a second
we're
if we do.
getting
I'm gonna
kind of
interject.
overhanged on the tornadoes right now, and I don't want to. We don't want to overhang on the tornadoes right now.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But check call chat at least.
All right. So current satellite imagery observations. That eye is still looking mean on the infrared imagery. I am also noticing a very small blow up in possibly a CB on the northwest side of the Eyewall.
See that?
Or actually, the eye itself. Excuse me. There is definitely a little tiny blow up on that side. If anyone's noticing, it's a tiny little
tornado warning.
Oh, tornado warning! Here we go. Broward County.
Miami, Florida issues tornado warning. Radar
Broward
indicated.
County, I bet you that's. Oh, it's the cell right here.
We got multiple hook echoes. I think there's gonna be more soon.
At 3:44. Oh, do you wanna?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
kinda
say
wanna
something.
say real quick.
Okay.
Guys, if you were in the, I'm gonna say this now. The storm's not something to play with. If you are in the area where there is a tornado warning,
Another tornado warning.
get somewhere. Listen, guys, this storm, with what we've been seeing and stuff, like we all have been saying, this storm's not something to play with. If you are in the county that's under a tornado warning, you guys need to get into a low-level place, and you need to do it now, especially if there's multiple tornado warnings going out. Like, you guys need to be doing that. You guys need to be getting all your supplies somewhere low-level, like underground somewhere, and you guys need to be in some form of underground shelter. Because tornadoes are known to rapidly intensify during storms like this.
Yeah, if you can't get to underground, go to the lowest floor of building interior room. One thing I just want to say, I'm so sorry, is that with the hurricane, yes, you might think the hurricane's worse. That is true, but if you're on the outer bands of the hurricane won't be as bad as the tornado threat. Because tornadoes have rotational winds, which are a lot stronger than straight line winds, so they can cause more damage. Alright, go on.
I'm gonna read off both the tornado warnings real quick. The first tornado warning is gonna be for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles southwest of intersection Alligator Alley and Miami Canal. Very interesting location. Or 21 miles west of Pembroke Pines, moving northwest at 15 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado warning with no hail. This will remain over mainly rural areas of southern Broward County. And for the second tornado warning, which is going to be to the northwest of Miami-Dade or downtown Miami, it's going to be capable of producing a tornado. Was located near 40-mile bend or 23 miles northwest of the Redland, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. No hail expected, and the only location in the warning includes 40-mile bend. Looking at both rotations of the Miami radar, there is a little bit of radar interference with both of them. I'm going to switch to the terminal radar to see if I can get a better look at both
Yeah,
of them.
please use the terminal radar. They're so much better in this situation.
If I may, real quick.
Yeah, what's
30
up?
seconds, Patrick. Guys, I'm reading chat. If you guys don't have anywhere underground you can go, if you're building that has hurricane shutters, use them. If you're, and I mean this, and like I'm serious about this. My grandmother lives on the coast. She has hurricane shutters. If you are in the area where you are under a tornado warning and you have no underground shelter in anywhere,
Interior room, lowest floor.
Interior room, and you have hurricane shutters, use them. Because those are, because those are able to withstand hurricane force winds and tornado force winds. Because I've been in a tornado with hurricane shutters. So
Yeah, if it's a weak tornado, which is most likely most of these will be, hurricane shutters provide adequate protection. If it's a strong tornado, that's a different story, but right now we're just seeing weak tornadoes.
Nathan, let's get some more people up to the stage. We've been waiting for a little while.
Nadami Racing, thank you for your support this evening, says, why will Ian chicane right? Is it another storm? I don't really understand the second part of that question, but I'm not sure if it's chicaning right, but it could still swing a little bit further eastwards on that forecast. NHC will have a new cone in about 1 hour and 10 minutes when they do their big update, the 5 p.m. advisory. But until then, we'll wait and see what happens, and maybe it will start coming back towards the line of the cone, because radar shows it possibly moving a little bit north at the moment. Let's see if we can invite someone else into our chat right now, and let's see if we can speak to Canadian.
Hey, how's it going again?
We're fine. How are you?
Anyway, I was wondering, so I know I've asked a lot of questions about the storm surge and all that. I was wondering the overall size of the storm, because storm surge and the size of the storm kind of like goes hand in hand. You know, the bigger the storm, usually the bigger the surge. I was just wondering the size of the storm for Ian.
It has gotten larger. It's still not huge in hurricane terms, but it's going to be enough to deal at least 12 feet of storm surge, I would say. I think the NHC is still going a little low on that storm surge potential.
I think so too, because I know a lot of people keep comparing this storm to Charlie's Track, which, again, each storm is different, right? Even if it affects the same area.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
that's okay.
I hate to interrupt, but there is a large
drop.
CC drop on the southern tornado warning.
Southern tornado warning. There is a
We have a
large
tornado on the ground.
On the time, please.
Potentially strong.
So which cell is this, north or south? Southern?
Northeast of Mitsukoshi Indian Village, there is a large debris signature on the terminal radar. Actually, on the Miami radar, excuse me.
Yeah, the southern tornado warning.
Yep. On the ground.
Floyd, if you can switch to the Miami radar, that'll be helpful.
Well, I was just on it a moment ago, and I hate switching because it always breaks the goddamn thing. So I'll show an image that you showed earlier in our chat, which shows that CC drop.
Wow, yeah, that is a large debris signature. They're tore this immediately. Oh, wow, yeah, definite debris.
When you get a chance, we can call.
May I answer a question from YouTube chat?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let me scroll up and find it. It was in here. I'm getting close to it.
We've had loads of questions, so keep them coming in. But some of our team are very taken away with all of this tornado activity.
Yeah, we got a debris ball on reflectivity.
Oh my.
And the CC drop is deepened. That is not good. We most likely have a strong tornado ongoing.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Let me measure the width of the debris ball real quick.
I found the question. What is the question? Robert Thierbecker, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, said at Force 13, do most of the tornadoes spawn from the right front quadrant of the hurricane? Yes, that is exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because did that happen with Fiona in Puerto Rico, right?
There's a few.
I don't know if not as bad as this.
Not as bad, yeah, because Puerto Rico is a mountainous terrain, right? So it's usually, yeah.
Wow. But then again, tornadoes don't really care what terrain.
That's
well, they
true,
care about the terrain they form in, just not when they're on the ground. They won't care about the terrain. Once they're on the ground, they don't give a damn.
No, because they're really, really intense. Yeah, I was just wondering. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah.
Anyways, looking at this latest radar imagery, it looks like the eastern Eyewall is built back in again, so who knows what's going to happen next.
I personally think Ian was tricking us. I hope it doesn't intense as quick. Like, I'll try not to compare it too much to Charlie, but I hope it doesn't intense too quickly. But Charlie was a very small and tight storm, and there's a big difference between these two. I know Ian is not overly large, but it's bigger. So more areas will be impacted. And that's what I'm afraid of. Just the bigger the storm it gets, I hope the storm surge doesn't get even worse.
I think the storm might be closer to the size of Andrew than Charlie.
Yeah, because Charlie was smaller, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah.
I think its eyewall was only like 6 miles wide.
That was the other question. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, don't want to cut you.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a bunch of people in chat saying they're like taking shelter because of the tornado warnings. I just want to reiterate: if you are not in the tornado warning or the tornado warning polygon, you do not have to take shelter. It's just if you're in it, then you want to take shelter in the interior room. And a lot of people are saying they don't have basements, which I completely understand. So lowest floor interior room is what you want to do.
Why are you this?
Yeah, how is this not a confirmed tornado warning? This is kind of
recent. Sure.
Yeah. All right, go on.
Sorry. This. Do you want to continue or?
Yeah, whoever wants to continue, they can continue.
At the moment, these images are broken.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
There we go.
Peanut and Patrick, just when you get a second, look at what I posted in a call chat. Guys, I've been kind of keeping an eye on YouTube chat. If you guys are in the zone, and we have been stressing this as much as we can,
leave.
Listen to the warnings, listen to the evacuations, because everybody in Tampa is under a curfew and under a mandatory evacuation. If you have not left yet, you are putting your life at extreme risk of losing it.
And
I do agree on that. Yes.
People shouldn't be going out and trying to take pictures of this storm, but there are people that are doing that. By the way, there are people out live streaming in this thing, and to those people, you are doing something that you're not trained to do. You shouldn't be doing it.
Now some are chasers, but
I would like to say,
chasers, that's their job.
Like Reed is out there, but Reed is trained professional.
I know, but people who aren't.
But yeah, talk about again Key West.
Yes.
Luckily, these tornado warnings are in very unpopulated areas. They're in Gator Alley.
Okay, I would like to say, I do not care. I do not give a damn whether you are in a trailer, a mobile home, a normal house, or an apartment building. Leave.
Yes. It's horrible to see people downplay this and tell other people it's not that bad. Like, for an example, what we saw in Newfoundland there, there was a man on the news that got swept away, and I believe there was also 2 women who got swept away in the Port aux Basques area. One of them survived, and one of them didn't, and another man was able to get saved too.
Gee.
Yeah. I hope people take this seriously and do not downplay. Do not downplay this.
All right, guys, we're going to a break here. Levy says, I have a flight from LAX to FLT Thursday, supposed to land at 10 p.m. Do you think it will be cancelled? Is it safe in Fort Lauderdale? Just a quick one there, guys. Thanks for your support.
Wait, the National Hurricane Center just issued a tropical cyclone update. Oh my... IEM-bot's going ham right now. Let me read this off.
Well, we're going to a break here, so we'll take it at the top of the hour. But Fort Lauderdale, do you think it will be safe on Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's in the outer bands, and it probably will continue to be.
All right, we'll pick up this update in a moment. Don't go away. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to Force 13 Live. We're currently tracking Hurricane Ian. Latest from the National Hurricane Center with an update statement at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. In the past hour, the Cuba Institute of Meteorology, located in Havana, reported a sustained wind of 56 miles per hour with a gust to 87. As of 4 p.m, location 23.8 north, 83.2 west, 250 miles south of Sarasota, Florida. 65 miles south-southwest of the Dry Tortugas. Currently 120 mile per hour winds, moving north or 10 degrees at 10 miles per hour, and a minimum central pressure of 952. Looking at satellite imagery, storm not looking quite as great as it did this morning, at least with its eye, and maybe rumblings, one or two little suggestions that maybe there's an Eyewall replacement cycle going on. Well, I've seen on some radar imagery that the eye at the moment appears to not be moving very much at all, and possibly a slight northward jog, and, well, speculation at the moment, but we'll see what happens with that over the next hour. National Hurricane Center will update with a full advisory at the end of this hour, so we'll be there to pick that up, and I imagine there'll be more changes with the forecast cone. But lots of speculation until then. Anyway, we've got some news, so let me cross over to one of my team members with the latest.
Okay. The National Weather Service in Miami has continued the tornado warning. I think this is the southern storm. They continued it. It's a observed tornado. They continued it. It's still the same. I'm losing my thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay. At 3:58 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles east of Dade Collier Training Airport, or 29 miles west of Miramar, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour.
Now, the good thing about this is that there is no permanent population inside this polygon, so hopefully no one should be there. But nonetheless, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now.
It has lifted since on imagery. CC has completely went away.
Oh.
Velocity is still
Drop.
there.
However, there are probably going to be 2 more tornado warnings issued near the Everglades, which actually has some population. There's 2 areas of decently strong rotation. If you guys can take a look, we might have 2 more tornado warnings soon for actually populated areas, so that's not very good.
Not radar scope.
But anyway, if you've got any comments or questions for us during the stream, start your message with Force 13 all in text. And we're also doing a phone-in format tonight on our stream where people can call into the studio. Got a little bit rowdy in the last hour, so hopefully we'll be able to keep it toned down a little bit. Let's see if we can speak right now to Soviet. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, hi. So yesterday I was on, and I said it would be a game time decision for me if I would evacuate in any mandatory evacuation zone.
Yes.
But I did move a little bit more east into the county, just to get away from the river.
Sounds smart.
Currently near Lakewood Ranch, just north of University Parkway, but still keeping a close eye. Might have to keep moving further east. But just people are starting to really get it. The highways are all clogged. A lot of people moving east. But my question is, with the closed eye, would that alter the direction?
I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling with this radar right now. I'm sure you guys can all see it in the in our team here. What's going on with it?
On satellite imagery?
looking at this radar, it appears to be not moving.
I can say from satellite imagery that there's a massive blow up just to the west of the eye. Very massive blow up to the west of the eye, like right on the core.
What I can say from radar is, you know how there was a moat kind of in between the outer ring of convection and the eye? That's now begun to fill in. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing 4 areas of rotation near the Everglades now. Tornadoes are really ramping up.
I'm looking at one of it, and it looks quite intense, and it's unwarned.
Yeah, there's one really tight couplet right there.
Yeah, and it's unwarned.
Yeah.
Miami, what you doing?
Oh yeah, I see the couplet too.
I'm seeing 3 or 4.
Yeah, like there's one really tight couplet next, like to the west of Miccosukee Indian Village, heading towards Chicxulub in Everglades City. Yeah, that's a really tight couplet that should be tornado. There's clear rotation. There's also one that's much further south. I think, yeah, there's 2 of these that should be tornado warned. 2 of them are iffy. That's just my opinion, though.
There's the view at Sanibel Island. We've been taking a look at some of those viewpoints in the last hour or so, and there's plenty to look at. Indeed, we have Key West there as well. A live shot from a rather waterlogged picture. Vehicles still moving through there. And a few people still out and about. So,
Nathan, I hate to interrupt you, but we just got a new tornado warning. It's for Collier and mainland Monroe counties until 4:45. At 4:08 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Loop Road Double E Center, or 18 miles east of Chokoloskee, moving north at 15 miles per hour. It's that one cell that I said that we had a visible, like, tight circulation on, and I just said like 2 minutes ago it wasn't warned, and now it is.
Yeah, that's good. They warned it.
So there it is, east of Everglades City.
About a decently strong rotation couplet. I'm getting
Still in an unpopulated area, but I don't like how these storms are moving closer and closer to the Everglades. There's now a real risk of a tornado impacting a populated area.
I mean, the tornado warnings right now, they're mostly in the Everglades itself, hence why there's barely any population in the area.
I mean, like Chokoloskee or Choppy, Jerome, Copeland, that kind of area.
They just issued it? No, it didn't. Never mind.
But
yeah, I get like a noise on my end when they issue a tornado warning.
Same. They expired the one for Broward.
All right.
And I do want to also mention that with this hurricane, tornadoes, we could, over the course of the next few days, see quite a lot of tornadoes pop up, or spin up tornadoes, which is normal for a hurricane. And we've seen it with Isaiah back in 2020.
Isaias.
Isaias. And then we saw, I think, Ivan as well in 2004. So
yes.
So
as we look at this satellite imagery, northeastward movement there, and now it looks like it's just had a northerly jog, which is interesting. And this is,
I believe I did say a little earlier that I thought it was moving a little bit more north.
Hey, Fitz.
I think you're right.
Fitz, you there? Oh, he's not here.
Big blow up
have
of convection.
Evacuation orders.
We'll just take that in a moment. Big blow up of convection on the western side of the eye there. Looks quite fascinating. But yes, go ahead with evacuation notices.
Okay, so from the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Charlotte County is under a mandatory evacuation for residents in all of Zone A and Zone B. Citrus County is under a mandatory evacuation. Clay County is under a voluntary evacuation. Collier County is under voluntary. Chris County is under voluntary. Glades County is under a voluntary evacuation order. County is under a mandatory order. Highlands County is under a voluntary evacuation order. Hillsborough is under a mandatory evacuation order for zones A and B. Lee County is under an evacuation order. Levy County is under a mandatory evacuation order, and then the rest are just information evacuation orders.
All right. Looking back at this radar imagery, possibly even a slight twinge of northwest there for a brief moment, and I imagine it will start turning northeast again shortly, but that might just be enough to put it back within that cone from where it was earlier, and might still be looking at a direction towards the area that we're currently expecting from the National Hurricane Center, which is around Sarasota and Venice.
Nathan, if I can just point out a radar observation real quick.
Yep.
Alright, so for the previous TOR-R, the TOR-R cell, I have been able to scroll back on the last couple scans, and I was able to pick up a 5,000 foot debris signature and a rotational velocity of about 55 knots. Putting that into calculations based off of radar presentations, and given Sam Emerson's graph, that tornado that was recently on the ground could be, where we'll wait for National Weather Service confirmation for the surveys, but it is a best estimate to place that tornado at a high-end EF0 tornado. We will obviously wait for National Weather Service damage surveys to confirm this, but given radar presentations, the most conservative estimate for the strength of this potential tornado is at this time a high-end EF0.
Yeah, it's good it was weak. At least I hope so.
But we'll wait for National Weather Service observations to confirm that rating.
As we look back at this radar imagery, what do you make of all of those bands and in towards the Eyewall and the storm's current structure?
Looks very healthy, very strong.
The storm, the eye is filling in as well, so I think there's going to be no Eyewall replacement cycles ongoing. The eye is filling in again, so definitely there's no chance of an Eyewall replacement cycle anytime soon.
A Recon in there?
Recon's not. I don't think Recon's in there. There's another Recon flight that's launching at 21Z. But that's about all I know. However, obviously, the fact that there is no Eyewall replacement cycle happening anytime soon is very bad news. Or because that means they can intensify, or like it will continue. It can continue to intensify, bar any unexpected circumstances happen.
Let's see if we can talk to Marble right now. Hello?
Hello again.
Hi.
I'm wondering, because of the eastward trend of the cone of uncertainty moving, is it possible for Ian to go through Florida and survive and come out the Atlantic?
It's a terrible thought, but one or two models do have it happening, most notably the Icon, which throws it back into South Carolina as probably a Category 2 hurricane afterwards, so there is that potential. Most models are still having it staying inland just about and dying off gradually over Florida and into the southeast US.
Okay, that was mainly the only question that I had. Thank you.
It's nice to talk to you again, Marble. Thanks for calling. Let's see if we can speak to Stephen in Broward County.
Y'all remember me?
Yes, I do now.
So I have an update. School is canceled. Tomorrow and Thursday. Your boy here, no school, living his best life.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, I have a question.
Go on.
So, my question is as follows. Well, actually, this is a two-parter. What if we nuke a hurricane?
Oh man.
And
Oh God.
And my second question is, what does it mean when the pressure goes down in a hurricane? Because I
Hold
see
on, I
when
hate-
the pressure goes down.
I hate
it
to
correlates-
interrupt your question. It's actually very interesting, but we just got another tornado warning. I don't know if you want me to say it first or you want to get your question done.
Get your question done until it gets confirmed.
Okay, it's a radar indicated, and it was located over the Everglades National Park, 20 miles west of Homestead
I
General
see it,
Airport.
yeah. I
Moving
see
northwest
it.
at 20.
So another one that's
Oh,
over
one
the
thing out there is
Everglades
the-
right now.
Only thing out there is the Native Americans. They're straight.
Right.
I went on an airboat ride there once. Pretty cool.
Right, with your comments, pressure, deepening pressure, a lowering of the pressure means a stronger hurricane usually, but it can often be a lower pressure in larger storms as well, and sometimes the environmental pressure around the storm can also contribute to that. But general rule of thumb is that a lower pressure is a stronger hurricane. And regarding nuking hurricanes, I think that would be a very bad idea and an environmental disaster. Especially if you were to nuke a hurricane at this location, because it would probably still be felt, the radioactivity in Florida, and the radioactivity gets carried out by winds over a very large area, and so you would probably destroy the planet.
It probably wouldn't be that bad with a hydrogen bomb because those don't really release much radiation.
All right.
Plus, it wouldn't do anything to the hurricane.
But
The
yeah, it wouldn't
hurricane
do
is
anything.
far more powerful.
Wait, wouldn't it
than
do
one
anything to the
nuclear
hurricane
explosion.
and just like
No.
kill everything?
Yeah, it wouldn't. The hurricanes produce like millions and millions and millions of nuclear bombs.
It does.
Like energy-wise per day, so
It
it
won't
won't do anything.
Oh, is that the thing where it's like the energy equivalent of a hurricane is like a lot more than a bomb?
Nuke, yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Wait, before y'all kick me, is there? I still got I got like 2 minutes more fame. Is there gonna be a tornado warning for Broward? Because your boy here, no school. I don't want to get blown away now.
There could be if storms manage to form in the warm sector and rotate, so just keep an eye on the weather.
All
Okay.
right.
Gracias, amigos.
Thanks for joining. Let's back a little bit of normalcy.
That guy was
Did I just
awesome.
listen?
That guy was actually a legend.
A few tornado warnings that have been activated in the last hour or so. The latest one that, as you can see there, just in the northern part of Monroe County, entering. Is that one Collier then north of it there?
Yeah, there's actually two couplets on the news tornado warning, one to the south and one to the north of it. Actually, not one to the south. They're actually both in the general same region, except one of them is a bit south, and one of them is actually where the hook is.
Yeah, it's like two supercells merged into each other. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Wish the Everglades had their own radar, but they don't.
Well, where would you put one?
I'd put it near, like, Naples.
Where's the nearest one to Naples?
It's the Miami one.
Really?
It's not Key West.
Yeah, this is actually really close by.
Key West is actually bad radar coverage for that area.
We continue to look at Hurricane Ian on radar imagery right now. We cross between satellite and radar every so often, and other views as we go along here. And of course, our fleet of webcams that are out there along the coast of Florida. Well, some of them have already broken down, but we've still got a few here. There's Key West right now, and I don't know what they're doing, but the road is fairly waterlogged there, a little bit breezy, and obviously very rainy over there. They're under a tropical storm warning, aren't they? Or is it a hurricane warning?
For Key West?
Yeah.
Checking.
Wow, look at the satellite imagery. Big old convective burst.
It was.
Emerging. Yeah. So, Key West, you were saying? They are under a storm surge warning, but unfortunately Radar Omega overlays warnings together, so I can't actually check.
Yeah.
Thank you, Radar Omega. Very cool.
Oh, wait. Maybe I might...
Yeah, no, they're still under a tropical storm warning.
Okay. Thought they'd be under a hurricane warning, but I guess the winds are too far away from it.
Just the
Which
dry
is good.
tortugas that are under a hurricane warning. Throwing it back to the radar here, and once again, we continue to watch that eye very closely. Looks like it might have resumed a little bit of northeastward movement now. Let's see if we can invite someone else to the call. And we'll see if we can hear from them in a moment. Hello, you're on the air. Are you there? Well, it's all quiet. Well, we'll see if they speak up at some point. Let's see if we got any comments in the chat right now. With that slight wiggle north, would it be fair to say that Ian is keeping in track with the cone center prediction? I think it probably is. Kyle says, do you think the storm could be stalled out currently? I think this is going to be very temporary.
Yeah, very temporary. Oh, and I also want to point out that the tornado warning that is currently to the south of the north tornado warning has recycled. There are now 2 separate areas of rotation. One to the this is all in a heavily unpopulated area. However, if you can kind of point out now, there looks to be 2 separate couplets. One to the north of the southern one, and both of them are showing decent signs of rotation. So it looks like it has either occluded or recycled, and now into 2 separate couplets.
Southern one's actually tightening quite well.
Northern one looks actually the most impressive, but the southern one is definitely there, decent rotation. But
Yeah, I'm getting a velocity of about, I think, I'm on the Key West radar. This is an idea. Wait, no, I'm in Miami. Never mind. Yeah, I'm getting about 60 on the north couplet.
Yep, so those are the ones we're looking at right now along the Everglades coast. Do we think a landfall in North Carolina is possible?
Mid low for North Carolina is more likely given the latest National Hurricane Center advisory. Given the fact that the trough is actually going to up once it stalls out. Well, not stalls out, but meanders over Florida for the next few days. It's going to pull it straight north and then potentially cause some decent chances for flooding across the western North Carolina mountains, as well as portions of Piedmont and upstate South Carolina. But a landfall, technically it wouldn't be a landfall, but North Carolina is in the potential path of the remnant low of this monster hurricane.
So yeah, there's a chance.
And let's see if we got some more comments here. How many storms do you think will come after Ian? Well, I mean, that's a question. I have no idea. It could be quite a few still yet in the Atlantic hurricane season. We've still got the whole of October, so that can produce a few storms. I don't think we're going to... I don't know. It's hard to say.
Just to let you know, this is unrelated to Ian, but that invest in the Eastern Pacific now has a 80% chance of developing in 5 days.
All right. I'm not surprised, but it's not really news compared to this, I suppose.
Yeah.
NHC next update will come up within the next half hour. Hello?
Ryan.
Can you guys hear me?
You're on the
Yes.
Finally, sorry, my mic wasn't being all messed up. I have some things about storm surge.
Okay.
If you live in Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, Cuyler, Monroe counties, most people there should be evacuated from those areas.
Yep, pretty much. That's what our advice would be.
I also have a question.
Please.
Where do you think the most likely point for the eye to hit Florida would be?
Well, that's been the million-dollar question all along, hasn't it? And it's a tough one to say. When you look at the satellite imagery there and you look at the storm's position, you think, well, is it going to be that far northeast that it's going to go towards Sarasota anymore? Or is it more likely now that it could sink further towards Port Charlotte or Fort Myers, or even towards Naples? I still don't think can be completely ruled out when you look at that imagery. So my educated guess right now would probably be towards Englewood. Personally, I think I would say that.
Yeah, because I've seen in the Tampa Bay area in the charts for storm surge has definitely gone down of how high
A little
it
bit.
would be.
Yes, it could still be quite
And
significant though.
higher and definitely way higher in Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, Bonsai Springs, and the Naples area and Everglades area significantly.
Yep. Thank you for the call, Ryan. What were our anyone?
Nathan?
Yes.
There was just an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Mesoscale depression 1835. It does not exist on their website yet. Okay, but
I
it
have it.
concerns.
Probability of a tornado watch, 95%.
Gee.
A new tornado watch will be issued for South Florida and the Florida Keys by 21Z. Supercell tornado risk will continue across southern Florida and the Keys on the northeastern side of Hurricane Ian and gradually spread northward through this afternoon into the overnight hours. Therefore, a tornado watch will be issued by 21Z, which I believe is in 30 minutes.
Yep.
Right when the NHC advisory will be coming out.
That's right. I was
time confusing.
I was just wondering if anyone in our team had any thoughts about where you think the storm might make landfall at this juncture.
Sarasota.
So we're still sort of onto the further north area there. I don't know, because the more I see this, and actually in more recent frames, it's hovered back eastward again a little bit. I'm just not seeing it anymore. It just seems too far of a jump to get the Sarasota now.
I think it might do it by like
Fringe.
I think around Clearwater maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
It would have to go nearly due north to achieve that.
Look at the cone again.
An interesting question nonetheless, but the more
Okay,
I
no,
look
never
at this imagery, the more it seems like it's not going to get anywhere near up there.
Okay, no, never mind. I thought the cone was further north. It's not. Yeah, probably around between Sarasota and Punta Gorda.
But it will be interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center come out with at their next cone. That's what we'll all be waiting for here. Do you think there's going to be any change in the intensity?
I would say that they're going to potentially go to 125 since there is evidence from earlier recon flights to support 125. I don't think they're weakening it. Honestly, it's going to either maintain at 120 or go higher than 120.
Oh no.
If I would have to put an estimate, I would go 110 knots with a minimal central pressure of 954. That's just my opinion on what they're gonna go. They're gonna go 110 knots, 954.
Well, you know that Recon got 952 last hour, right?
So they'll just go 110, 952 then, I guess.
Oh no.
So that would be 125 miles per hour, 952 maybe, 5 miles an hour higher. Don't know. The way it's been going, I think they might hold it even. but we'll find out.
They're going to hold it, but there is some evidence to upgrade to 125. I think they're gonna wait a little bit for it to actually get more fully into the Gulf of Mexico, and then they're gonna put it up to Cat 4.
That the blow up to the west, it worries me a lot.
Yeah, we're watching it right now.
Yeah, even though it's not really as intense as it was, it's still intense, and there's another one firing up to the south.
Yes.
Southeast of the storm, of the center.
You can see that as well. This is imagery in real time here on the mesoscale imagery on the right hand side. That updates every 30 seconds. So right up to the minute with what this storm is looking like on the satellite imagery. We also have a few cameras dotted around as well. Let's see if we can take a look at one of the coastal areas again. Let's try going back to this one, looking out of Bokelia. And I think that's looking out towards the sea there. If not, it's a very open area in the bay area that it has around there. This is near Cape Coral. And you can see there a little bit choppy. And cloudy, of course, and dull, but nothing huge that's going on at this location right now. And the pier doesn't look that high compared to the sea, so if there's a significant storm surge, it probably won't be long until you notice it happening at this location. Let's see if we can check any other locations. I think we can look at Naples right now. This is what Naples looks like. And it's even darker there, I would say, and wetter. You can see rain dripping along there in front of the camera. And plenty of people out on that pier with umbrellas. I don't know where they think they're going. This area is under warnings. I can't remember if it's a hurricane warning or a tropical storm warning for Naples.
Tropical storm, I think.
Tropical storm warning. So still potentially dangerous. It'll be interesting to see what the surge looks like there on Naples Pier. I've actually been on that pier myself, so I have a general idea of what the sea level ought to look like, and it's still pretty normal there at the moment.
Nathan, may I point out something really quickly? Look at the northern rotation on that southern tornado warning. They're gonna have to extend that. Look at that. Yep, that is definitely going to get extended. Look at that.
Did I circle the right place there?
I can't unfortunately tell because I don't have the stream pulled up, but it's going to be the northernmost circulation on the southern tornado warning. Yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
Naples is under tropical storm warning. Wait, no. Yeah, there you are.
Well, if there's any other updates to warnings, you'll hear it from the National Hurricane Center at 5 o'clock, and we're getting closer to that time now. As soon as we know, we will let you know what the latest information is. Let's see if we can talk to some, a few other comments that came in. Michael T says, please remember that not everyone has the ability to evacuate from Hurricane Ian. Not everyone has the resources to get out or even get to a shelter. And try to have some sympathy. Well, I think people do. I think our team are just very conscious about getting the people who may be reluctant to evacuate to realize that this is a major event.
If I may add on something to that real quick.
Sure.
To kind of add on to that question. I'm pretty sure everybody here is aware that there are some people who can evacuate. We are just trying to, like Nathan kind of said, we're trying to get the message out to those people who are reluctant on leaving. This is not something you want to play with. You've seen this in the past with hurricanes that have formed and have hit a lot of other states at strength that Ian's at. This is something that we are trying to make sure that the people who are reluctant understand that if you can evacuate, do it. If you can't, then hunker down. If you can, please do it. Because there are reluctant people out there who won't listen to the warnings and the evacuation orders until it's too late.
Well, a lot of people in the comments also examining the storm's core right now, and you can see what's been going on with it, talking about merger eyewall replacement cycles, and perhaps it's having a little bit of trouble with it. It's certainly not looking as clear as it did earlier, and the eye has filled in a little bit over that time there. It looks like it's come back out again a little bit. But like we saw earlier, there was a gap in the eyewall that started to look like it was going to begin a traditional eyewall replacement cycle, and it filled right back in again. But yeah, it does look like this storm could be on the verge of some kind of transition, and slow movement is certainly not going to help that, because if there's any upwelling going on, that can usually induce much more readily an eyewall replacement cycle as well. But interesting to look at all of those bands spreading out from the inner eyewall, and then those possible other walls. It'll be Recon that find out whether it actually is truly an eyewall replacement cycle going on, if they get multiple wind peaks. And just remind us again when they're expected to be in the storm.
And so it lifted off or we'll be lifting up to 21Z. So yeah.
So a lot's going on at 5 o'clock then. So National Hurricane Center will update a possible tornado watch, and Recon will be taking off from, where would that be?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I can't imagine it would be too far away from the storm.
Yeah. But I do also want to mention, real quick, the potential delay scan for the rotation outside the tornado warning just got more intense. But back to what I was gonna originally say, this could be doing a murk, and I mean a murk is something that we would not know happened really until it happened. That does end up happening, that would be really bad.
Merc being short for merger eyewall replacement cycle?
Yeah.
Yep.
We don't know though if it is. We need more data, which is why, recons are very helpful.
All right.
Nathan, I kind of want to also point out, Uxinator, yeah, you're definitely right. That northern rotation, it is actually got a decent presentation on it. I would be hesitant to say that the National Weather Service in Miami will be tornado warning, or at least extending the tornado warning to encompass that new rotation very shortly. But going back to I was gonna say about the satellite imagery that I've been noticing as well. There is a blowup of convection, or CB, to the southeast of the eye, as well as a massive blowup to the west of the core of the eye. I am particularly concerned by that. Also, there are absolutely no dry air slots with this storm. This storm is definitely strengthening right now.
The perfect storm.
Yep. There's no dry air slots, and this storm is blowing up convection all over the place. New vortical hot towers are forming, and convection bands are increasing. So yeah, this storm is definitely still there, and it is definitely strengthening.
Speaking of eyewall replacement cycles, how did it fail one earlier?
I think because the double max wind went away after like one scan, it like kind of dissipated 20 minutes later. There was a double max wind, and then it just dissipated.
Oh.
It's probably because there was no eye replacement cycle, or it failed.
I'm still
and speaking of tornado watch, new tornado watch, 5:45.
All my IEM bus just went off.
This is a replacement of Weather Watch 544. Now encompasses. I am gonna try and pull up the shape of this watch real quick, so I can figure out. But new tornado watch has been issued for portions of southern Florida.
We're just getting it to our screen now, and this is the tornado watch in question, and valid until 5 a.m. Let's just try and expand that. It's
5 a.m.
Edge of the screen is
5 a.m.
stuck.
That's not a typo or anything. 5 a.m. That is 12. That's a 12-hour-long tornado watch.
Yeah, I think it's
Hello
because
there.
Ian's going to be moving relatively slow.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
A few tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to half-inch size possible, and isolated gusts up to 60 miles per hour possible, for a population of 8.1 million inside southern and south central Florida there. Tornado watch.
There's an
If you
update
guys
to...
might,
Sorry. There's an update to the tornado warning for Collier and mainland Monroe. It has expired.
Great.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to put a new tornado warning out because now there is a very strong velocity couplet now.
Yeah, so don't get your hopes up.
I would not even be surprised if this thing is down.
Daniel,
CC
go
is
ahead.
indicated. Sorry.
as I was saying, I just got off the phone with, it was a brief call. I have a friend that does like deployment, like oh jeez, a deployment for emergency personnel and everything for hurricanes. He's currently stationed, I forgot exactly where, but somewhere near Florida. Yeah, he's monitoring this very closely, and we'll be on and off communications. So,
all right.
Who was saying they're going to issue a tornado warning again?
Me, tornado
Because they
warning
just did.
issued.
Yep, just saw that.
Radar indicated.
Let's get that new tornado warning on the screen. We'll be able to start bringing these warnings to the screen now. There is that tornado warning. Radar indicated. No hail expected. Population of 5 inside that tornado warning there in the Everglades.
I think that might be a record low.
Record low that isn't 0, maybe?
Yeah, that isn't 0.
I've seen one that had 4 before.
Oh.
But
Yep,
I don't think
called
I've
that.
seen less than 4. But yep, tornado warning there, and these are where a lot of them are happening right now. This kind of
called
area.
that. Absolutely called that rotation. I knew that was going to get tornado warned. It has, on the lead scan, it actually does appear to have broadened out a bit. However, there is still a very strong normalized rotation values, or decently strong normalized rotation values, and a decent couplet. So yeah, definitely tornado warning worthy. And if you are the 5 people that are in this tornado warning, even though that this is in a generally unpopulated area, take cover now.
Yes. Sad Times says that they've been watching us ever since Irma, even though they live in Iowa, and a message of thanks actually about how they like our coverage on the storms. So thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. Comments like that. We work very hard, especially during big events like this. It certainly calls for it. And that's why we're here taking your comments and calls into the studio for an 8-hour period tonight. And we're probably going to step it up even more tomorrow when this storm draws even closer to Florida.
Yep.
Also, that's around the time when I started watching Force 13 around
Wow.
Irma. It's when I actually got into meteorology full swing.
I'm still worried about this radar imagery. It's moving east-northeast right now.
Yeah.
Did they really just issue a marine warning and then expire it immediately?
Also, the on infrared, the eye has turned a little ragged.
It really has.
However, I think it's doing a partial eyewall replacement because it's starting to clear on the leading edge again. So
See there, if you follow it on satellite, it looks more like it's moving north-northeast, but on radar, it's more east-northeast.
It doesn't seem like radar and satellite are fully aligned. It's weird.
Which one's right then? Surely it's radar.
Probably radar. radar is probably the more reliable one. For the most part.
We had some more questions there. Jack says, will Orlando be affected by the storm? Certainly will.
Yes. At least a tropical storm.
I think it's more going to be rainfall for that area, and you could get possibly up to 20 inches if it goes bad.
Yeah.
Although I think the rain probs might be falling just a little bit up there.
Yeah, they just issued a marine warning and then canceled it immediately.
Well, I guess everyone has the right to change their mind. What direction is Ian moving since there were wobbles, says Sandy? Well, I guess that's what we're trying to determine right now.
East northeast, most likely. East northeast or just due north of east.
It's looking like
and if that's true, then that's
right now.
If it's east northeast, then say hello to another eastward turn in that cone.
Yep.
Yep.
Just a reminder of what the previous cone looked like, and this will be fully updated by the National Hurricane Center shortly. I just don't want people to think that they're expecting the storm to move due north there when you look at that cone, because the cone at intermediate advisories, the cone doesn't move. They just move the initial position and then reconstruct the cone based on what it's done. It's moved way east of what it was expected of it, and so that cone really is pretty defunct. And at this rate, if they move the cone, then we could be looking at the National Hurricane Center maybe going for a landfall near Fort Myers
or Cape Coral.
Yeah,
around that area.
That's probably
if you follow a rough from the center up and keep with the cone track, it's right over Cape Coral.
That's probably what I would do if I was forecasting it now.
Yeah. What's the population of Cape Coral?
Not sure.
Could someone quickly try to Google that?
I can do a population for that entire area down to
189,000.
Okay, so still a fair chunk of people.
The wider area, though, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, down to Naples. Actually, no, Port Charlotte's not in that. Down to Naples, 1.1 million.
Huh. That's a big area. And something to note, people, even if it keeps shifting east, the whole west side of Florida and even the east side will feel the storm nonetheless. You'll feel the storm surge effects on the both sides at some point or another.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, earlier on in this storm's life, we were looking at a 32% chance of tropical storm force winds in Miami. You're like, well, shouldn't happen. But just now, at the earlier advisory, it went above 50% for the first time, 52%. And no doubt it will rise even more with this next update, and they might even issue tropical storm warnings around that corner.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 50 to 60%. Because, well, if we go on that theoretical track, I just need to look at the wind field. Yeah, probably. Just on the cusp of that wind field of tropical storm force. I think well, go ahead.
When's Ian expected to landfall?
Oh dear.
Still unknown.
I mean, it is a very unpredictable forecast when you think about how it might.
Wobbling.
It's wobbling and it's stalling and it's unpredictable speed.
Yeah.
But needless to say, further south that this storm ends up going, that will obviously bring landfall closer in time.
I pray to God we have no technical difficulties tomorrow, because when we're doing this tomorrow, every single moment is going to be critical.
Yep.
Balloon Booch says, do you think they will stay with 120 at the next advisory?
Yep.
You do?
Yeah, there is some evidence, like I said a few minutes ago, to give it 125, but honestly, I think they're just going to go 120, 952.
Or in knots, that would be 105, 952.
We'll find out in just a few minutes. I don't know if we'll get the info before we go to break or after, but we might hold our break a little bit early so that we can give the information right as the clock strikes 5. But we'll get this information very shortly from the National Hurricane Center and their forecast cone. Continuing to look at that radar presentation right now, and gotta say, the Eyewall looking sloppy.
A little.
A little bit. There is a new blow up to the southeast of the Eyewall.
Ian was the... Sorry.
No, you got the floor.
Okay. Ian was the first... No, the strongest tropical cyclone to landfall in Pinar del Rio since Hurricane Gustav in 2008.
Interesting.
And it looked better at Gustav when it made landfall as well.
It did. It being a Category 3 looked slightly better than Gustav.
And Gustav was 155 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And yet Ian was 125 at that landfall in Cuba, and right now 120 miles per hour, so it's very close to that landfall intensity. It's recouped that wind and strength back after the pressure initially went back up to 963 millibars, back down to 952. We're just waiting to see what happens with the National Hurricane Center. Let's take some more questions. How close is the eye passing by the Western Keys?
Pretty close compared to the original track.
It could still get closer, yeah. Let me just get a current position estimate.
They are getting around hurricane force, not hurricane force gusts, tropical storm.
It's got to go 100 miles, at least.
They could, if it keeps wobbling, get hurricane force gusts, but which wouldn't be shocking.
Just looking at it right now, and the eye of the storm, well, the center of the eye is around 90 miles from Key West.
I just noticed the storm predictions there made a typo.
Still not made its closest pass. Oops, sorry.
No, you're good.
It's still not made its closest pass
No.
either, so we'll see if it keeps wobbling a little bit more. I wouldn't be shocked if there's hurricane force gusts at points, especially if you're right next to the water.
Have another look there at Sanibel Island, and we've seen on the cameras recently at all points when you look out west, there's just this big grey haze out over in the distance, visibility down. Probably raining at this location as well. It certainly was at Naples, so that's another viewpoint as to what's going on there. Still looking not too crazy at this location, but I expect that will change fairly soon. See if we can look back at Key West and see what's happening there right now. It's quite busy actually. A lot more people around than there were earlier. You can see the breeze whippling everyone's clothes there, so there's definitely some windiness going on. And this,
Key
of course,
Key West currently, I just want to say, on WSV3 it says around a 38 mile per hour gusts so far. It was up to 45 earlier, so that's interesting. It's probably flickering as it's going between bands.
Nathan?
Yeah.
You know how I said on last night's stream that I would not be surprised if they put a day 2 high risk for excessive rainfall? Well, but guess what? They did.
That's bad news, but sort of expected news, though.
Yeah.
And what's that high risk for?
This is for excessive rainfall over east central and west central Florida.
Could you name some cities that are in that?
Yes, some cities in this high risk include Tampa, Fort Myers, and Orlando. I'll read a brief summary of this. This is an actually collaboration with all of the Floridian National Weather Service offices. As the hurricane approaches the Gulf Coast of Florida, expect the forward speed to slow down significantly. Expect a prolonged period of very heavy rain, likely exceeding 3 inches per hour at times across much of Florida, especially in the high-risk area. So very, very concerning wording from the Weather Prediction Center.
Yes, let's get some more comments. Alex says that we actually saved them at one time when they were in Oaxaca, Mexico, and left because of our stream and their place got destroyed. Well, that's pretty crazy if true. And is the wind shear affecting the storm right now? Question mark.
What storm hit Oaxaca?
Not yet, from what we can see.
Is the Category 4 prediction a high probability one? I think it is.
I think it's guaranteed again.
I wouldn't say guaranteed, but high probability.
Well, yeah, not guaranteed, but I think it's going to be definitely a very high possibility.
Yeah.
And also people
Most
mentioning
certainly.
that tornado watch from the SPC. We did break that. That did happen. 16 minutes ago it was issued, but there it is again for those who missed it. Tornado watch for a very large area of Florida that's in effect until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. A few tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to ½ an inch, and isolated gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Large population involved in that, and we've already seen quite a few tornado threats materializing today.
Nathan,
The
we have
update.
our first tornado report.
Well, the update is out as well. I'm going to have to cut across you even with that. It is still 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 952 millibars, and they are still expecting a 130 mile an hour peak. We'll get information on what the cone says a little bit in a moment. A hurricane warning has been extended southward on the west coast of Florida to Chokoloskee. The government of Cuba has downgraded the hurricane warning. Storm surge watch for Marineland to the Flagler-Volusia County line has been upgraded to a storm surge warning. And we'll let you know some of the other information shortly.
I'm going to briefly say this.
Hold on a minute.
Tornado.
Hold on a minute, sorry. But the southeastern Florida coast from south of Boca Raton to Florida Bay, I expect, is upgraded to a tropical storm warning. So all of that area, Miami, tropical storm warning.
7 miles east-northeast, 40 mile bend.
All right, we'll bring us back to the coverage in a moment. This is Force 13 Live. Hurricane Ian is headed towards Florida. We'll be back in a moment. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. you're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to Force 13 Live. Hurricane Ian stays at 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 952 millibars at the latest update from the National Hurricane Center at 5 p.m. Let's read out, because I didn't finish the whole thing before the break there, the changes in the warnings. A hurricane warning has been extended southward on the west coast of Florida to Chokoloskee. The government of Cuba has downgraded the hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning for the provinces of Isla de Juventud, Pinar del Rio, and Artemisa. The tropical storm watch from the Suwannee River to Indian Pass for the upper Florida Keys, Florida Bay, and for southeastern Florida from south of Boca Raton has been upgraded to a tropical storm warning. The storm surge watch from marine land to the Flagler-Volusia County line has been upgraded to a storm surge warning, and the storm surge watch from the Osceola River to the Suwannee River has been discontinued. So effectively, we've got a tropical storm warning for the entire southern part of Florida now. They had to make that change. I'm pretty sure the cone has shifted east again. We'll find out for sure in a moment, because those chances for Miami were rising, and now they're back on. Well, they are under that tropical storm warning. Let's just quickly see if we can take a look at that new National Hurricane Center cone, and they've still not got it out yet. So let's speak to Patrick.
Alrighty, before you do that, Peanut, I'm actually going to just read out the new tornado warning also for that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Oh man, new tornado warning as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately I do have some breaking news to share from the Weather Prediction Center. They have, for the first time in a while, I don't think they've ever issued this in their existence, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they might have.
Issued a Day 2 and Day 3 high risk of excessive rainfall for portions of West Central or basically the entirety of Central Florida. I'm gonna just say this right now: the entirety of Florida is basically under a flight risk or higher for flash flooding. I'm going to read both discussions here for Day 2 and Day 3. They are both the same, but I'm going to mainly read Day 2. In collaboration with all of the Florida National Weather Service offices, a high-risk area has been issued for portions of Central Florida with this update. Also, Southwest Florida, I believe, was also included in the high-risk as well. The high risk includes the Tampa, Fort Myers, and Orlando areas. This area is in association with the landfall and slow track of major, or at this rate, monster Hurricane Ian. As the hurricane approaches the Gulf Coast of Florida, expect the forward speed to slow down significantly. As a result, expect a prolonged period of very heavy rain, likely exceeding 3 inches per hour at times across much of Florida, especially in the high-risk area. Expect at least a foot of rain over this period from Tampa south through at least Venice. The high risk extends southward along the coast to around Naples. These southern communities can expect somewhat less rain as Ian's eye moves overhead, but the combination with storm surge and several inches of rain will locally cause flooding concerns. The latest high-resolution model output strongly favors the area ahead of and northwest of the eye to be the area most likely to see excessive rainfall totals. As such, the high-risk area's southern boundary is close to the latest NHC track.
And I need to point out the new National Hurricane Center cone does take it further east. We're looking at a landfall now near Englewood, and I expect that will continue to shift east over time, if I'm being frankly honest here. But now calls, that's a major hurricane landfall, category 4 landfall, that 130 miles per hour, and then moving pretty much directly over Orlando and towards Palm Coast, and actually emerging off the coast now. National Hurricane Center expecting for a short time with a Georgia landfall there as a tropical storm, and then moving inland over South Carolina. That's the latest forecast cone. Only goes out to 4 days now, so it's not a complete cone anymore. They expect dissipation by Sunday. Thoughts from the team on that?
You want to know something? Sorry if I interrupted anybody, but the island The island that houses Nassau in the Bahamas, that has a tropical storm warning, but the island to the left, the mainland of the Bahamas, literally has nothing.
Hold on, when did they do that?
It's on the new cone. I saw it.
I see it, but that's not true.
I'm confused.
Unless there's been a change. Oh, yes, they had to do a correction. I'm just confused as to whether the correction is that the warnings aren't there or that they forgot to include it in their update. I'm really confused here.
Me
No,
too.
they've corrected it to include it. Yeah, Bimini and Grand Bahama under a tropical storm warning. There's more there as well. I can't see where it says the other ones. They'll have to issue another correction because they've highlighted New Providence Island and I think it's Eleuthera Island. So I've no idea what's going on there.
They put New Providence. They put New Providence under a tropical storm warning, but not the Lucayan archipelago.
I need to interrupt here. I apologize for cutting you off, Peanut, but
no, you're fine.
That rotation that is currently located near that is the tornado warning. I am potentially starting to see signs of a tornado on the ground. I think this could also be radar interference. However, that rotation couplet has just blown up a lot. It has intensified, and I am seeing the potential signs of a possible spin up ongoing with the tornado warning. It is not confirmed. However, there is a sign that a tornado could be likely on the ground, but this could also be radar interference, and I'm sticking with radar interference because it is kind of in the peripheral where we could be seeing range folding, but that velocity signature is very clearly there.
Plus, no one hopes it's a tornado either.
Yes, but I am seeing a potential sign. It is a very small one, but there is a potential sign that we could see a tornado on the ground. And also, Nathan, could we pull up Smitty? Because he just TM'd.
We will in a few moments, but we still have to get to the bottom of what on earth is going on with the National Hurricane Center right now. So their initial update didn't acknowledge any warnings in the Bahamas. Then they issued a correction saying that it's Bimini and Grand Bahama, but now
there are two more islands.
But this map has actually highlighted 3 other islands: the Greater Barco Island, New Providence, and Eleuthera Island. I think that one is. So I'm really confused as to what's going on there. Either NHC have to correct this cone, or they have to issue another correction to include those other islands. But I don't know. But if you're watching in the Bahamas, certainly it would make sense if it's just Bimini and Grand Bahama, to be honest. So
I don't know what the hell the NHC is doing.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Also, guys.
Large debris ball. Sorry to interrupt. Large debris ball.
Where?
With that tornado warning, it is deep CC now. Tornado is definitely on the ground.
Which tornado? Is it the southern one?
Nope. The only tornado warning now has a large CC drop.
Oh.
Now with this tornado warning though, there's no one there. So a debris ball, is that vegetation?
That might be trees, but
yeah, there are a lot of trees there.
For a debris ball to go down all the way to 52%, that might be trees. That could also be outbuildings, but that is definitely a CC drop, and tornado is on the ground. Wow, that is actually a very...
There's loads of stuff going on. I also wanted to present another image here, and this is the eye of Ian from the Recon plane earlier on. I assume it was today. This was a picture taken inside the eye of Ian. Whilst we look at that, go ahead.
Light couplet nearly 70 miles an hour.
I'm gonna say it's my time to depart from here, so good luck with the stream.
Thanks very much for helping us out tonight.
You're welcome.
So
Might be back tomorrow for more coverage.
No
Nathan,
doubt.
also we're looking at
Take care,
almost-
Nathan.
Thank you. You too.
We're also looking at a 1 3/4 to 2 mile wide debris ball on that tornado warning.
Wow. So that was just a quick look there inside the eye of Ian from Recon. I assume that was earlier today. Now, let's look back at the radar and see if we can bring on some of our other people who were in here a while ago. I know that there were a couple of people who wanted to join the call, and I told them that they would have a slot soon. But at the moment, we're looking at this significant tornado possible. Well, probably.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that tornado. That tornado is most likely strong, if not intense. We're looking at a VROT of, let's take a look.
It has 60 knots.
60 knot VROT? Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Nearly hurricane force. Well, yeah.
Well,
just
VROT
barely.
is the rotation, so it's probably like double that in terms of wind speed. It's quite, like gate to gate shear wise, I'm seeing a velocity of about 70 knots over 20 knots. So that's like about 90 knots.
I'm looking at the high res velocity and I just see nearly 60 knots.
Yep.
Looking
Alright,
impressive.
Floyd, were you going to say something?
I was just saying it's looking impressive.
Yeah, definitely. These rain bands are going to move into populated areas soon, so the tornado threat, like actually impacting populated areas, is just rising as time goes on, as this hurricane moves along. And there are still supercells trying to fire near Miami, and if they manage to route, well, that's not going to be too good.
Let's see if we can talk to Logan right now, because they're in Tampa. Hello? Logan? You gotta press the unmute button in order for us to hear you.
Nathan,
Yep.
correction to NHC advisory.
They've corrected it?
Yep.
0.52 cc drop.
Dang.
So what have they corrected?
I think they corrected the issue that you pointed out earlier. Also, CC has weakened, but is still there. It is very, very small, but it is definitely still there.
The Tampa Bay area / Ruskin has extended has issued a tornado watch for Charlotte, DeSoto, Highlands, and Lee County until 5 a.m.
Actually, correction, it has lifted.
Alright, good.
I already noted that correction before. They have to correct the correction if they're going to make this right. There's something wrong still with those warnings. Anyway. Logan, are you there?
Yeah. So the pressure right now for Hurricane Ian is 28.12 inches. Its max wind right now is 120 miles per hour, and its movement is north at 10 miles per hour. It may just take landfall. It may take a little landfall on us at like a Category 4, but it's really going to take landfall either on a Category 1 or a tropical storm. And if it takes landfall at a Category 1, it's going to be at 2. It's going to be at 2 a.m. on the 29th, but if it takes landfall at a Category 4, it's going to be 2 a.m. on the 28th. So,
I guess I know what you mean. Just that it's probably
Also,
going
there's
to
a lot
be
of
a major
weather.
landfall further south. But you're saying that if
Mhm.
it goes further north towards Tampa, it will take longer and it will get weaker towards Category 1 at landfall.
Yeah. So before today it used to be on the right side of the cone, but now it's on the left side. And also there's a little bit of weather going on in Key West. It's starting to flood there too. I know there Naples is also part with the hurricane, although it's really close to the cone actually, and it's still hit. And I do know it's gonna it might hit outside the cone.
All right, thank you for that, Logan there in the Tampa area. Let's see if we can talk to Shoham R. Or I might be getting that completely wrong.
I thought you said Soham for a second.
Not quite Soham. Are you there?
I have no idea what the hell
Yes, you're on the air.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm just watching the storm on radar, and I'm noticing some type of like collapse of the eye. It's like almost as if it's like, you know, closing in or something like that. I was just wondering like what that was and how that's gonna affect, development and all that.
What do we think, guys?
The collapsing of the eye. I see what you mean. There's like a big old like missing portion of the eye, I think.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
the south side is kind of like, not as well structured as the north.
Yeah.
The eye wall at least looks to be weakening somewhat. I'm
Like
not
half
sure why that's happening.
Like half the eyewall just disappeared.
You know what that is? Like
Big chunk out of it right now. I just wonder whether the only possible answer,
replacement cycle.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, maybe, but perhaps dry air as well.
I don't think that's dry air. I don't see any open.
Is dry air just a result of like, Ian just, sucking in all the energy around it?
Yeah, usually. I'm gonna take a look at the water vaporimetry because I want to see if it is actually dry air ingestion.
Yeah, please do.
I don't think it is dry air.
Show him anything else we can do for you?
No, but I was just wondering. I'm looking at the radar, and I've been looking at it all day. So
Yeah.
I noticed that. I was just kind of like, I was just kind of wondering what that was. So yeah.
No problem.
Yeah,
Thanks for the call.
There's definitely some dry air to the north,
Right.
but that's like way up near the panhandle.
Right.
There
The
is
eye is
no sign of dry air where the hurricane is currently at. It's still very moist.
And
The
taking
eye
a
is-
look at the Naples webcam right now, looking out to sea, and you can see more variable cloud cover and some dark patches over there in the distance. There are a few storms not far away from Naples, so that's an interesting little look as well in the bands of this storm right now.
Might I add, with what the eye is doing, it's beginning to wobble, and now the southeastern side of the eye wall is starting to give way, and it's starting to clear.
Yeah, that's sort of what we've just said in a different way, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's supporting the fact that might. Well, for me, that leads me to believe it's starting an eyewall replacement cycle, but you never know.
If it does, it's gonna expand, isn't it?
It's just gonna get. Maybe that's why they issued a tropical storm warning for the Bahamas. But I doubt it.
We'll have to check the discussion in a minute. Maybe they'll say something about it.
Nathan, breaking news: Torar has been issued. Radar confirmed tornado warning has been issued. A tornado-producing storm is located near Loop Road East Center, or 21 miles east of Chokoloskee, moving north at 25 miles an hour. This is a radar-confirmed damaging tornado.
And that's
Damaging?
across
All right.
Route
Yeah,
90/41 there as well. So potentially a damaging tornado there.
It lifted though. Why did they? This is another situation where why did Miami wait for the tornado to lift and then they call it a Torar?
Miami.
Maybe the warnings are delayed, like they issue it and then it comes on our screens a bit later.
Maybe.
Hello, Bashed, you're on the air.
Hello? Mike, everything, my mic's good. Everything's fine.
I think so.
Okay. I was just wondering, like the last guy said, I was watching radar on the stream. There was a giant break in the eyewall and around the south area, and I was wondering, could that affect like the landfall intensity whenever it makes landfall in the next 24, 48 hours?
Well, I'm sure it could. I mean, I'm going to see if we can get information from the National Hurricane Center that might explain this. But I suppose this might mean goodbye to the chances of rapid intensification, maybe, because they're projecting a 130 mile an hour in at the next point and at landfall. So they're suggesting, is it not much more strengthening? I mean, it's only 10 miles an hour more than it currently is.
Yeah, I don't believe it would make a like Category 4 landfall anywhere in Florida. That doesn't really.
No, it definitely could.
check out to me.
I mean, not high-end Category 4 anymore, I don't think. But 130 miles an hour, same as Irma, and looks like it could be a similar place at this rate.
Yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable on these things, so I just normally leave it up to other people.
I mean,
to decide.
No, but
There's
right
still like
now, I mean, we don't really know what's going on, so some people, I mean, anyone's view is sort of valid right now.
I understand.
But thank you for your observation, Bashed.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
No problem.
There might actually be a new CC drop forming, Nathan.
Out of that
It's
same
very
cell.
tiny. It's very tiny, but I don't know if that could be. There's definitely not hail with this, so either this is radar interference or this is a new tornado.
This thing is just cranking out tornadoes, it seems.
I think that is a new tornado, honestly, because there's
man.
definitely no hail on this one.
Yes, Fitz, I do agree with you. That is perfectly co-located with higher reflectivity, the velocity coupler, everything. That might actually be another tornado on the ground.
Man,
Oh yeah, definitely.
that area is getting raked right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do I have time to read out the National Hurricane Center discussion?
You have absolutely the right amount of time. Go
All
right
right,
ahead.
so the pressure on the latest Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft fix fell to about 952 millibars, indicating that Ian is re-strengthening over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. The eye of Ian remains well defined on visible imagery, although radar data from Key West suggests that an Eyewall replacement could be in the initial stages. The initial wind speed is set to 105 knots, matching a blend of earlier SFMR and flight level wind data. The plane data also showed that the area of hurricane force winds is growing on the east side of the cyclone. It's moving east of due north or 10 degrees at 9 knots with occasional wobbles to the north-northeast. A track towards the north-northeast is expected for the next couple of days whilst it moves between a ridge over the Bahamas and a trough over the western Gulf of Mexico. There has been some model convergence this afternoon showing Ian remaining stronger and vertically deeper through landfall. This solution results in a faster track, again adjusted to the southeast, and the new forecast is moved in that direction. This new NHC track is close to the corrected model consensus, and between the quicker ECMWF and the slower GFS models. It should be emphasized that this track remains uncertain, with a typical spread in the steering features leading to big speed and track differences down the line, not to mention the oblique angle of approach to Florida. In a few days, more of the guidance is showing Ian interacting with a shortwave trough over the southeastern United States, causing the system to move back over the northwestern Atlantic in the longer range, before turning northwestward back over land. The day 3 to 5 track forecast is also shifted eastward, although significant re-strengthening is not expected at long range. The outflow pattern of the hurricane is beginning to be impinged upon in the southwestern quadrant, a sign that upper level southwesterly flow is starting to affect the outer circulation. While the shear should increase up through landfall, it's just too close to call whether it starts to weaken Ian or not, or whether the larger system is able to resist the shear. Additionally, an Eyewall replacement cycle could be in its initial phases, although predicting these structural changes is extremely difficult, and that's from the experts. The new forecast is near the last one, a little higher than the consensus. And whether Ian comes ashore as a Category 4 or large Category 3 after an Eyewall cycle, avoiding a large and destructive hurricane for Florida seems very unlikely, and residents should heed the advice of local emergency management officials. The new forecast necessitates a hurricane warning for portions of extreme southwestern Florida and a tropical storm warning for the rest of southeastern Florida that wasn't previously under a warning. Users are reminded to not focus on the exact track, as some additional adjustments to the track are possible. Significant wind, storm surge, and rainfall hazards will extend far from the center.
We've got another tornado report.
Shoot.
Yeah, 1 mile west-southwest loop road east, and I don't know how up, if it's double, I'm just going to call it double east, but yeah, 1 mile west-southwest of that location.
Yeah, the tornado warning is actually expired because it just completely blew up. It's completely dead. What probably happened is that it occluded slightly, and then it merged with another piece of convection and completely killed it. So thank God the tornado chances from that storm have completely diminished. However, these are tropical tornadoes, and they can definitely recycle at any time, so please keep aware. But this is the third confirmed tornado from today's event based on just reports and TDSs.
Hello, Jacob in Orlando. You're on the air. Hello? We heard half of you. I don't know what happened there. Jose is also with us right now. You're in... I can't remember where exactly you are. Oh, who's that?
I think that's Jacob.
I'm in a very loud surroundings right now. Yeah, hurricane warning just issued for my area.
Oh.
I'm in Orlando, so I wasn't really expecting to get a hurricane warning, but I can kind of see the outer bands of Ian from here.
Mm-hmm. We're struggling to hear you over there. Jose, you're also with us right now. Remind me where you are again.
Florida.
I know that, but was it East
Stewart.
Coast?
East.
Yep. What's your thoughts on the storm right now?
Right now, I should not say nervous, but a little nervous more for the West. Because, I said earlier before, they were calling a landfall in Tampa, which we all know that Tampa is very vulnerable to like storm surge, which if any storm goes through there, it can completely flood, which a little concerned me. But now since it's not calling for one, that's what the National Hurricane Center is showing. It can. I said there will still feel effects of hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds.
Definitely. All along the East Coast now. Tropical storm force winds at least.
Yeah. I'm just looking at it right now. I think in my part of my city, I guess 80 to 90% chance of tropical storm force winds here.
Probably. Here's a look again from Naples, and you can see some low cloud bases over there in the distance from quite a long band of rain that is visible from Naples camera. And that is probably, apart from that Key West one that we're looking at the road, this is probably the closest facing out to sea camera that we're able to take a look at right now. And that's the live view from Naples. The waves aren't particularly rough yet. The tide isn't very high, and there's still people larking about on the pier there.
Just to add on something, Nathan, I don't know if it's me or you can tell, but on the radar, it's showing that it's moving east, a bit east.
Well, that's what I've been thinking about in the last hour or two. National Hurricane Center's still saying 10 degrees, which is almost due north, but it's way more east than that, surely.
Yeah, because like during class, when I was looking at the radar, it to me it was looking like it was moving east, like very slowly. I'm not sure if you saw it, like you said you did saw it, like you're thinking about it, but to me I think it's still moving east.
It's not moving east, but it's northeast, not as north as the National Hurricane Center is saying yet, though. But I would call it, if you know your degrees, I would call it maybe 35 degrees on the compass rather than 10. That's what they're saying. Our tornado trackers out there have gone quiet. What's going on over there?
Yeah, so we received another confirmation based off of the T by dual pole for that tornado that honestly I thought was a very decent tornado. It had a TDS of about 4,000 feet and a very decent velocity rotation signature. So yet again another tornado has occurred. Also, I'm looking at speaking of which, we actually just received a special marine warning with a waterspout possible attack heading straight for Chokoloskee and the main city of Everglades. The city. But other than that, I am not seeing anything too crazy in terms of rotation, honestly. But I think that's going to change, honestly. There's going to be more beams firing up, and as they move over on the more favorable thermals, yeah, there's just going to be a constant supply of energy for these tornadoes to keep on forming and dropping down. And I'm really surprised that they've been dropping down at and becoming for a brief time significant, as we've seen, where we've had 2 instances of very decently large CC drops, which would indicate that there was definitely at those 2 instances, significant tornadoes on the ground for like a brief second.
Crazy.
They released another tropical weather discussion.
It's increased a little bit, so we are on a dull right now for a tornado right now.
All right.
Nathan, really quick. Is the National Hurricane Center still saying that Ian is still gonna stall for a couple of days?
Not really anymore. They've gone more for a quicker. It's still fairly slow, but it's not as slow as it was.
Yeah, it's not a dead stop, but it still will probably stop for like a day.
I just got a warning on my TV of tornado watch.
Yeah. Well, is that a new one, maybe? I know there was already one in effect.
I'll take a look right now because I'm watching the.
Hey, Miami continued the flood advisory for Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach counties.
Yeah, no, there's only one tornado watch active right now, and it came into effect nearly an hour ago. We can take a look at this one again for those who haven't seen it. Well, there's our stream. Let's not do that. There's the tornado watch there till 5 a.m. all night long. A few tornadoes possible over a large area there as far north as Sebastian and Sebring, with a population of 8.1 million in that area.
Yeah.
The watch. Sorry, I just got a tornado watch for Martin County until 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's part of it, but I just got
I'm pretty sure it
warning.
will be.
Alright.
The watch should be gone by the time you usually get up to get ready for work. I mean, I know you're probably not going to have work tomorrow. If you do have work tomorrow, that's a problem.
Unless they extend the watch.
Unless they extend it, but if they don't extend it, it'll end roughly the time you would normally get up to go to work.
Yeah. I do want to bring up right now that it looks as though Ian may be going through a murk.
Well, NHC have pointed out probably the beginning of an Eyewall replacement cycle according to radar. That's what they're thinking right now. Though the more I look at this imagery, it looks like it might be closing back in again. Well, we'll wait and see.
Someone just
spilling kind of. You can see actually on water vapor imagery that the eye is actually becoming less defined, or something's trying to get into the eye.
It's more like it's a murk, meaning that it's a merger
Eyewall replacement cycle.
Yeah. As it looks as though the north, the west, and the south, or those areas, it's merging together and it's creating a new eye.
All right.
Someone in YouTube chat just said. They just said this chat is like the Gmod of meteorology.
Oh my. Not sure how to feel about that. Rain Swish, you're on the air. Is that you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Tell us what you got for us.
Yeah, I'm from Polk County, Florida. I was wondering if I could get I want to know what the hurricane could possibly do to western central Florida.
Polk County is inland, isn't it? Is it Lakeland?
Yeah, Lakeland.
Euxinator, do you want to pick up that?
Yes. Because I'm actually live in the county next over in Pasco. So I know very well where Polk County is. The conditions that you'll get, it depends on where. So if you're from Lakeland, you won't really be affected by storm surgery, but the main concerns for you will be wind and flood, I would say. Wind and hurricane force winds and flood. But with obviously this storm has been quite unpredictable. There's been a bunch of factors that we have not.
Breaking news: Orlando International Airport is ceasing all operations effective 10:30 a.m. Wednesday
also breaking. Evacuations may be needed for the Jacksonville area. And another breaking piece of story for you Central Florida people and people within the Orlando region, Disney is going to be shuttering their theme parks in preparation of Hurricane Ian due to that eastward shift. So those are 3 developing stories that have
Oh
just.
no. Anyway.
Okay. That's actually thank you for bringing that up because that's something I need to talk to your parents about. But that's okay. So basically, what I did before I got in terms of breaking news. Basically the threats for Polk County is going to be similar to Pasco County. It's going to be hurricane force winds, really, and some flooding. I would say, flooding's probably the main concern. I would say, but other than that, there's no risk for storm surge or anything like that unless you live by a lake or something, and even that's not really going to do much. So yeah.
We're just looking again at the camera in Naples there.
And there's some dude walking towards the ocean.
Oh yes, there's someone walking on the beach there.
Why?
It's not the, I don't know.
Why?
So, there we are. Yes, a high-pitched voice award there by the sounds of it. Let's see if we've got any. Let's talk to Suction Cup Man, which is a very interesting name. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. That tornado warning storm has a signature of like 60 to 80.
That does not mean anything. But I know what you were saying.
Rotating 500 feet above the ground at good speed.
Yeah.
Also, there are now curfews in place for some areas of Florida, and Orlando is under hurricane warning, I think.
Yep. You're a little quiet at our end.
Sorry.
So, so yeah, the hurricane warning in Orlando now.
Also, how many tornadoes do you think this storm's going to produce?
Well, we've already seen potentially quite a few. There's still plenty of time yet, and looking at some interesting looking bands that are still moving along. I don't know, I'm not really an expert on hurricane spawn tornadoes, but what are we at now at an average rate? Maybe 2 or 3 an hour?
We've been at 4 for the day. Actually 3 for the day, based off of confirmed TDS. Actually 4 of the day based off of confirmed TDS reports. Also, I do want to apologize. I said earlier that tornado warning with the confirmed tornado tag, that actually has not expired. The southern part of the old tornado warning expired right as the storm that has the confirmed tornado warning died off completely. So the TOR-R is still in place for another 5 minutes, but that's probably going to be dropped.
Yeah, the warning in I forgot what the county below it was named.
Mainland.
Yeah, it expired. That county's warning expired, but the one north of it is still going on. Just got a notification.
But Nathan, to answer your question about what we've been seeing so far, we've been looking at least 1 to potentially 2 an hour, and we've had 4 total on the day.
And you think that will continue to rise quite a bit through the next few hours?
Yep.
I mean, we've got that tornado watch, so...
Absolutely, yep. I would expect multiple more tornadoes given the fact that we've had an environment favorable for that. And I'm also seeing several little beans. They don't have rotation yet, but they could organize into supercells.
I think I know what you're looking at there, yeah. Tim,
Nearby.
you're with us.
I am, and looks like we're getting a pretty interesting situation with these outer bands. Obviously, a few tornado warnings, a few being reported, and looks like we actually had a water spout
north of Key West, probably about 15 minutes ago. I know everybody's using different radars, but GR2 analysts actually picked up a tornado signature northwest of Key West. So these outer bands are definitely whipping up some tornadic activity.
Northwest of Key West, so that area right now that's moving by on the inner, getting closer towards the inner storm.
Look at how smooth the inner rain bands look on radar, and then you just like look to the right and you just see ragged cells just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Breaking.
Man, they look ugly.
Breaking news.
Yep.
Collier County Zone A is now under a mandatory evacuation order.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We've also...
This was be expected as this got closer to the coastline. More evacuations we figured would be going into effect.
Official website of Collier County. This is from the actual, and I will read it very briefly. I'll give you guys a little bit of time to discuss some more information, and then in about a minute I'll read it off.
Adafira, we also got you with us now. What are your thoughts on the storm? I think they may have...
Is swearing allowed on the stream?
No. I mean, we'd like to be professional.
Okay, just wondering. But how many goddamn times is this storm gonna make us think it's going under an Eyewall replacement cycle?
It is a curious one right now, and every time it looks like it's doing an Eyewall replacement, then it looks like it's coming back again. But having said that, it does look like the inner eye there is losing its shape regardless.
It does, Nathan. Just looking at the GR2 radar, which I know we can't share because we're on stage here, it does look like there is a few breaks on the eastern eyewall, at least on this radar that I've got.
Well, you can clearly see it here too, but yeah, you can probably see it even better on yours, sure.
Yeah, mine is about 11 minutes old on the last image, which yours is probably a little bit more recent.
Yeah.
Hey, Nathan, before I read my, before actually breaking news, new confirmed tornado warning before I read the evacuation order.
Oh Christ, I started an argument in the YouTube chat now.
What?
New confirmed tornado warning. A tornado-producing storm is located over Big Cypress National Preserve, or 20 miles northeast of Chokoloskee, moving north at 20. I believe this is with the previous Torah. Oh, yep, it is. There it is.
Actually, that is from a special marine warning that was just activated, and that is a possible waterspout moving on shore.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Great. What?
Oh yeah, I see the marine warning you're talking about.
Yeah, if you zoom in on that orange box, Nathan, that's a special marine warning, and that special marine warning has a water spout associated with it, and that is moving on shore. That is what's prompting our confirmed tornado warning.
No, it isn't. It's something else. It's this at the moment that we're looking at. There's an observed tornado warning till 6:15 p.m. at this location. There's no one in that exposure zone. At least no permanent population, but that's the current tornado warning. That special marine warning you're talking about, Tim, as far as I can see, hasn't converted yet, but it could.
I want to actually correct you, Tim, on that. That is actually the previous tornado confirmed from the earlier cell that produced the large debris ball. That is not the water spout moving on shore. And also, I do want to read. I do want to have about a minute to read this new evacuation order. It's I'm just gonna read it very briefly. Just need a minute of my time. Due to the potential hazards related to Hurricane Ian, Collier County has issued a mandatory evacuation notice for Zone A. Those living in the immediate coastal areas west and south of U.S. Highway 41 and Tamiami Trail in low-lying flood-prone areas and mobile homes. For those that elect to evacuate and do not have other options available to them, general population shelters will open at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, September 27th, which is today. So they've already opened as a last resort. The following pet-friendly general population shelters will be opening. Please listen carefully if you are within Collier County Zone A. Oak Ridge Middle School at 14975 Collier Boulevard in Naples, Corkscrew Middle School, 1165 Oil Well Road in Naples, Golden Gate Middle School, 2701 48th Terrace Southwest Naples, Immokalee Middle School, 401 North 9th Street, Immokalee. The following non-pet friendly general population shelters will also be opening. Golden Gate High School opening at 6 p.m., 2925 Titan Way, Naples. Gulf Coast High School, 7878 Shark Way, Naples. Immokalee High School, 701 Immokalee Drive, Suite 5, Immokalee. Those who plan to use emergency shelters should take any necessary medications, cell phone chargers, toiletries, foods, water, flashlights, bedding, and anything else. They need to be comfortable. And pet owners must bring their vaccination records, the appropriate size kennel for their animals, food and water for a minimum of 3 days, bowls, and all supplies, including waste bags and litter. When taking pets outside, they must remain leashed, and pet owners are responsible for picking up pet waste. There must be a family member or caretaker of the pet present in the shelter always.
Okay, let's see if we can talk now to Ike. Hello, Ike. Are you there?
Hello?
Welcome.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So I'm planning to leave for South Carolina Friday night, and I was just wondering how much rain would we get, and like how long would it last?
Tim, what do you think on that?
Right now, I actually have not looked at the latest updates, so let me actually pull that information.
Where in South
up.
Carolina was that?
Probably Myrtle Beach, I'd say.
Yeah, so the coastal areas will get more rain than inland.
Yeah, just looking at the Weather Prediction Center's forecast over the next 5 days, Myrtle Beach down to Charleston and Savannah is in that 6 to 10 inch range. Most likely, that'll probably be occurring Thursday and Friday. So, good chance that Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Savannah down to Hilton Head, those areas will get heavily hammered by the rain, and flooding is possible in those areas.
All right, a lot going on right now. Hurricane Ian, still with winds of 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 952 millibars. National Hurricane Center are doing hourly position estimates. Thanks for the call, Ike, by the way. And let's see if we can also talk to Bashar. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello everyone. I'm from the Miami-Dade County in Florida. I'm in the southern-eastern section. It's been raining heavily all day where I'm at, and I was wondering if I should have any concerns such as heavy rain, flooding, and rough winds, since the hurricane's movement seems to be heading more eastern.
That it is,
Yes,
and
definitely.
tropical storm warnings for that area now. I can see a few more rain storms blowing up near your area as well, so more potential for flash flooding. We heard about some urban and street flooding yesterday. Was it particularly bad in your area?
Yeah, it was like, so there was some trash bags on the sidewalks for dumpster cars to pick up, and they started floating from all the flooding in the streets
Yeah.
and sidewalks. It was getting really bad.
Yeah, so there might be quite a bit more of that to come yet as this storm blows through. Tropical storm force winds. I mean, it's not going to be too crazy, but certainly tropical storm force winds, loose objects. You want to make sure that anything that you have externally is fastened down. I don't think surge will be a massive issue for that area, but there might be a small amount of surge for the Miami-Dade County region.
All right, thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Thank you. Thank you for the call,
Breaking
Bashar.
news, Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
Lee County has declared a state of emergency due to Hurricane Ian, which I believe is the Fort Myers area. Yes, Fort Myers and the entirety of Lee County have declared a state of emergency due to the incoming arrival of major Hurricane Ian. Universal Studios and Disney World have closed down their theme parks as well in preparation for Hurricane Ian. And I do have other stuff I'm gonna look through real quick.
I
Many
was
other
under the impression that the whole state had declared emergency a long time ago.
Oh, there is a massive, well, not really massive, but there's a well-defined rotation couplet about, I don't know where the measure tool is, I have to find it.
Where specifically are you looking at that couple of peanut? Is it with the tornado warning? Because that
No,
is...
it's a water spout off the shore about...
About 40 miles southwest of Everglades City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been noticed that. That is definitely a water spout. It's been going on.
I'm trying to look through Twitter here to see any more news have come in.
That thing has a whole hook and everything.
Right now we're back to a live shot of Naples as our team continue this discussion. It's looking rather odd there. It's somewhat rather bright, but still very dull at the same time. We don't have sight of those thunderstorms that are in the distance anymore over here. The weather in that area is a little bit drizzly. Maybe some stronger rain bands that are moving through right now, actually. No one's really out. There's a few people down there on the beach, actually. But the waves do still look fairly calm here at Naples.
You don't usually see tropical cyclones producing tornadoes over water.
Do you not?
Key West, guys. Key West, now in Key West, there have been reports of up to 65 mile per hour gusts.
Oh, dear God.
And there is a view on one of the city streets in Key West. A few people looking still pretty chill out there with breezes through this street here. Can't see a huge amount from this perspective, but it actually looks like it's dried up a little bit over there. It was much wetter earlier. There is a substantial band of rain that's just off Key West, very close. And it might just get the tail end of that in a short while. But that's the view at Key West right now. Let's see if we can talk to Chandler. We'll just wait for them to accept, and hello, you're on the air. Chandler? Oh, well, we've not got any audio from you. Sometimes these issues happen.
If we don't get any more storms this season, but we finish off with above average ace, would the season be considered above average even though the name storms are kind of low?
I don't know anymore. It might vary from what people's standards are. Some people still look at just the named storms and that's it.
Nathan.
Ace is more important. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave because I might help my dad with some stuff, so I don't know if I'm gonna be back, alright?
Alright, no problem. That was Jose.
Alright, well, stay safe, everyone, alright? Bye.
Bye.
That was Jose there. Chandler, can we hear you now? Nope, we're still struggling. We're unable to hear anything on that audio right now. So I would recommend you do an audio check and try and come back again in a moment.
2013, I remember like 30.
What's that?
2013, I remember had like 30 ace, but it got to M. And it was below average, so I assume it just might be the ace count.
I don't know.
Because any season could theoretically just spam weak tropical storms and just get the 2020 activity levels.
Nathan, I do have a breaking news story. I just received a tweet from a news report from the damage that Hurricane Ian has left behind in Cuba.
I do have some good news and I do have some bad news. The bad news is that I've been reading the news report and people have been saying that the damage in Cuba is, to quote them in their own words, apocalyptic. Like seriously, I'm reading dead straight from the source, but
Gustav levels.
I am seeing completely damaged or destroyed outbuildings and regular buildings. However, I do have some excellent news to report that there have been no reported deaths in the country of Cuba from Hurricane Ian, which is an absolute miracle and godsend.
Well, there could still be time for information to emerge, but we'll hang on to that for the time being. No reported fatalities yet in Cuba. Looking back at the satellite imagery for Ian right now, and looking a little bit bare on the northwestern side, a bit of an opening in the higher levels on that satellite imagery. Tim,
Position update.
Oh, yes, I forgot we're at the end of the hour.
6 p.m. Hurricane Ian position update. Life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding expected with Ian in the Florida Peninsula. The Key West International Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 41 miles an hour with a gust of 60. A weather flow station at the Key West Coast Guard recently reported wind gusts to 54 miles an hour. Current location is 24.1 degrees north, 83.1 degrees west, about 210 miles or 340 kilometers south-southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida, or about 45 miles or 70 kilometers to the south-southwest of the Dry Tortugas. Maximum sustained winds are at 120 miles an hour or 195 kilometers per hour. Present movement is north or 10 degrees at 10 miles. Central pressure of 952 millibars or 28.12 inches.
So no change once again to the intensity, and they don't usually do that on hourly updates.
Nathan, I have something important to share.
Yep.
The wind velocities of Hurricane Ian have gotten so extreme that radars are now going into range-folded territory, meaning that there is winds above 142 miles per hour.
That is still at altitude, though. When they go from the radar site, it's still a little way away from Key West.
I think I'm seeing that. Is it where like they revert back to their low-end colors?
No, it's where they just go into range-folded color.
I don't. Oh, purple.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll pick up more information on the storm in a moment, but you heard that 6 p.m. position update. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more coverage on Ian. We're here taking phone calls from anyone out there who would like to speak to us about this storm and answer your questions, ask your questions on the air. We're here till 11 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be back again in a few moments. Stay tuned. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. 6 p.m. on the US East Coast, and for Florida, which is preparing for Hurricane Ian's arrival, which is getting very close now. The storm moving north-northeast pretty much as you follow the satellite. Radar imagery shows that it might just have a slight tinge more eastward element to it. And what we've seen constantly is the track keep changing and shifting east and east. And at this point, the National Hurricane Center is now expecting the landfall to be somewhere around Englewood, which is obviously south of Sarasota and well south of the Tampa Bay area when we look at the forecast, and maybe more eastward shifts are still possible. It has gone so far east indeed that it sparked tropical storm warnings for the rest of the southeastern part of Florida, areas that we were not very concerned about, but now tropical storm warnings for the Miami-Dade County area and points north up to Boca Raton that weren't under those warnings earlier. As of 6 p.m, 24.1 north, 83.1 west, 120 miles per hour, 952 millibars. In 2 hours' time, they will have an intermediate advisory where they might update the wind speed. They may even do it sooner than that, depending on what information they gather in that time. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio once again, and I'll be here to mediate and moderate the proceedings here in the discussion that we have with our quite large team, of course, lots of people involved. And we're going to the phones as well during our coverage this evening, where we're live until 11 p.m. And you can join our Discord server, discord.gg to /Force13 to take a look at our community and join the discussion if you want to speak up on the air. Well then, right now I'm joined by several people, but first I'd like to speak to Tim to tell us any information that you have about Recon right now, because I've not heard very much and they must be close.
Actually, Nathan, Recon went in earlier. AF308 was in there earlier. They had some technical issues, so they bugged out. We now have NOAA 3 going over the storm right now. They're getting ready to engage and start the reconnaissance mission. We have AF309 that has just left Kessler Air Force Base. They are sorting and en route. And we still have NOAA 9 doing upper-level drop-ons to give the National Hurricane Center some clarity on the steering currents and the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we have 3 planes that are all over this very dangerous storm at this time.
So looking at this radar imagery right now, looking rather interesting. Possible Eyewall replacement, still uncertain. Interesting structure around the storm. Key West possibly getting a little bit of blustery showers right now, and possibly tropical storm force winds as well. I think we heard in the last hour a gust of something at 60-something miles per hour, was it?
I think it was.
Nathan, we already got our first recon update.
Oh.
NOAA 3 just went through the center of Ian. This is extrapolated, mind you, 946 millibars, pending what we find on the drop sonde.
So that's going to be interesting, and a little bit of strengthening there again, or at least deepening. What's that?
No clue.
That was a very interesting voice from one of our team there. Anyways, this is a look out at Key West right now, and you can see rain again. There was a little dry spell earlier, and now it looks decidedly wet again. and rain persisting in that area underneath one of those bands. But still, people just sauntering around and just.
Tornado warning.
Tornado warning? Okay, where's this?
Tornado warning. For eastern Collier County in southwestern Florida, northern Miami-Dade County in southeastern Florida, southern Broward County in southeastern Florida, radar indicated rotation. Please take cover.
I didn't get it.
Yep, the warning's just come out here. Let's see if we can have a look at that on the screen. And there is the warning. Population of 18 inside that warning zone, but also a section of Interstate 75, so any travelers could also get caught up in that tornado warning.
Kind of surprised it dropped. They found 6 millibars deeper. That's what that noise was, because I was just so shocked.
Not confirmed yet, though. That was an extrapolation.
Yeah, we're still pending the drops on, and just to touch on something else that one of our other team members on stage was talking about the last hour, Nathan, is that some of the velocities are breaking on the radars. I'm actually looking at it myself. I am seeing some wind velocities of 105, 107 miles per hour. However, that is from the Key West radar, and that radar is picking those winds up at about 9,700 to 10,000 feet, which is right about the level that Recon flies. So I am really interested to see what they find on that southeastern side. Is, at least according to radar, that is where some of the strongest winds are occurring at.
Satellite imagery, and you can start to see that the shadows are getting longer there. It's getting later in the day, of course, and it looks like in these late day images the storm might be improving again, with convective blow-ups starting again, almost in a synchronized effort there. On the left-hand image particularly, you can see all of those blow-ups starting along the western side of the storm, filling in some of those gaps that it was starting to exhibit in the northwestern quadrant. And maybe it looks like this storm means business again now, with the eye becoming a little bit more rounded once again, and possible intensification resuming. Radar, on the other hand, shows that still it has some frailties when you look towards the southeastern side, but I do think it is holding its own and possibly returning to a slight strengthening at least. Yeah.
And did you?
Key West, Florida is now reporting hurricane force wind gusts. A wind gust of 76 miles per hour was just reported in Key West.
That might have been from one of the rain bands.
Well, it certainly looks squally over there right now with those bands coming in. We're just going to see if we can look at the Key West camera again in a moment. It's still not looking too crazy over there. It's the only one that we have in Key West right now, but you can see that vehicles traveling along there. It's only a little bit breezy with those tree branches. So,
I have someone has a question. It was from Ali Egg, who also donated $5. She said, I have a friend. Well, they said, I have a friend who is currently evacuating and lives in her van. Where should she go to avoid the storm, as she is currently in Orlando?
Okay, so Orlando could be hurricane conditions, of course, and big potential for flooding. I would say it would have to be north, wouldn't it?
I'd say so too.
That's all you have to go.
Yeah, because south is definitely out of it now. People who are talking about going south a couple of days ago.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, definitely north.
Yeah, I wouldn't go northeast. I would just go northwest.
I'll just go north.
Hey Nathan.
Yeah.
Aiden, who is one of our contributors who's not on the call, has actually provided us a tweet of the picture of the tornado that was produced, and that is a decent sized tornado that was dropped.
Let me take a look.
Bring it up on the stream.
Call chat. It's in call chat.
Yeah, we'll get
that
to
is
it in a
decent
moment.
sized tornado. I would say that is at least maybe a quarter of a mile in.
Wow.
A quarter of a mile. I would say it's at least a quarter of a mile in diameter and looked like a decent sized tornado.
Wow.
That is a real good tornado.
Look at the convection on the right side of that satellite
It was
image.
shot along US 41 between Naples and Miami.
That is a decent sized tornado, so definitely tornadoes have dropped to that. Sure.
So, were you done speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, that reminds me of the Gilbert tornado they caught on camera one time.
Oh.
It was like a massive wedge, but it didn't do anything.
So yep, that's in the Everglades area, a tornado that was spotted earlier on, and that must have been that confirmed tornado that we were tracking earlier.
Oh, and it's a low precip supercell.
So that's what we had sometime in the last hour, was it? Losing track of time.
If I'm correct, I believe this was from the... I actually don't know when this was from. I know it was definitely one of the tornadoes from at least an hour ago, though.
Yeah. Once again, here is a look at the radar imagery, which is always updating, and gradual movement towards the north-northeast. It does look like for once that it is sticking to the National Hurricane Center's track forecast, at least at the moment. The center of the eye looks to be right in the middle of that line, and if you follow that line all the way up, if it traces it all the way to landfall, then that's where it predicts landfall, very close, literally over Englewood, if it continues in this current fashion.
I would like to state something to the the three people in YouTube chat that immediately went and said that tornado could be EF2 or EF3. The Fujita scale is a damage scale. It's not based on size.
No. Yeah, and we don't even know what types of damage tornado caused until we get to that scene, which considering it's in the Everglades.
Yeah, like they said, it's not based on wind either. The wind provided on the scale, like for example, EF5 damage would be 201 plus. That is just an estimation.
However, I can give an actual solid estimation based on a TDS height of at least 4,000 feet, including a rotational velocity signature of at least 30 to 40 knots VROT. That tornado that is in the call chat right now, that is from earlier, can be rated at the most conservative EF1, but you have to wait for National Weather Service to actually confirm that. But it's a reasonable estimate. However, you must wait for National Weather Service to confirm that. But please do not blatantly just pre-rate. You need to provide sufficient evidence to give a reasonable estimation. Do not pre-rate, because pre-rating is not what we want to see, as other people can take it many different ways and many different bad ways. But just provide an explanation of why you want to give it that high of a rating. Also, don't even do it in general. If you want to actually just provide a estimation using Sam Emerson, and then you should be fine.
Well, I hate to interrupt you, but they just extended that tornado warning until 6:45.
Wow.
I know it's always been 6:45, but at 6:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles south of Mikosuke. I don't know how to pronounce that. Service Plaza, or 28 miles west of Pembroke Pines, moving northwest at 20 miles an hour.
If this thing continues on the way it is, it might actually drop a tornado, because over the rotational couplet, there is no ZDR. There's barely ZDR. So either this thing is on the verge of producing a tornado, or it is not producing a tornado, because you would see a high ZDR column over the rotational area, and there is barely a high ZDR column. So maybe this thing is, in the next couple frames, gonna produce a tornado. I would not be surprised though.
I do want to talk. I've been trying to talk for the past 5 minutes. As for stuff I did notice about the storm, because tornadoes are honestly not the only thing to worry about for this system, especially in the Everglades, because that's where these tornadoes occur. So I do want to mention really quick that in terms of the storm's overall structure, it looks as though the storm or the hurricane is potentially going through now. Well, obviously it has been through now business cycle, but recently some vertical towers have been starting to pop up, or vertical towers have been starting to appear on the southwestern quadrant of the storm, which might just indicate that some intensification might be happening soon, or that the Eyewall business cycle might be done soon.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We still see those big convective towers, and it's really starting to just look at those latest frames. It just happens very suddenly. Massive convective bursts, well, not massive, but pockets of convective bursts all around the western side of the Eyewall and in some places on the eastern side as well. Fascinating to watch, and what might that mean? It can't be a sign of weakening, can it?
Actually, no, it is definitely a sign that it is strengthening, Nathan. We actually have a recon update. NOAA 3 did get a pass on the eye.
I hate to interrupt you, but there's another tornado warning.
More tornado warnings. I think that was an extension, as far as I can see.
No, they just issued a new one.
Yeah, this is the new one. It is to the northwest of our current warning system.
Really?
12 miles southeast of Ave Maria.
That's
of Ave Maria.
That's an actual save that's non-Everglades. So we're starting to get to territory where it's not just going to be impacting the Everglades, it might impact cities.
I see it.
Yeah, the biggest town that I'm seeing on this polygon is Sunderland. So if you are in Sunderland, you need to be getting to your safe spot right now. But back to that recon, they got 949 on that drop.
Mm-hmm. That was for us the same cell that did have another tornado warning not long ago, though.
Yeah, I think that, was it? Yes, it was. Yeah, they allowed that warning to expire and they reissued it a little bit ago.
Now then, let's try and get some callers on the air. I know that one person in here has been waiting a very long time. They were deafened earlier, so we couldn't raise their attention. But apparently we have Detective Spooky Pumpkin. The names get very interesting on here. Hello, are you there?
Yes, hello. So I'm living in Miami-Dade County. Yesterday I wasn't really tracking the storm as much as recently. I believe that the National Hurricane Center was predicting actually a landfall in the Panhandle. So it's been very difficult storm to track. It's shifted west and east a lot, but recently it appears to be shifting closer to, I guess, south of Tampa now. I would say that Tampa, I guess, has dodged the bullet here because they were predicting a Category 3 landfall, I think, on Tampa. I might be wrong. Category 2, Category 3.
Certainly a strong landfall, and the worst side of the storm would have been the eastern side for storm surge. And it looks pretty clear-cut that it's going to make landfall south of Tampa now. So, in a way, they have dodged it with regards to the worst storm surge. And indeed, they've already toned down the storm surge expectations. I think they're expecting 5 to 8 feet now for Tampa Bay.
We need to break in. We have, based off of radar, there might have been a brief tornado to the north of Miami on tilt 3 of the Miami north, just directly north of the Miami radar site on tilt 3. There was a CC drop on tilt 3.
Wow.
And also there is a line of supercellular beams approaching Key West. A line.
Well.
Yeah.
And you can clearly see it on Key West radar.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you wanted to say, caller? Oh no.
Alright, we got some recon update, Nathan. Just looking at the current flight path, it looks like AF309 might be having some technical issues.
Oh,
they were deployed out, and it looks like they are turning back to Kessler Air Force Base. So right now, NOAA 3 is going to be our only reconnaissance that we're going to have in the storm at this time.
All right then.
The last few radar frames are showing what look to be hook echoes in that line roughly, I think, like 40 miles northwest of Key West.
Interesting.
If you look actually at the terminal radar on the tornado warning that's closest to Miami, you can actually see a very decent rotation velocity signature.
Joey, you're on the air.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
All right, so I'm in like that South Sarasota area, very close to Inglewood, and I've been tracking this storm since it said it was going to go to Sarasota originally, and I just have a few questions about the models and stuff.
Yeah. They're always changing.
First, I looked at the GFS and Euro models, and like they're both a bit north of the NHC track the last time I checked.
Right. The ECMWF isn't, I don't think.
Well, I just checked like a few, like I say an hour ago. They can probably change then. And also, I noticed the rain, like that purple area is still north of where the storm's going to be.
Let me just double check what the ECMWF model is going with from the 12Z run, and a little bit south of the National Hurricane Center's cone. GFS is still... No, GFS is at the same place as well. They're both just a hair's breadth south of the National Hurricane Center cone now. There's some decent agreement. It's all coming together regarding the models. Now, you were talking about purples there. I'm guessing that's for very high rain amounts?
Yeah, like I think it's around like 10 to 15 inches.
Well, in some areas it could be 30 plus. If it's moving slowly like we currently expect it to, you could be seeing up to 30 inches of rain near the landfall zone and inland a little bit.
So, one more thing about it. So where my area is, it just stopped raining, but it was like a constant rain. And I went bike riding for a bit around the area, and some of the areas are already like flooded, like in Florida. The sidewalks, we have these little indents. I guess they're for the flooding, but they're almost full, and they're already reaching some house lines with high.
Yeah, that's a concern. I mean, we've heard that a lot of Florida has had their fill of rain and saturated ground already, and this could be a big flooding problem.
Yeah, for
Breaking.
where I am. Oh, you can talk.
Yeah, you can continue after I read this. Breaking news. Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency for the entire state of Georgia as Hurricane Ian is moving closer to making landfall in the United States.
Well, there are tropical storm warnings for part of Georgia. They are likely to get a tropical storm impact on Friday. Joey, anything else?
Yeah, so the winds are already getting pretty high where I am. I would say around like 30 to 35 miles per hour. That's still pretty high. This storm is.
Certainly looks that way.
Yeah, and besides that, my family and I, we've already boarded up the whole entire house because we're in Zone B. We really couldn't have evacuated, so we're just prepping for this storm. We got our safety plan. We're gonna stay in the lobby, and it's like closest to the middle of the house, and all the windows are boarded up, so we're prepared for this storm.
Well, all we can do is wish you well during the passage of Hurricane Ian, Joey. Thanks for calling in, and
All right, thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you for letting me on.
you too. Thanks.
Perfect timing. The Weather Prediction Center just issued a mesoscale precipitation discussion. I'm going to read it out.
All right.
Areas affected: southwestern and southeast Florida. Concerning heavy rainfall, flash flooding possible. Summary: rainfall intensity associated with convection in some of the outer bands of Hurricane Ian will increase and expand in coverage through the evening hours across portions of South Florida. Discussion: recent GOES 16 infrared and regional Doppler radars are indicating an increase of heavy convection in the outer rain bands oriented from the greater Miami metro area northwestward to near Fort Myers. There has been repeated upstream development of new convective cells over the southern Everglades and adjacent coastal waters, and these cells are feeding into training corridors as low-level moisture convergence increases with a highly anomalous PW precipitable water environment with highly efficient rainfall processes at work. The more organized rain bands are expected to produce rainfall rates on the order of 1 to 2 inches in half an hour. With localized cell training concerns, some additional storm total amounts of 2 to 5 inches will be possible going through the late evening hours based on the latest CAM guidance suite. Farther east along the urban corridor of southeast Florida, coverage is expected to Oh, sorry, I just had a stroke there. Coverage is expected to generally be more scattered.
Hello? Well, it appears...
With more...
That was a long pause.
My mic cut out.
Alright, go again.
But more antecedent rainfall from earlier today will lead to slightly more susceptible conditions for additional flooding.
Need to break in.
Please see www.wpc.insep.noaa.gov for graphic product.
Need to break in.
Okay.
According to Dr. Levy Cohen on Twitter, an Eyewall replacement cycle is underway with major Hurricane Ian. New plane has penetrated Hurricane Ian and is finding evidence that the secondary wind max observed earlier is intensifying and evolving into an outer eyewall that now has stronger winds than the inner eyewall, at least in the southeastern quadrant. Eyewall replacement cycle is now underway.
Yep, and that is a sure sign when the secondary eyewall, the outer one, has stronger winds than the inner one, and I'm guessing that was picked up by Recon, yeah?
Yep, most likely. And can we also bring up Smitty? Because he wanted to come back on to provide coverage.
Yeah, just a moment. I just want to provide my thought on that as well as we look at this imagery. It looks pretty good, that outer eye wall as well, so I'm concerned that it will be a seamless transition.
They just issued another tornado warning.
Was this one?
Collier, Florida.
Everglades.
Everglades again, yep, along the coast.
Everglades, Plantation Island.
Oh, that's actually in a populated or semi-populated
I think that's the water spout storm. That special marine warning. I think that's
it looks
that
like
one.
side load contamination, but tornadic, I guess.
So here it is, this new tornado warning. 1,600 in this one, so it's the highest population tornado warning so far, covering Everglades and Chokoloskee and a few other locations there, active until 7 p.m.
Also, we had an unwarned tornado in the Miami metro and surrounding areas. Just wanted to let you know.
I did mention that.
You did? Okay, gotcha.
Let's see if we can invite some more callers here, because there's lots of people patiently waiting. We're going to prioritize people who haven't spoken yet. Let's first see if we can try and get Chandler back. They were having issues earlier on. Hopefully it's working for them now. Hello?
Is this working?
Yep, we've got you.
Okay, I just had a question because I have relatives who live in Orlando. Do you think they should evacuate because of storm surge and like rain like that?
Well, there'll be no surge in Orlando, but rain flooding could be a big concern in Orlando, 20 plus inches. So if it's a flood prone area, then I would certainly think about it.
Might I add on?
Yeah.
The only surge Orlando would have is the wind pushing water from the lakes.
Yeah.
That would be it. There would be no sea surge because Orlando's way inland.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that's of some use to you there, Chandler. Thanks for being patient. Let's see
Need to
if
break in again, Nathan.
All right.
Unfortunately, if you are within basically the entire state of Florida, unless if you are from the Panhandle region, you are quickly running out of time. You should have heeded evacuation orders already, and unfortunately, within the next couple hours, conditions will deteriorate, and law enforcement and emergency officials will not be able to reach anyone to help aid in evacuation orders. So unfortunately,
you are running quickly out of time. Please evacuate if you are in mandatory evacuation areas, no matter if you want to evacuate or not. And if you are having struggles with evacuating, please call 911 or your local emergency management or police officials, and they will hopefully assist you, because your life is not replaceable, but your property is, like I've been reiterating for the past couple hours here on this here stream. And yeah, time is running out for those in much of Florida and Hurricane's path.
And we're still looking at radar imagery right now, and still we're seeing that signs of that eyewall replacement. In effect, it's got two eyewalls right now, an inner one and an outer one. I'd like to hear from InSyn if I can. You've got to press a button to activate yourself on here, and then we'll be able to hear from you. I don't know if they're there to press the button, but
I don't think in my life I've ever seen a hurricane which the outer eye wall is stronger than the inner one this early on into a cycle.
I mean, we don't always get to see it because Recon and radar shows it really nicely on this particular storm.
Isn't the storm going to then balloon in size?
There is also a high amount of traffic on I-75 North.
And that's I wonder what traffic's like on I-75 across the Everglades area, because
Ridiculous.
Lots of tornado warnings in that area, you see, so I might be concerned about traffic getting caught up in that.
How does an eyewall replacement cycle make the wind field larger?
Of course it does.
I was asking how it does.
Well, the eye grows. Obviously, the new eye is coming in. It's twice the size as the current one. So it's just a redistribution of energy, and it pushes all of those winds further out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. InSyn, the room is here if you're able to press the button, but failing that, let's see if we can talk to Chris R. Are you there? Oh, you're both
I'm right
there.
here.
All right, let's talk to Chris first. Hello, Chris.
What's up, Nathan?
We're all right. How are you?
Doing good. I'm also pretty much safe up here in northeast Pennsylvania, but I am concerned for those down in Florida.
Yep. Have you got a question for us?
Well, I just wanna, I am safe, but my grandparents do live down in Florida. I was wondering if they were gonna come up back to Ohio or Pennsylvania to ride out the storm, but they are located near a motel, so they should be okay.
Sounds good. Anything else you'd like to mention?
Well, I've also been keeping an eye on this storm myself, and I just want to end this message with, please, for those in Florida, please, if you haven't already done so, evacuate now.
All right.
You heard the
Very
kid.
dire
Go.
wording there.
You heard the kid. Go.
Evacuate now. The western side of the Eyewall really blowing up there in those latest frames on the inner side there. Fascinating look on that satellite imagery in the late daylight. InSyn, you've been waiting a while. Let's talk to you now. What's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going? Neil, and I'm currently on the east coast of Florida, but we're still going to be affected in the Port St. Lucie range. One thing I wanted to mention before was that the eyewall did look like it was being replaced. Definitely looked like, it reminded me, I can't remember if it was Dorian or Matthew, but it had that where the back end was just getting taken out, and then all of a sudden, boom. It just intensified and became one of the strongest storms we've seen. So that's concerning. I don't think that's going to happen here, where it goes to a Cat 5, but a Cat 4, it's in the cards.
Yeah, Matthew
And-
had a few bursts like that when it was moving up the coast, switching between Category 3 and 4.
Right, exactly. It skirted up the East Coast, which that's where I was, so I dealt with that. But still, this looks like it could do that. And the other thing I was going to mention from someone before mentioning what to do in Orlando, was just going to say the traffic coming down south is bad. So try to go north or east, or I don't know, find a safe place to hunker down. But regardless, just stay safe out there.
Yep, the storm drawing closer to the whole region. So where do you reckon all the people are evacuating from that are coming past you?
Say that again?
So you're you're at Port St. Lucie area, yeah?
Yep.
So are
Port St.
people
Lucie.
moving north past you towards further up the coast?
So people coming south from Orlando,
Right.
the traffic southbound is very bad. Northwards, it's fine, but south looks like everyone's coming south, which is a little concerning because the track has shifted more eastward and south. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope we've had that situation before where they said to go this way and then the storm hit there.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could still make sense. Go on.
I'm gonna answer someone's question. Well, I'm gonna say someone's question, and then I'm gonna recite the newest mesoscale discussion.
All right. Thanks for the call in, Sin.
Do you mind if I take that mesoscale discussion real quick, Tina?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so this mesoscale discussion concerns Tornado Watch number 545. The threat of supercells within the outer rain bands of Ian will continue to pose a tornado risk for the evening. A northwest to southeast oriented band of supercells continue to translate north across southern Florida with periodic strong rotation and brief tornadoes, with some of them being potentially significant. These storms may eventually encounter slightly lower boundary layer theta E advection as they gain latitude. However, the advection of upper 70s to near 80 degrees Fahrenheit dew points, will persist to the south with slowly veering surface winds. Deep layer effective shear is oriented quite favorably in relation to the outer convective bands, with a large component across the bands. This should aid supercellular storm mode and the possibility of rightward motions relative to the weaker echoes, maximizing storm relative helicity. Yep.
All right. Any other news from any of our commentators right now?
I have some.
Floyd.
Adafira first.
I have multiple news. First off, out of Key West, reports are now going up to 80 miles per hour wind gusts and sustained winds of up to 50 miles per hour, and the pressure is now below 990 millibars. And which meaning if you're in the Florida Keys, your time is now out. Tropical storm conditions are now occurring across the entirety of the Florida Keys and southern parts of Monroe and Miami-Dade counties.
There was a lady walking her dog in Key West not even like half an hour ago. Okay, that's all the news we have right now, right?
I think so.
Okay, because I'm gonna say
One thing. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so my Discord is being buggy, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart my Discord, just pull me back up, yeah?
We got it. We're looking at Key West webcam right now. It looks like things are still going on normally. Hold on a minute. That's already... I'm sure that happened already, where that guy let that woman out of that car. That's an old clip.
Wait, it's looping?
I know that is an old clip.
That is, in fact, an old clip.
Did the camera go down?
Well, that's annoying.
Possibly.
But I know that I've already seen that happen, so I just had to do a double take there for a moment. Let's take a look at Naples right now. Go ahead.
There is actually, in association with Hurricane Ian, outflow winds being noted in southeastern Alabama.
What?
Outflowed clouds or winds. I have to find where did this?
Bruh.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's that. Yeah,
that's
I'm
believable.
trying to find the source of that tweet. But outflow winds are being viewed across the skies of southeastern Alabama. Or clouds, I think, are the right word to put that.
That mesoscale discussion you mentioned was actually pretty concerning because it went from brief spin ups.
Why didn't you say that they just issued another tornado warning?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, did
there
they?
is a tornado. The Miami Weather Service issued a tornado warning for Broward, Collier, Henry, and Palm Beach counties until 7:15 Eastern Daylight Time.
Did they say Palm Beach?
33 miles west of Pembroke Pines, moving northwest at 20 miles an hour.
Did they say
Yeah,
Palm Beach?
it is a tiny
Yeah.
corner of Palm Beach County, but it's well inland. It's near where all of these counties
Okay.
converge.
I was about to say something.
Yeah.
That tornado warning is an extension of the one that is crossing the I-75 corridor, Nathan.
I'm gonna answer
Yep,
that one guy's
it is
question
now
if it's
crossing
okay.
I-75.
Yeah, go on to the question.
Okay, so Peter Griffin, who surprisingly hasn't been dumped by Lois yet, says at Force 13, what would theoretically happen if the Eyewall replacement cycle completes?
Strengthening. Enough said.
Yeah, it would strengthen again.
If it's a much larger eye at the end of it, then, well, yeah, odds are strengthening will be slower after the eyeball replacement cycle finishes, 'cause it should be larger.
Hey, Flo, your mic's cutting out occasionally.
Just want to bring up one quick point regarding the new tornado warning. The velocity signature definitely is a bit impressive. No CC drop at this time. However, it definitely is a decently strong velocity signature. Given the environment, maybe this could drop a tornado, but it does look a bit funky at the moment. So maybe it's just producing isolated rotation.
It is a tropical cell, after all.
I'm surprised they actually mentioned SIGTORs in the discussion, because initially in the watch they were just like a couple supercells, maybe one or two will drop a tornado. Now it's gone from something more widespread.
Just like the occasional tornado that decides to develop out of like nowhere.
Yeah, and then the tornadoes are really ramped up.
Well, correct me on that one. Now the couplet is strengthened.
They just continued that tornado warning. I think they might have just issued. No, they didn't. It's the one over Everglades City.
Let's get some more callers on the air. Let's see if we can talk to someone who goes by the name Go Away Hurricane Ian, which I think is a fantastic name. I'm just seeing if they're available to speak to us right now.
Winds of hurricane force gusts have now been reported at Key West International Airport.
Rotation couplet on that tornado warning is now at 75 gauge gate.
Yeah, I see it.
What was that? Hello,
I think so. Peanut coming out.
Go Away Hurricane Ian, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi.
In Southwest Florida, we are seeing our tornado watch until 5 in the morning tomorrow, I think.
That's right.
Yep,
And
the night threat.
we're seeing like heavy rain and gusty winds here.
Yep, potential for tornadoes and those strong winds, which will... Where exactly were you again?
In Southwest Florida.
Yeah, so depending on where you are there... Oh, there's an ad. Wonderful. Great ad. On the... it happens all the time. You can't avoid them, can you? But there we go.
An ad blocker.
Well, this is the thing, you see. You can't when you're plugging it through the stream. Because it uses like an inbuilt browser and doesn't have an ad block. Anyway.
Go Away Hurricane Ian, do you have any questions?
Yes. My dad is saying that if we should evacuate because we're not in the cone, but like we will see effects from the hurricane.
I don't think evacuation is necessary if you're there, but you should definitely keep an eye on the skies above because tornadoes are definitely a threat in your area. And there's multiple supercells currently forming and heading onshore.
I'm going to post
Thanks
the
for the
image.
call.
A new mesoscale discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to post the image of the mesoscale discussion in chat,
another one?
in call chat if you want to put it up on the stream.
The mesoscale discussion.
1837. Still 1837.
Getting a very interesting observation off of velocity of radar, we do have evidence to support a double wind maxima on the south side of the storm. These readings are coming in at about 8,500 feet, so it is below the flight deck of where Noah 3 would be flying at, but we are getting winds of 105 miles an hour in what would be that secondary eyewall that is showing up on radar, and 105 on the inner one, and about 110 on the north side of the storm. So We are looking at a double wind maxima on
Yeah.
Hurricane Ian at this time.
We did actually confirm that a little while ago, but we didn't have values to attribute to it, so both of them are 105 there.
Yeah, and those are coming in at about 9,000 feet, which is below the flight level for most of the reconnaissance flights.
Alright, and we continue to watch it on the radar imagery as it continues to progress. We're going to keep trying to get through to some people who haven't spoken before. I know a lot of people want to get on here. Let's see if we can talk to Dawn C. Hello?
Sail drones in this.
Hi there.
Hi.
So I'm in Lakeland, right in the center of the state, close to Tampa. I have family in Tampa, family in Sarasota right now. And my question is, so right now, or maybe even this season, I mean, which model has been most accurate out of the GFS and the Euro?
Good question. I think sometimes people have their own biases on these too. I don't know who wants to take the floor on this.
You kind of sound like my 8th grade science teacher.
I'm not.
That's a compliment.
Okay, good.
Oh, that's
All right,
inappropriate
then.
comments right there. Anyway,
Okay, I
mean-
have the answer.
go on.
Okay.
I would say the Euro and the Icon, because what the GFS has done for this particular storm is it's basically it wanted it to go into the Panhandle for a while, and then it kind of just switched gears, and then it agreed with the Euro and Icon, who already wanted a Tampa landfall or somewhere near that. So I think it's been more accurate with the storm, because it predicted it very early on instead of shifting so much.
Yeah, I think they
Like
have
back-
been
That
winning.
makes me feel slightly better. I feel slightly better then, just because obviously where we're located, where the eye would be, it's very, for me, who've lived here my entire life, and I've been through, well, every single storm, you know, for a very long time. Even like with Irma that came up through the bottom of the state, or whatever her name was, I can't remember at this point. She came up through the bottom, and when she reached Lakeland, she came in at a Cat 1, but we still had very major destruction because of the tornadoes in the area. My neighbor's pool imploded, which I didn't even know could happen, actually. So, and that was during that storm. This one reminds me so much of Charlie right now, and I know all of the roofs that were off in our neighborhoods during that time as well. So I'm very concerned because this one is supposed to be in our community or area at a much higher category storm than any of those two were at all. So that's very concerning.
I'm just trying to. I'm going to have to look back again to see how strong Charlie was when it was moving inland.
I think it was 150.
No, that was near landfall, but when it moved inland, it was still a Category 1. So, yeah, I would say probably something similar. I think is going to be on order, and of course, this storm is going to be quite a bit larger as well.
Locally, they're telling us that it's going to come inland at a 2 or maybe even still be a 3. And I know last night, because I did watch you last night at 11 at that advisory, and you did mention that the storm looked like it was going to stall a little bit through the state. Is that still the case?
There's been somewhat of a change in philosophy there. I can't remember what the technical advisory said, but they were basically saying that the models are in a bit of a tug of war really about going slow or fast, and it's sort of trending more towards going quicker, especially as it trends further east. But we're still looking at it going not that fast, because when you look back at National Hurricane Center cone, how long does it take to get from one point to the other? So landfall near Englewood at about Wednesday afternoon, and then it emerges off the coast near Daytona Beach maybe at about early morning of Friday. So that's a whole 36-hour period where it will be over sort of your area as a weakening hurricane down to a tropical storm.
Okay.
But I would say the main risk, and you said Lakeland, right?
In Lakeland, yeah.
So-
Tornadoes.
Well, yeah, tornadoes, but flooding. I mean, really heavy rainfall estimates possible for your area.
I have a pond next to me, but we really I don't see flooding right where I am. However,
Right.
you know, like I said, the tornadoes, I honestly could not believe at a Category 1 what the tornadoes did. And I've lived here my entire life. It was eye-opening, I'll say, to begin with.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the strongest storms to be be
No.
particularly bad for tornadoes.
No. So I appreciate
Yeah, like-
it. Thank you.
Isaias was only a Category
Only Cat
1.
1. That's exactly what I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I can say, Don, that you have the same sentiment I did when I was younger. I moved to North Carolina about 8 or 9 years ago. I'm an Ohio native, and I had the mindset of I'd rather go through a hurricane versus a blizzard. After dealing with Matthew in 2016 and then Florence in 2018, my thought process completely changed. I'd rather deal with the blizzard than the fallout of any kind of hurricane.
Yeah, hell no. I'm not going through a hurricane.
Yeah, understood. I actually worked for the media for a good 20 years.
Ah.
So I've seen a lot, but like I said, it still is very concerning, to be quite honest. Very concerning, just looking at the path right now and the fact that the eye is probably going to be over us again at some point. And
Maybe.
I just, yeah. So that's all.
It is going to be another big hitter. Thanks for the call, Dawn, and we hope you fare well through the storm.
Sounds exactly like my current science teacher.
Why are we talking about these things?
Damn, everyone's science teacher.
He's everyone's science teacher.
Right. Last time I had a science teacher, it was about at least 13 years ago. Me and Tim were sort of past that stage, aren't we? Anyway, in a few moments, we'll be getting another update from the National Hurricane Center, their 7 p.m. update, which has actually already come out, and they have gone for a pressure of 947 millibars. That's 5 millibars lower. Position update: 24.3 north, 83.1 degrees west. Down to 947 millibars. During last hour, Key West International reported sustained wind of 48 miles an hour with a gust to 71. So still 120 miles an hour, but 947 millibars. I don't know what's going on in the background over there, but we got to tone that down. Keep sending in your comments and questions live on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text in the comments section. And
position update, Nathan?
Yeah, we just had that. Do you want me to read that out again?
Sure. 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, hurricane position update. Same live threatening storm surge cast out of winds, blah blah blah. Location 24.3 degrees north, 83.1 degrees west, about 200 miles or 320 kilometers south-southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida, or about 30 miles or 50 kilometers south-southwest of the Dry Tortugas. Maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour or 195 kilometers per hour. Present movement, no change in the movements north at 10 miles an hour or 17 kilometers an hour. And a minimal central pressure of now 947 millibars or 27.96 inches.
So getting more intense, still waiting to see stronger winds, but Eyewall replacement cycles, they tend to bring down the pressure as well of these storms, so I guess it's not really much of a surprise that we're seeing that. Tim, were you expecting
Also, there
it
is
to
a line of potential tornadic beams approaching the Miami area from the East Coast.
Why does everyone call them beans?
Because they look like bean cells on
I mean,
radar.
yeah, I do know they look like beans, but
Is that a technical
Yes,
word?
but yeah, it kind of storm chasers use it. I have to admit, I was like, I don't
oh my
think
god,
the general
guys, look at
public
that
will
bean
know.
coming for us.
No, tornadic bean.
We have a storm with a hook echo heading right towards the North Miami area right now. Or, you know, it's right over.
Yeah, it's kind of turned into a right angle. I don't think the hook's there anymore, but yeah, could produce maybe.
Pretty much.
There's some rotation.
Hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings, and tropical storm warnings are being issued for many areas, mostly across west central Florida until further notice issued by Tampa Bay areas and WSL.
Or
I need to pop on my thing to another window.
I was also just asking Tim there, were you expecting 947 from what you were reading on Recon?
That's about right in line with the one dropson that we had.
All right. Okay.
Just keep an eye on Recon. It looks like they've broken off. Nova 3's broken off Recon for some reason. They are flying around the southwestern part of the Everglades National Park. So I don't know if they're assisting in a search and rescue mission or what. But they made a southward pass, moved northeast across the Keys like they were getting ready to make an eastward pass, and they have been circling over the Everglades National Park area for about the last 20 minutes.
We'll be back in
Has
a
anyone
moment.
noticed the...
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to Force 13 Live. We're looking at Hurricane Ian, which is still looking very formidable as it approaches the southern part of Florida. The landfall location is still not fully understood yet, but the latest forecast track pretty much takes it to Englewood, which is south of Sarasota and just to the north of Cape Coral on the western coast of Florida. The cone could still shift a little bit further east as this storm starts to intensify again. The National Hurricane Center are expecting a Category 4 peak and a Category 4 landfall with winds of 130 miles per hour. Right now it's 120 with an estimated central pressure of 947. Latest information from the National Hurricane Center. I'll get on to updating that bottom bar in a moment, and then it will look more presentable. Anyways, I'm sure we'll have a lot more information to come through this hour. Certainly at the end of the hour, the National Hurricane Center will issue an intermediate advisory, and at that point we might have some new information about watches and warnings, and maybe another change in intensity if they feel like. But in the meantime, we've got more commentary and analysis and discussion on this storm right now. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio, and we are here live with discussion with our team and to chat with callers in our phone in here until 11 p.m. Let's go live to the current radar and a new tornado warning.
Yep, new tornado warning for Collier County.
So where's that?
This is going to be, let me read it off real quick. National Weather Service in Miami has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Collier County and southwestern Florida until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Copeland, 9 miles north of Everglades City.
There it is. It's includes Jerome, population 24.
Oh, look at that hot tower.
That might not sound
It's
like much,
huge.
but still, that is 24 people in danger.
24 souls. Yep.
All right. We had a request to first speak to Aiden. You want to tell us something right now? You're on the air.
All right. So, couple of things, and I'm actually watching radar scopes. So, just a little bit ago, there was a MPing report. A little bit west of Miami. It doesn't exactly say what it is. It just says wind damage. So it could be a wind gust tropical wind gust that did some damage. I'm not incredibly sure. Second thing is there's a lot of spotters and chasers in Florida, like basically Orlando south, like Orlando, Tampa, and earlier actually, I saw a couple articles. So Disney World and Orlando, the resorts and stuff, they're looking at this and they are shutting down for the next couple of days because this is coming in. And I want to echo one thing that the NHC and I think a couple other people said here too. This is more likely going to be a catastrophic flooding event and wind event for most of west coast of Florida, and people basically can't evacuate now because of this event. So, people in Florida, please stay safe. I know this is going to be a bad event, but hang in there. Couple days, we should be out of this. Just please.
We're looking at the latest radar imagery now, and we know there's an Eyewall replacement cycle underway with 2 Eyewalls visible there. Still, there could be something that might go wrong with it, but I doubt it, and I think it will be a rather seamless transition and strengthening on the way after that finishes. Let's see if we can get some callers in here. Let's see if we can talk right now to Top Hat Fellow, if you're there.
Hello, Mr. Top Hat Fellow.
And oh, they're here now. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
You're on the air.
So, I just have a question.
Sure.
So, I live in, south of Lee County.
Yep.
What would you recommend, a good place to evacuate to?
North.
Very general instruction there, north. But I guess it is.
Specifically.
It is sort of the right answer.
It's a good place.
north as far as possible.
Wait a minute.
Really.
Where are you exactly?
He said Lee County.
Lee County.
Like in a stereo?
Oh, you're near Fort Myers, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So definitely, this is a struggle then, isn't it? Because I imagine the traffic situation isn't great there.
Nathan,
Yeah.
my uncle wants to know, when will this hurricane make landfall?
Well,
Or when it's expected in Florida.
it's probably going to be early Thursday, isn't it? Is that what it was saying last time with that forecast? Oh no, still Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday afternoon, and that could even trend earlier. If the trend keeps going a little bit further east, we could, if you get landfall near, like, it could even shift all the way down to Naples yet, and then you'd have landfall late morning.
Who decided it'd be a good idea to put those two islands under a tropical storm warning?
Which ones?
The New Providence and the other one to the east of it.
I still don't know if that's true or not. I couldn't tell what happened with the National Hurricane Center at that update.
And it's not there for the actual main island of the Bahamas.
Oh, well, Andros. I don't understand it at all.
I mean, it's not like the storm's just gonna... It's not like it just has a bubble shield around it. The storm's just gonna bend around it.
Well, no, it's not that. It's the islands to the east shouldn't have warnings, and on the official NHC advisory, it doesn't say that those areas do have warnings, and yet they're marked. So I'm completely baffled by that. But on to Top Hat Fellow's question there about where to go away from Fort Myers. Just whichever way you can get up north, I would imagine. Maybe traveling inland first and going north through the smaller roads rather than the busy interstates.
Yeah. You should take maybe Highway 17 southwest. Just take up north, go through the Central Florida regions, and then from there on, you really have multiple routes you can take. Go ahead.
I was thinking about taking across to Miami on that road, but I'm guessing it would be bad because the traffic.
And then go into Miami, but right now
Nathan?
it is.
Go ahead.
Stream died.
Oh, that's helpful. I know that when the stream goes off and on, you don't have to tell me. Don't worry.
All right, Nathan, we got some bad news on Recon.
Uh-oh.
What do we got?
It looks like, and this is just based on its current flight path, NOAA 3 may be on that first pass through Ian, either sustained some damage or may have got struck by lightning. That would have explained why they were flying over the Everglades for a little bit. They are now rerouting to Homestead Air Force Base, so we have no Recon in the storm at this time. NOAA 3 has been diverted. AF 309 barely got off the ground and they were diverted back to Kessler. So right now we're waiting for the next Recon flight to get lined up.
Hold on. Lightning?
Yeah, there was some lightning in the Eyewall.
So you're saying a plane got struck by lightning and damaged?
Most likely it got hit by lightning and they're rerouting over to Homestead Air Force Base. We've seen this happen with flights previously, past seasons, where they've gone into the Eyewall, may have hit some lightning, and may have caused some damage to their instrumentation.
It usually, but it must be quite rare though, because planes are designed to tolerate lightning.
It is, but between the Air Force Recon planes and the NOAA planes, they do get hit every once in a while. So I do believe NOAA 3 is diverting over to Homestead Air Force Base just out of the air of caution, just to make sure that plane is going to be usable for future missions.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You just reminded me of how back in '89, that Recon plane got struck by a mesovortex and almost crashed in Hugo.
There was a very notable scientist on that flight, that would have been Dr. Jeff Masters, which I'm pretty sure a lot of the weather community knows him very well for his contributions to the Hurricane Hunter flights and the tropical cyclone world in general.
There have been recon incidents, obviously worse events that happened in the past with fatal accidents from planes that went through these storms, but most of the time and they can handle whatever issues they have. We're going to try and get some more people on the line, and we're just going to see who picks up here. Let's see. I'm just waiting for some people to press some buttons. Hello, Mr. TBWF Games.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yep, you're on the air.
Alright, I just have a question. First, I want to say thank you for the service and everything. Y'all have amazing coverage.
Wonderful. We appreciate it.
Just a question. I'm in Newport Richey, and with how the track is right now, even if it moves a little more east, do you think I'm going to see anything significant in my area?
Well, it would have been a much different story if it was a couple of days ago, but now up there it shouldn't be as bad. I imagine you'll still get some pretty gusty winds, tropical storm sustained winds, maybe still some hurricane gusts if the track is still a little bit further north. Storm surge is probably going to be low to moderate, unless that track changes, of course. But at the moment it's not looking, certainly not anywhere near as bad as it was looking for your area a few days ago.
Yeah, why are they always issuing these tornado warnings right when we have a guest speaker?
Oh, really? Thanks for the call.
Another one just went out.
Thanks for the call there. Let's take a look at this new tornado warning if we can. It's really definitely keeping us on our
Severe
feet.
thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Big Cypress Seminole Reservation, or 24 miles southeast of Montura, moving northwest at 20 miles an hour.
Man, the tornadoes are really the theme of this stream, aren't they? There's so many.
That's the title.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I saw. Just.
Oh, it is the title.
Yeah.
So lots of tornado warnings that we've had so far. That latest one, in fact, there were two of them just then. We're looking at a different one, I think. And this was the other tornado warning that's now in effect here for Hendry County, Palm Beach County until 7:45. Not far from Lake Okeechobee now. You can see that on the top of that map. 569 in that one, and the other one we were looking at was closer to the west coast near I-75. So lots of activity regarding tornadoes this evening. If you've got comments and questions for us, start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us, and we'll be able to take a look at those comments. I think we had one not long ago. Is there a chance of strengthening if the center goes back out into the Atlantic? National Hurricane Center aren't counting on it, but one or two models are thinking that that might be a possibility. Looking at this satellite imagery once again, the eye is being clouded out by some deep convection on the southwestern side that's been pushing up for a good while. Still looking a little bit bare on the northwestern side in the higher levels on the cloud tops there, and as you can easily see on both images, actually daylight fading, and we're just entering into nightfall now. And
How long do eyewall replacement cycles take to complete?
the storm's still looking quite impressive. Could be, I mean,
we might have
anywhere from a few hours to 2 days sometimes.
Patrick has just notified me that there is a decently tight and strong velocity couplet in downtown Miami. It's not warned, it's near Pembroke Pines.
Tornado warning for Broward County.
Yep, I expected that. So
Yeah,
that's
I think they just issued a
north
warning
of
for that
downtown Miami. Pembroke Pines, let me read it out. Tornado radar indicate rotation. Fort Lauderdale. Okay, locations impacted include Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, and Coral Springs. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a study building. That's just general guidance.
Okay,
So-
yeah, this one is rather concerning. There is a couplet associated with it. Gate to gate would just 78 miles per hour right now with that couplet. This is
What do you
in
mean? That's
the Miami-Dade metro area.
851,000 inside this tornado warning right now, including Pembroke Pines, Miramar, and Davie, and many other locations, part of Interstate 75, 595, and just west of Interstate 95. And you can see it quite clearly in that big red blob there that's blowing up there.
Yeah.
Can we slow down or pause the radar loop so we can see all the current warnings?
Oh, yes, of course.
Or put like a delay at the end of it before looping?
I don't think we can. But there's the latest frame, and if we were just to strip
it's still
that
intensifying.
radar off there for a moment, just so you can see all of those warnings. Those are the active warnings right now in the red outlines, tornado warnings that are currently active, and you can see how close that latest one is, or not just how close, but actually over heavily populated areas. Tornado warning.
That touches down, we'll probably know, because there might be a significant CC drop, because there's so much things for it to pick up.
Correct.
If debris starts getting wafted over 10,000 feet, I am gonna panic.
It's not going to. It's probably going to be a brief spin up. It's not like a supercellular tornado,
Then
but we
again,
have
you do
seen.
know what the SPC said.
Yeah, the SPC did mention significant tornado, so we could see that. But I don't know if we're going to see it with this particular storm.
Yeah, just taking a look at that cell just to the northwest of Pembroke Pines, there is significant normalized rotation being hinted on the GR2 analyst radar for those that do have it. Does look like that there is a bit of a weak inflow notch that is wrapping into this center of this particular storm.
That's
not
good.
Definitely,
Yeah, that's a full-on supercell then.
So yeah, definitely if you are in Pembroke Pines, Cooper City, Davie, Island Ridge, up towards Lauderdale Lakes, Tamarack, Margate, Pompano Park, Plantation, Melrose Park, and Riverland, you guys need to be getting to your safe spot right now.
Has the SPC ever, like, outlined like what they just did with the mesoscale discussion for hurricanes?
Yeah, they have mentioned significant tornadoes can happen in hurricanes. I think they did it with Dorian. Oh, okay, that couplet is still maintaining strength. This is not.
I think they did it with Ida as well.
I'm still surprised Dorian only produced like 2 tornadoes in South Carolina, I think.
Produced a lot more in North Carolina, I think, but yeah, 2 in South Carolina.
Right, gate to gate on that cell is now approaching 101 miles per hour. So if this is a spin up, it is starting to get its act together very quickly.
87 delta velocity.
Do you think if this thing touches down, it could prompt a tornado emergency for the very far north part?
It wouldn't be strong enough.
Let's not talk about that at this point right now. It is still radar indicated. We need to treat it as such.
Yeah, let's not jump the gun.
Yeah. But Tupelo was also EF1. I got one. Just saying. Yes.
Okay.
There it is, a closer look at what's going on right now. Let's check some velocity there, and you can quite clearly see that area of interest right next to Cooper City. And at the moment, things are trying to break on me again. That's where it is. And if we watch the animation of that, you can see its general direction towards
Couple got really in that one spot. In a weekend of it.
Remember, even if there's no CC drop, it could still be on the ground, just not strong enough to loft debris into the air. So we treat it seriously.
I think this is, in my opinion, one of the scariest storms that Florida has gone through since Irma, since Michael.
I think it's really the only major storm Florida's been through since Michael.
So we have a tornado down now. There is a CC drop.
Yes.
On this one?
CC.
Yeah, Patrick just let me know.
Yes, on this one that is just to the southwest of Cooper City.
Gee.
Tornado on the ground.
CC would suggest that this is a potential tornado on the ground at this time.
How deep did it drop?
It's in the green, so it's not like crazy,
Okay.
but we'll see how it goes.
Nathan's pause it at the last frame.
I'm just trying to do something else at the same time here. But I'll get there in a moment.
There is a very...
Alright, latest frame there, and you're talking about this big...
Zoom in, there is a very...
Mm-hmm.
Very intense little area.
Yep.
Circulation.
Yeah, it's definitely tight and strong.
I don't know if that's a radar glitch.
All right,
No,
Nathan,
it's not.
update on this tornado warning. It has now been upgraded to an observed tornado, confirmed tornado located over Royal Palm Ranches or near Davie, moving north at 25 miles per hour. Again, this tornado warning is now observed.
CC drop has deepened. Look how it's like hooking around. Before it was sort of like just a right
All
angle.
residents in Cooper City need to take shelter right now.
Anyone in this tornado warning needs to take shelter immediately.
Okay, the gate's already showing 60 miles an hour.
Radar confirmed tornado just south of Cooper City, Florida.
All right, take it easy, guys. To again recap, I know Nathan's working on some things behind the scenes. If you are in Cooper City, Davie, Pine Island Ridge, Plantation, up towards Tamarack, and any places in between, you guys need to be getting to your safe shelter now. This is an observed tornado on the ground. This is in association with the outer bands of Hurricane Ian. This is something that we were worried about with these outer bands coming in, that they could spin up some tornadoes. We've seen a few of them earlier this afternoon, and we're seeing one unfold in the suburbs of the Miami-Dade area.
We have a CC drop of 0.8.
Yeah, 79.5% on GR2.
Mike.
Certainly
This is
the
not
biggest
good.
threat so far of today.
Why?
Moving northwestwards through Cooper City and Tamarack underneath that tornado warning.
It's right over Royal Palm.
Yeah, they just
Ranches
continued
right now.
that warning.
Yeah, we've had stronger tornadoes today. Oh, CC drop got deeper as well. It's now 73.2.
Alright, for the viewers asking about what you're seeing on the screen, reds are velocity away from it, green is towards the radar. If you see them come together at a little spot, that could indicate a possible couplet, and we do have a couplet just south of Cooper City. That is why we do have a tornado warning, and we do have radar confirmed observation that this is a tornado on the ground.
Can we pull Patrick up? He's asking. He wants to talk about the tornado, I think.
Oh, I didn't know he was out. Let's get Patrick back here.
Yep. There we go.
And someone didn't sound well. Patrick?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm currently in the car right now. I'm driving to somewhere else, but I do have observations on the tornado, and yes, that is a definite tornado on the ground, potentially a very one, given the fact that CC has
I wouldn't say very strong, but definitely
very
could be.
decently strong.
Yeah, decently strong.
I would honestly, given the fact that this is in high population, if this tornado continues to stay on the ground, I would consider extending this tornado warning.
Yeah. Good thinking.
They actually just did extend it,
Oh, okay, good.
but it was they also put it as a confirmed.
This is a full-on supercellular tornado. It's not even like a low-topped supercell. It's got echo tops of like 40,000 feet. So this thing is powerful.
Yeah, dangerous.
CC drop 0.73.
Yep.
Royal Palms Ranches has taken a direct hit, guys.
Oh my.
Well, the radar is slightly off, so maybe they've just missed it. But we know there is a damaging tornado on the ground at this time.
See mile-wide debris ball, guys, as well.
Well, the tornado won't be a mile wide, but that is an indication of like, just how widespread this is. Yeah. I got you. Yep, you're right.
Gate to gate over Royal Palm Ranches would suggest 87 miles per hour for this particular tornado that is ongoing.
And that is a debris ball over reflectivity as well.
So if you've just joined us, we are generally discussing Hurricane Ian live, but at the moment a bit of an emergency going on, a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Davie.
PDS.
PDS.
Okay, you don't need to shout.
Sorry.
You don't need to shout.
Yeah.
But yes.
PDS tornado warning.
Yeah, breaking news, Nathan. That PDS, that observed tornado warning, has been upgraded to PDS. This is in relation to the cell we have been watching. This is from Broward County till 7:45 p.m. At 7:29, a confirmed and largely extremely dangerous tornado was located over Nova Southeastern University, or over Davie, moving north at 25 miles an hour. Again, Nathan, this tornado warning we've been observing has now been upgraded to a PDS tornado, potentially dangerous situation.
Particularly.
You guys need to be getting to shelter immediately. Time is not on your side with this storm.
Damaging tornado in all of these areas: Pine Island Ridge, Plantation, Sunrise, Tamarack, and probably some other locations in there as well. Davie, of course, right next to it.
Oh, please.
Yeah, still on the ground. Let's just calm down, guys. All right, it's not the end.
I don't think it's very strong.
No,
Yeah.
but it's damaging enough to like
Hey, this is
particularly
over
dangerous situation.
This is over Nova Southeastern University. That thing must be getting damaged right now.
Well, again, the radar's a bit off, so maybe not, but we'll see after the damage survey is concluded. Looks like the rotation is weakening. The inbound winds are getting kind of cut off from the outbound winds, so that's a good sign. But this storm could recycle at any time, so they might want to continue the warning.
Probably will.
Oh, I should use the terminal radar.
So, little storms within the big storm, in the hurricane bands of Ian. A significant, dangerous tornado on the ground right now near Davie.
Yeah, it's 100% weakening, but
Are-
wow, it was strong near Cuba City.
Yeah, these are fairly common. They do happen in these outer bands, Nathan. In fact, when Hurricane Dorian came through and grazed the Carolinas, we did have a couple PDS warnings in and around the Carolinas. So these spin-up tornadoes on these outer bands can be very destructive, and we're seeing that now with this particular cell that is just to the north of Cooper City near Davie in the outskirts of the Miami-Dade metro area.
Isaias dropped an EF3 that prompted a PDS. I think it was the
believe
EF3 that did it.
I believe it did. In fact, I believe Ida, once it made it up into New Jersey, was prompted a tornado emergency for the Holly Springs area. So
yeah, it was an EF1.
These outer bands are nothing to scoff at. They can.
I think the only reason why they PDS toward it
was the population. Just one other concern, there is another supercell moving into downtown. There's actually two other supercells moving into downtown Miami with rotation, so we could see some more tornado warnings for downtown
The only reason why I think they PDS toward it was because of the high population and also the fact that the tornado is still on the ground. But wow, I am
and
very
ingesting a lot of
shocked.
debris.
If that cell gets into downtown Miami
Yeah, that's not going to be good.
and it drops a tornado,
Tornado's lifted. Tornado has lifted, guys.
All right, good.
Good.
Yeah, it looked like that was on its way.
Although it could definitely recycle. In this environment, I'm looking at mesoanalysis right now. All this thing needs to do is just shape up again, and bam, we have another tornado.
Yeah, Nathan, as soon as I can roll back the GRT radar, I will try to see if we can get a CC reading of just how far up this debris was getting lofted.
So the first serious scare from this hurricane-induced, you could call it a tornado outbreak almost at this point. Lots
Yeah,
of
we've had a
tornadoes
lot.
that we've seen this evening, and it is continuing.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's overblowing calling it an outbreak. We've had multiple tornadoes today. I can't really count how many CC drops there's been.
Yeah. Someone who's been wanting to talk for a long time. I don't know if you're still there or not, but let's see if we can talk to you. Name is Frick Ian. Fascinating name. Hello, are you there? Sorry.
Before he starts speaking, I want to say one thing. When we get about 10 tornadoes, that's when I'm going to call it an outbreak. I don't know if, like...
All right.
I mean, I hope we don't get 10 tornadoes, but... Yeah.
Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. So, people into tornado, just stay calm, try to get your phone and maybe wear a hat. Stay inside a closet or inside anywhere away from outer walls. I sound younger than I really am.
Right.
Anyways, like Irma, the tornadoes are probably gonna be everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, but with Irma, they were over the ocean. Here, the hurricane's perfectly aligned, so they're over land, which is not good.
Yeah.
If you are in a tornado, be calm.
Did you have any questions for us?
Stay calm and yeah. Like, I live in Tallahassee, like up
Yep.
there in the Panhandle, and I am getting heavy clouds from the hurricane way down in Miami area. So this is a big deal.
No doubt.
Okay,
Anything else you'd like to add?
Just stay safe and stay calm and try to evacuate while you can. That's all I have
Good
to
advice.
Especially if you're in a dangerous place. Yeah. Thank you.
But if you're in the Keys, it's too late.
Fitz got disconnected. He wants to come back up.
Oh.
I'd say there's many counties now in South Florida that are too late to evacuate, unfortunately.
Fitz, you gotta put your hand up. There we
Yes, that's how it works around here. You can still see what it looks like at Naples. It's getting dark there now, and the camera's just starting to lose focus, actually. But it still looks fairly calm there in Naples, so that's interesting. And got it on good authority that this one is actually up to date. and not
Tornado
moving.
warning tag.
Another tornado warning? Where was that?
Tornado warning has been downgraded to radar indicated, no longer CDS or confirmed, Nathan.
So that's better news, down to a radar indicated tornado warning.
That cell moving into Miami is scaring me because if that
gonna
thing
check the
drops
background
a tornado
environment on
right
it.
as it gets there.
Alright. Here we're looking again at some satellite imagery of the storm, and it's been blowing up some decent convection still around the northern side as well. So looking rather interesting and possibly strengthening again of Hurricane Ian. National Hurricane Center will have their intermediate advisory in around 25 minutes. Start your comments and questions with Force 13 all in text. We'll try and get through them if we can. But our team, rather excitable at times, getting a lot of tornado hits this evening. So needs must when we have to call those shots for the tornado warnings.
SRH is slowly increasing. The tornado threat is continuing to ramp up.
I'm never here when it's 11 at night, but I'm assuming we do the advisory at 11, then we leave.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we're not going to just sit here and not go through the 11 o'clock advisory.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, it's a Cat 5 now. Bye-bye.
Go ahead.
I have unfortunate news. I do have a list of counties where I would say it is now too late to evacuate. Those counties are
That's not particularly helpful to people, really, is it?
Yeah, however, if you're in these counties, it's now too late to evacuate. And it's better to ride out the storm. Those being Monroe, Miami-Dade, Collier, Broward, Palm Beach, Hendry, and Lee. Repeating, that is Monroe, Miami-Dade, Broward, Collier, Palm Beach, Hendry, and Lee counties. If you're in these counties, I am afraid to say it is too late to evacuate. It is better to ride out the storm and stay safe for those in these counties.
I think Miami's really Matrix grabbed the bullet because they're gonna get off. They're gonna get off easy.
Yeah, apart from the tornadoes.
Yeah, apart from
They're
the
getting
tornadoes.
slammed by the tornadoes right now.
Yeah, they're just getting whooped.
Yeah. The tornado threat, I'm looking at mesoanalysis now. Every parameter, the RAP, which is the model the SPC uses, is overperforming. The wind shear is higher, the CAPE is higher. So the helicity is higher. And it's only going to increase as time goes on. We already have 350 storm relative helicity in Naples, and that's, well, it was supposed to be about like 200, less than 200 right now. So, and it's just going to get higher as time goes on. And because this is a very moist tropical environment, there's no capping to stop these tornadoes from forming. The situation is just going to get worse, unfortunately.
Hey, Nathan, we have an interesting development regarding that tornado where we were watching earlier. Possible CC being detected north of Davie, south of Pine Island Ridge, So this tornado warning cell may be recycling and may be trying to drop another tornado.
What were you gonna say,
That
Peanut?
might be debris.
Do you know something too?
Tim, that might be debris.
Of course, it would be Of course, it would be one of the retirement names that got retired after Ivan. Of course, it'd be related to Ivan somehow.
Yeah.
And Igor, don't forget we did. It was
Well,
also
Igor didn't spawn a bunch of tornadoes.
True, but
I was referring
Right.
to the fact
Fitz,
that
what did you want to say?
Igor only spawned one actually.
Fitz.
Tim, that might be debris fallout. Maybe the tornado is finally, or the storm is picking up the debris reflecting on radar. However, I wouldn't be surprised if that could also be a recycling, but that appears to be debris fallout at this time.
I disagree with that, Patrick, and I'm not going to discuss it too much on air. It's just the evidence wouldn't point to that. At least
It's
not from
clear
what I'm
air.
seeing.
Yeah, it's not debris fallout. It's clear air because it's right in the middle of the low reflectivity zone.
Man, that's
Hey, Nathan.
James, thanks for your support. Says Key West is getting near hurricane force winds. Indeed, they're getting the international airport. They got a 71-mile-an-hour gust recently.
He also said street flooding in Miami via news video.
That wouldn't surprise me with all of this rain and
We've had
storminess.
it's been happening since last night actually.
Man, that
Looking
tornado
at
wasn't even...
Recon, Nathan, just taking a look at their flight plan since the one Air Force plane turned back and NOAA 3 has landed at Homestead Air Force Base. Unless they rush a couple more flights up, we will not get another hurricane flight into Ian until about 2 a.m. At least that's the next scheduled one on the NHC's flight plan.
2 a.m. Eastern?
Unless, 4:15 is when it's set to be taken off, unless they rush one of these flights up.
We now have a new massive area of CC drop just to the west of Pine Island Ridge.
Where's that? In Miami, right?
Yes.
Let me just verify that real quick.
This is just to the northwest of Davie.
If I may interject here for a second. I'm starting to see reports of damage in Cooper City, with that PDS tour, so
damn.
It's definitely damage, it sounds like.
That CC is just associated with clear air. It's not a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, no, it's not a tornado.
Although that cell near North Miami Beach is taking on a very interesting shape. It's forming a hook. No rotation yet. Actually, there is a tiny bit, but we'll see what it does.
The warning has been canceled.
Miami Beach. Oh, the warning's
Right,
been
good.
canceled?
Yeah, for the PDS one.
Okay.
It got downgraded, then canceled.
Where's the damage reports? Can someone send that in call chat?
Yeah, it was PDS for like 5 minutes.
Alright, let's see if we have some more comments and questions here. Everything says that they know someone who has evacuated to Fort Lauderdale. Do you think they will be safe?
Most likely.
Not much
Depends
else
on
actually.
it.
at the moment.
Depends if the storm goes further east or not.
We have a tornadic supercell approaching the key, and it actually looks very well defined. Summerlin
yes,
Key,
it
Key
does.
West. Yep. See that, guys?
I'm looking at Key West radar. It is about 15 miles to the southeast of Big Pine Key.
Heading right for it. If this thing consolidates a bit more, we could see another tornado warning.
The radar I had here just completely broke a few moments ago. It's taken a very long time to try and get it back again, but we are about 1 minute away from being able to see the latest radar once again to completely follow what our team are talking about in real time right now. So an ongoing situation with mainly tornado tracking tonight, it turns out.
My God, yeah, I do see that supercell.
Tornadoes must be tracked.
Damn, that's well defined.
On the south side now of Ian, radar is now picking up to 125 miles per hour on the south side and up to 140 on the north side.
Lovely.
Let me see if I can verify that and what flight and what altitude that is at.
Thanks for supporting us, Rain Swish. We'll get you on the air shortly. And James, according to Tornado HQ 17, tornado warnings so far.
Dang. Yeah, I'm just gonna call this an outbreak now. It's basically what it is.
Rain Swish.
New tornado warning.
Oh, a new tornado warning. Just hold off a minute.
Of course.
Tornado warning.
Hendry County.
Yep, it's the one up north.
I see
Got
where Henry.
cancelled and then reissued.
Yep.
These tornadoes near Naples, Cape Coral, and Punta Gorda are going to be really hard to detect because the radar's just so far away.
Amelia V asks, like, is there an established point in a storm that meets standards for not evacuate? Hold on, I think there might be a different.
What?
Amelia V asks, why is it too late to evacuate? Like, based on what criteria and by what authority?
Well, that's it. I mean, it's quite subjective, which is why I didn't think it was particularly useful.
Someone's also denying an Eyewall replacement cycle.
Oh.
Even though Recon has confirmed it.
Well, anyways, Rain Swish, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, I have multiple questions about the eye of the storm because it appears that the eye keeps like redeveloping and it's wobbling consistently and it's gone to a point where the eye was like cut in half. And I was wondering if there was a way that the eye would be like re-stabled, you could say.
Blimey, is this from... I'm just looking at it again here. That can't be Key West that we're looking at, is it? I think the radars have broken. I think we were just looking at Miami radar then, and it's all gone messed up. It thinks it's looking at Key West when it wasn't. I'm trying to get a look at that latest radar, but what we were seeing earlier was that...
Need to break in, Nathan.
What's going on?
Nathan need to break in with damage reports from Copper City.
Yep.
Cooper City.
New
Down
tornado
power
warning.
lines are being reported from the PDS tour.
Another tornado in downtown
down
Miami. Tornado warning in downtown Miami.
Oh, what?
Pembroke Pines. Right underneath the other one. It's a new cell.
Again?
Yep, it's literally tracking right where the other one went. Let's hope it doesn't turn out the same way.
Hollywood. Downtown
But in this
Hollywood,
environment,
It's very favorable for tornado genesis.
Look at that. Tornado warning for this location right now. Pembroke Pines, Miramar, and Davie. Again, you've just had one, and here's another.
And we also have a good couple and likely down tornado right now near Pembroke Park.
Let me check the terminal radar. That'll give me a better view. It's... The velocity couplet's it's barely even there, but it is consolidating. That's probably why they warned it, because sometimes they warn tornadoes just purely on the environment they're in, because they know it's going to be conducive to tornado development, so they just warn it preemptively, which I think is a good idea. So, yeah.
That's basically the meaning of a tornado warning. It means a tornado is imminent or occurring.
Yes.
I'm afraid some of our viewers might have to wait to ask questions for a little while with all that's going on with these tornado warnings. Radar imagery does look interesting. I'm surprised to see that the whole half of the southeastern eyewall is already gone, because it was looking still pretty decent earlier. Interesting to see what will happen and how successful this eyewall replacement cycle will end up being. It will be pretty crucial to what will actually result from it. Let's try and see if we can talk to Rain Swish again and see if we can get one or two questions out. Go ahead. If you're still there. No, I guess not.
That velocity couplet's getting more intense. The one in Miami. We could have a tornado imminent.
I'm just going to read out some cities that are in this new tornado warning. If you are in Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Miramar, and Davie, take cover now.
Yep, dangerous potential tornado once again moving through the area. Dawn, who was, I think the same Dawn who was on the air earlier, says, and thank you for your support by the way, and we had a great conversation. Are these tornadoes going to be moving up the state, and will they be worse when Ian comes on shore?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So the tornado. Okay, so yes, the tornadoes are going to slowly move upstate as the as the hurricane progresses. They won't be as bad when Ian makes landfall because, but they will be bad just before, because when Ian makes landfall, what's going to happen is that the basically most of the outer bands will be over water, but when it's heading towards it and moving up, that's when all the outer bands have the chance to interact with land, and that's when the biggest tornado threat's going to happen, and that's what we're going to see in the next couple hours. So the situation is just going to get worse from here out, unfortunately.
Gee. Looking at those cells moving through again, just a reminder that second tornado warning for Pembroke Pines, you just had one about 10 minutes earlier. A second one in effect.
Oh, that's interesting. The cell that the previous PDS cell is recycling, and there is another velocity couplet near just south of Tamarack on the, what's it called, the terminal radar. So we could have another tornado incoming as well. It's unwarned right now, but we should keep an eye on it.
Really?
Pretty crazy.
Oh, that couplet intensified near West Park, the one that's currently tornado warned. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a tornado imminent.
Here we go again.
I know the warnings, say tornado imminent, but I'm pretty damn sure it's gonna happen now.
And there we go again with software breaking again.
At the wrong times.
We do have another cell that is coming in right near the Miami Beach area with some decent rotation associated with it as well. However, that one is not warned. But if I'm in North Bay Village, Miami Shores, North Miami, Golden Glades, up to North Miami Beach, I would be keeping an eye on this one as it's coming on shore.
This is exactly why, even if you're not in the direct path of a hurricane, you need to be prepared.
Do you guys know if the 8 p.m. Update is out yet?
Probably not, because because their plane got hit by lightning and just didn't. And they just said screw it.
They're doing hourly updates, National Hurricane Center, so they'll probably do it right to the hour on all updates now.
DC drop east of West Hollywood, Nathan.
Tornado on the ground, let me check.
I'm getting there slowly, and we'll be able to see it for ourselves on the screen in just a moment.
Debris ball, debris ball southwest of Hollywood.
Okay, calm down, man.
Okay, alright, yeah. So if you guys are
tornado on the ground.
So yeah, if you guys are in West Hollywood, you guys need to be getting shelter immediately. Radar is supporting a correlation coefficient drop, meaning that there is a tornado on the ground to the east of West Hollywood. You need to be getting to shelter immediately. This is potentially producing a tornado at this time.
There it is. Very close to Pembroke Pines, near Hollywood, west of I-95.
Do you mind if I read out the National Hurricane Center advisory?
Is it out?
Out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alrighty.
There's a big CC drop.
Hurricane Ian Intermediate Advisory number 19A. Life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding expected in the Florida Peninsula. Summary of 8 p.m. information. 24.4 north, 83.0 west. About 180 miles or 290 kilometers south-southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida. About 20 miles, 35 kilometers south-southwest of the Dry Tortugas. Maximum sustained winds, 120 miles per hour, 195 kilometers per hour. Present movement is north-northeast or 15 degrees at 10 miles an hour or 17 kilometers per hour. Minimum central pressure, 947 millibars, 27.96 inches. Watches and warnings, no changes.
Yeah, no changes. Really looking very unstable all around the greater Miami area. Looking further south, there's one or two, I think you mentioned them already, but one or two other areas that look suspect.
Oh, that one tornado warned cell is having lightning in it.
I do want to bring up really quick with that one tornado warned cell that was just issued. There's a CC drop.
There's also
Yeah,
lightning.
we know that.
Debris ball.
Yeah, that's probably a strong tornado, most likely, if there's a debris ball.
If one of these storms rolls on shore and it has a bunch of lightning, I have reason to be worried.
Yeah, lightning is definitely an indication of intensity when it comes to storms.
Nathan,
Exactly
breaking
right.
news.
Go.
Yep.
The tornado warning for West Hollywood has been upgraded. It is now an observed tornado. Confirmed tornado located over Chambers or Straits or near Hollywood, moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. So again, this is now an observed tornado for the Miami suburb.
PDS yet.
0.63 cc drop.
That's very deep. This is.
The storm.
It's getting eaten up by the silt underneath it, so it may weaken, and I think
The storm doesn't have
mile and a half wide debris ball, guys. 1.5 mile wide debris ball, guys.
The storm doesn't have much lightning, but it still has lightning regardless.
If this was isolated, it could probably remain on the ground for a bit, but it's getting eaten up by the cell underneath it. But we have to keep an eye on that cell underneath it, because that also could produce a tornado.
Yeah, do we have a wind speed on the tornado itself?
No, you can't determine that unless you rate the damage.
Damn, look at that hook.
Yeah, it's really embedded in there.
Actually, should I go ahead and read off the TC warnings and alerts?
Yes, please. They're on the bottom of our screen, but
Thank you.
Go
A
ahead for
hurricane,
us.
a hurricane warning is in effect for Chokolosky to Anclot River. I don't know. I'm just going to pronounce it how I see it. Including Tampa Bay, Dry Tortugas. A storm surge warning is in effect for Suwannee River, southward to Flamingo, Tampa Bay, Dry Tortugas, Flagler Volusia line to the mouth of the St. Mary's River and the St. John's River. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mayabeque, I don't know if I'm, you know it.
Breaking news, possible tornado on the ground southwest of North Miami.
Yeah, you know what? Someone else can read them off. I'm not doing it.
Great
He
attitude
just gave up.
there. Great attitude.
I'm gonna end up offending like 45 million people if I keep
Alright.
saying them the right way. If I keep saying them the way I am.
I got
We
pretty
need
good
a
Spanish. I
native
can take a shot at
Floridian.
him.
There are so many CC drops right now in the Miami region.
Yeah, there
There is
are.
another
major
one
right now.
Oh yeah, there is
So
another one near North Miami. Unwarned tornado.
Have there been over 5?
Well, in total, yes, but
almost
not in
20.
Miami.
There's been
okay.
almost 20 in total across the entire state.
That's
I
insane.
can't verify if the one south of the tornado warning is an actual CC drop, but one north, 100%.
Debris ball.
This is a dangerous situation for Miami. I don't think they've seen anything like this in a while.
Last time we've
Actually, Nathan, there was one change on the 8 o'clock advisory. They now
Alright.
have it moving at northeast
Oh,
instead of due north.
yeah. That's interesting.
So it's continuing to move east.
Well, only slightly. But yeah, that would possibly lead to a further east cone once again.
Yep, they still do maintain it at 120 miles per hour, 947 millibars. That is the only change that is its moving direction is northeast now.
Uplit has re-intensified on the tornado confirmed.
Quite frankly, I don't really give a damn about how strong the
And
storm
Nathan,
is.
we got some news on Recon. It looks like
Right.
Kessler Air Force Base has sorted a crew and rushed a flight up. We will
Unfortunately,
have
guys, I will have to go.
A302 leaving Kessler here
Bye.
shortly.
Okay, so we'll get that one in the area in a fair while. Rain Swish, I know you wanted to talk for ages, and did you want to just say anything now? And every
So
time I
much
ask for
going
them, they're gone.
Oh, I
well.
forgot the discussion and outlook of the advisory.
Well, there won't be much difference in the discussion. Well, no, they don't publish a discussion at an intermediate. Oh, you mean underneath?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... Oh, I guess it's the old discussion. Wait. At 8 p.m., the center of Hurricane Ian was located near latitude 20 of...
Right, let me read some stuff here. Maximum winds near 120 miles per hour with higher gusts. A Category 3, strengthening expected tonight
Tornado
through
warning.
Wednesday. forecast to approach the west coast of Florida as an extremely dangerous major hurricane. Where's the tornado warning?
Tornado warning for west central Collier County in Florida. Golden Gate, take cover now. And also Big Hook, south of Big Pine Key.
I knew this was going to happen.
Where was I there? Sustained tropical storm force winds have been reported at the Key West International Airport and the Key West Naval Air Station during the last hour. A National Data Buoy Center site near Sombrero Key recently reported a sustained wind of 43 miles per hour. The Florida Keys Marathon International Airport just reported a wind gust of 52. Pressure 947, wind 120 miles an hour. We'll keep our break as short as we can. We'll be back after this with more information from those current tornado warnings and possible tornado activity. It's turning into a very tornadic hurricane event that we're witnessing right now. This is Hurricane Ian. We're here for another 3 hours. Don't go away. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hurricane Ian with winds of 120 miles per hour and 947 millibars still barreling towards the coast of Florida. Although at this very moment, a lot of our team are going pretty crazy because there's a lot going on in the greater Miami area and along the southeastern part of Florida. Not with the hurricane per se, well, it sort of is, but it's more with smaller scale activities, tornadic activities, and well, we've got a bit of an outbreak going on right now. Let's throw it right back to the team, and whoever it was who wants to speak first, what have we got?
Nathan, did you just say 107 millibars?
His mic cut out, so it's not like he did.
947 millibars.
I thought you said 107.
Yeah, his mic cut out, so that's what it sounded like.
Again, stormy in.
2 miles south of Cooper City in Broward County. Unknown reports tornado. Radar tornadic debris signature confirms tornado. 2 miles southwest Hollywood. Unknown reports tornado. Radar tornadic debris signature confirms tornado.
This would be in relation to the two tornadoes that we've had gone through the greater Miami metro area. We had one earlier that was up by Pine Island Ridge and Cooper City. This area is still under a tornado warning as a second cell has come through this area once again. So if you are in Davie, Cooper City, Pine Island Ridge, you guys are still under a tornado warning until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time, so another 10 minutes.
Let's see if we can get one of our a member that we used to have on quite a while back with some of the older storms that we covered, and it's great to see you back, Nuke. Welcome aboard.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're all right.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm just watching these tornadoes. I have weather.im up right now, and I have 5 different tabs of all the different weather service offices. So I'll do my best to get you guys warnings. Like literally, when they hit the button that says "send alert," I'll have it right here.
So much going on right now. It's pretty crazy.
And the craziness continues. Nathan, National Weather Service, Miami, now issuing a flash flood warning for the Miami area due to those outer bands that have trained over the greater Miami area. These would include Aventura, Miami Gardens, Apalaca, Westview, Miami Shores, and North Miami. So those areas are now under a flash flood warning at this time.
Wow. I'll leave the floor open here, so I'll let you guys take the stream for a little bit.
All right, I guess since nobody's speaking up, but we'll just kind of recap what we have going on. Obviously, the main threat is Hurricane Ian. Again, as Nathan said, 120 miles per hour, pressure of 947 millibars. It is moving now north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, and it is getting very close to making looks like a landfall over the dry Tortugas, Nathan. So we might have our first landfall there, but the current threat outside of Ian itself is the outer bands, which is produced 3 tornado warnings that are currently ongoing at this time. First one being for West Central Collier County in southwestern Florida. That is until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This does not include the city of Naples. The extreme eastern part of Naples itself, East Naples, is in that warning. So you guys need to be getting the shelter at this time for that one. The next one to the east of it is in northern Collier and central Hendry counties. This is until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time as well. That one is radar indicated. That one is to the east of Felda and Imalaki and north of Sunnyland. And we have a tornado warning in effect for southern Broward County. This is until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. This includes some cities as Pine Island Ridge, Cooper City, which was just impacted by a tornado earlier, Davie, Hacienda Village, Bradview Park, just to name a few.
Wow.
All right. Our 00Z fix has just came out. Thanks to Asher, a good psychoanalysis. I will read off all the intensities now. Ian, currently at our analysis, 24.5 north, 83 degrees west, with winds of 105 knots, 120 miles per hour, and a pressure of 947 millibars. We are going with the NHC. Noru is at 16.3 degrees north, 107.4 degrees east, with winds of 80 knots and a pressure of 969 millibars. Newton is currently at 14.5 degrees north, 122.3 degrees west, with winds of 25 knots and a pressure of 1008 millibars. Kulap, we currently have at 31.8 degrees north, 145.8 degrees east, with winds of 55 knots and pressure of 986 millibars. Ashley is currently at 14.0 degrees south, 78.5 degrees east, with winds of 40 knots and a pressure of 999 millibars. And 99L, we currently have still at 70-70 formation chance. 97W, currently at a 20-40 formation chance. And 97E at 40-80 formation chance.
We just got a report of thunderstorm wind damage.
Wow. Where's that?
1 mile north of North Perry Airport, not airport, apparently. Public reports thunderstorm wind damage. Patio torn off a home south of Taft and University.
And we also have the tornado warning for Broward has just allowed to expire. So Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, looks like you are in the clear for now, although just continue to watch it. We do have a tornado warning just to the north of Naples, which will expire.
We have a new marine warning.
19 minutes.
All right. We have a new marine warning issued by Key West, waterspout possible.
Ooh.
For Bayside and Gulf side from Craig Key to west end of 7 Mile Bridge. Gulf of Mexico from west end of 7 Mile Bridge to Half Moon Shoal out to 5 fathoms. Gulf waters from East Cape Sable to Chokolosk 20 to 60 nautical miles out and beyond 5 fathoms until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Once again, this is waterspout possible.
Yeah, that particular cell just got past Summerland and Big Coppic Key. So no tornado warning threat associated with that. However, waterspouts are possible. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
You mean Big Pine Key, correct?
No, this special marine warning is north of, well, yeah, it's Summerland, Big Pine, Cudjoe Key. It's right in that general area.
Yeah. It's now leaving Big Pine Key with an amazing hook. If you looking on Key West radar, that hook is amazing.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, no, never mind. That was residents reporting damage in tornado warned area in Broward.
Right,
I forgot that it's
also a good question for you, Nathan. This is coming in off of our YouTube chat. What comparisons can be drawn between Ian and Ivan of 2004? That's a question coming in off our chat.
Ian is the same, just without a V in it, I guess. No, it's not quite like that. Ivan was obviously a much stronger storm, peaked as a Category 5 as it was, I think it was more than once, wasn't it? But most notably when it was moving through the Yucatan Channel.
It produced a lot more ACE.
Yes, it produced a lot more ACE, and it produced a lot of tornadoes. Of course, the landfall location was much different. And then it came back for a second round, let's not forget as well. That's another thing that this storm won't do.
Why did
Well,
Ivan
you count
turn
the
around
second
again?
round as going onto the other side of Florida.
Why did Ivan decide to turn around?
Must have been a complex situation to do with the steering. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was blocked by high pressure ridging, or maybe a low pressure moving up the northeast. I've no idea, but I'm just speculating. But I imagine the subtropical ridge would have been involved to push it back south again.
I think the eyeball replacement cycle is getting close to being done. Because the inner eyeball is starting to fall apart now.
I wouldn't really say there is an Eyewall replacement cycle.
No, there is. Recon confirmed it earlier.
Okay. Wow, there is. Patrick just sent us some tornado damage in Cooper City, Florida. Neighbors' trees down.
Debris all over the road.
Yep, debris all over the road.
And that is the real threat with these outer bands. Obviously, these outer bands can produce tornadoes, and they can cause damage, as we are hearing from some of the storm reports that are coming in.
I know things have just got a little bit quiet here at the moment because I'm trying to fix loads of stuff. Everything's just breaking down at the same time. But we're still looking at these radar images, looking across South Florida. I'm always wanting to switch between Miami and Key West, and as soon as I switch to one radar, it's more interesting on the other radar, and that's quite annoying. Especially when there's a big chance that this software crashes every time I change it, but let's try and switch back.
Likely water spout just north of Big Pine Key.
Someone spammed a bunch of hamsters.
Look at that hook.
I'm looking at a YouTube chat right now. This is unrelated to Ian, but someone spammed a bunch of hamster emojis, and he got called a nonce, and they said that they hope they lose everything to Ian.
Great. We probably shouldn't mention that on the stream.
Yeah. I don't even know what the word means, but
that's quite evident. Anyway, this is a look at this really impressive hook right now that's moving northwest of the Keys. Thankfully, there is no areas ahead of that, at least not at this time. But there is that hook.
I have not seen a hook this good for over 9 months.
Meanwhile, look further west and you can see the actual center of the storm, and look at that Eyewall replacement cycle. If you remember how it was looking earlier, it's a lot bigger now with this new eye coming into focus, and it looks like it might be almost ready to start again here.
I can tell you, Nathan, that hook is very strong on velocity. Gate to gate would suggest that if there is a water spout there, it's got gate to gate of over 104 miles an hour.
There it is. This is this big hook that we're looking at. Just off, was it Big Pine Key?
Oh. It's one glitchy vorticity.
Is a bit.
Vorticity, velocity.
Velocity, it is a bit. Dawn, thank you for your support once again and your message. How long before those bands hit Polk County? And can you show what you're talking about? What were we talking about?
I think that Special Marine right there is the latest thing we were just discussing.
But, well, I can't show radar for Polk County right now because I just switched the radars again. But I imagine it's... Well, actually, I can show you on a basic level what it looks like, actually, with the other overlay. Here's a look at what's going on up there. So you're getting modest amounts of rain, persistent and steady rainfall across that whole area right now.
It'll probably crash. It'll probably crash whenever you had to switch back to it.
Usually does.
I just noticed the name of that town, Yeehaw Junction.
Yeah, it shows up a lot on the the viewer here.
Some city names just make me question my sanity.
Alright, sounds like it's gotten a little bit quieter. Are there still loads? How many warnings are we on now?
There's
Not sure.
one warning in just north of Naples. It's in Collier County, I believe.
Wow, yeah, there's that warning there.
That all we got?
Yeah, I believe so.
Outside of the Special Marine warning that's got an impressive gate to gate on it, I believe that is it. And then we got the flash flood warning in the greater Miami area, which we've discussed earlier.
Looking on radar scope, that Special Marine warning had a really impressive hook. Like, I mean, it's one of the best hooks I've seen since the December 10th outbreak.
That moment when the only thing comparable to that is a hook echo from a tropical cyclone. Then again, most of the tornadoes we had this year have just been inside squall lines.
Yeah. Think of like Andover.
They've either been inside squall lines or the hook has been embedded within heavier precipitation.
Yeah.
Or there was just no hook.
Yep.
Real quick, I just want to draw attention to a cell just to the west of Coral Springs. We do have a little bit of bright green and a little bit of bright red. Do we see anything with that, or is that just nothing? Coral Springs, Florida. I'm looking at radar scope, by the way.
Better idea for that where that one's north of Miami. Okay.
All right, sorry, Dawn. The questions there, and thank you once again for your support. How long before those bands that we're looking at with all those tornadoes hit Polk County, and about the hooks and how you decipher them? And it's an interesting question. I mean, I'm not the most well versed on these things, but I've sort of been taught the basics. I mean, you look at this feature here, and what you see is a hook of a thunderstorm convection up here, and it's attached to this big blob at the end. And when you switch it to the sometimes you can see it extremely well defined enough that you can see the actual hook on the reflectivity, but on the velocity you see it a bit more clearly when you look at this area where you find the reds.
Those up a couple frames, Nathan, you can really see the hook to kind of illustrate your point there.
There it is going backwards in time, and you can see how that effect is much more clearer. And when you get those reds up against those greens, you've got a little vortex in there that may well be a natural tornado
You got
on
what
the
we
ground.
like to call spinny cloud energy.
Oh, look, there it is. Look at that for a hook.
Yeah, that was earlier when we had the 101 gate to gate on it.
Oh
so
my
when
God.
you see the hook, the tornado is usually in here. Well, always in here.
Wow.
And
The stream is so delayed compared to the actual VC.
Yeah.
You might want to refresh the stream if that's true.
Yeah, so that frame right there you have, Nathan, that little gap north of where the hook is, that's usually an inflow notch, and that usually will bring air into the storm itself, creating that little hook.
What happened
where that hook is at on the end, that is where we usually anticipate a tornado to be at.
Hold on, Nathan, you know that go back to
You saw what happened there. Yes. Oh, well, I think he's
So okay, yeah, that one back a little bit.
Oh, you want to go back there again?
Actually, a little bit more advanced.
Yeah, what are we looking for?
It was the one where you were doing the diagram of that hook echo.
Yeah. Round about here. What about it?
You can see how I think how the yellow kind of jets out and makes it look like a heart. I think that might just be like strong inflow, because you usually see that with a lot of supercells, and you also have the rear flank downdraft wrapping around into it.
It's gonna be hard to tell this.
Again, this is just a tropical tornado, so.
Yep. So that's what happened there.
Now, what are you saying, Adafira?
I said it's hard to say to tell a tropical waterspout because CC's not that good of a help, because there's nothing for it to pick up besides a bit of water and the occasional fish.
Or an unlucky boat.
All right, Nathan, we have an update on Hurricane Ian. If I have this distance right, we may have a landfall on the dry Tortugas here shortly.
Really?
Center of Ian is 19 miles out.
I didn't know the dry tortugas were that far. Oh yes, they are. Look, these little islands right near the center of the storm, they're just entering this reorganizing eye right now.
Well, I had no idea there were islands there.
Yeah, very small islands.
Yep, those are the dry Tortugas.
Is that part of Florida?
Yes, they is. That's
Okay,
actually
so
part of, yeah, it is considered part of the Florida Keys.
Okay, so
It
it
is
will make
part of Monroe County as
So
well.
it's about to make landfall in Florida.
You could technically say that, yeah. If you're looking to make a headline, but they're not populated, are they?
No, mostly they're wildlife refuge.
Yeah.
That reminded me of the Horse Island below Canada. I wonder how
Sable
they dealt
Island?
with Fiona.
And then there's the island of Horses off the coast of Maryland. Azatec Island. It's a beach resort. I've been there. It's nice.
If I was working for the Weather Channel and then wanted to make a clickbait headline, I would consider those islands part of Florida.
Well, there you go.
I know we're making jokes about those islands, but even though they're uninhabited and there's wildlife on there, those islands just took the brunt of Hurricane Ian. Those 120-mile-per-hour winds ripping through those islands at this time.
All right, let's see if it's safe to get someone else on the call. We'll take some calls here. Let's see if we can talk to Tate Rowe.
I do hope nothing was hurt on those islands.
Hello, Tate Rowe. You're on the air.
Pittsburgh safe. Pittsburgh do I need to evacuate? Pennsylvania.
Wow, very far up there. No, not anytime soon.
No.
It's extremely
You're
far.
This is Florida. Don't worry.
Thank God, thank God. Thank you.
Okay.
What the hell was that?
Well, you know, people want to know. We're
Oh,
also
David.
joined by.
Old man David's in the
I know
audience.
David wants to join here. I know Steven's desperate to join, but if you keep stopping and starting, I can't press the button. So let's see if we can talk to Steven right now, who's wanted to be involved for a while.
Speaking of David, I believe, did an update on Hurricane Ian that is now live on our Force 13 channel.
All right.
Hello?
We'll talk to him in a moment.
Yes,
Hello,
go ahead.
Steven. You're on the air.
I've been trying to get on here for like over 2 hours now. There was a tornado like 2 miles away from me. I was trying to say, hey, is it close to me? Is it not close to me? Like y'all are just out here just having conversation about the Tortugas. Like there's 30 of us trying to get in and y'all are just having meaningless side conversations.
I wouldn't say they're meaningless. We were tracking those tornadoes live, and if you're under that tornado warning, then you know what to do.
About a quarter of the way, like, well.
Why is there a special marine warning in Lake Ontario?
I mean,
Anyway, I am in Broward and I want to know what's going on with those cells and thunderstorms in Broward because I don't want another tornado. So my question is there going to be another tornado and is there another cell that can make one?
well, it looks like the stuff that's moving through that area right now is starting to die down a little bit, but there's always the chance for more stuff to be arriving, and there is some cells that have little bits popping up that are approaching the upper keys and might end up heading into your area a little bit later on in the evening, but nothing for the next hour at least.
All right, and can you like zoom in Hollywood specifically?
All right, looking right into this area, still those cells that are there, and you can't completely rule out them becoming something, but they're leaving those very populated areas, and you can see Hollywood in there. Looks like you're still getting a little bit of rain.
It's like really
Nathan, I don't mean to interrupt, but we have a new tornado warning out of Miami for Collier, Florida until 9 o'clock p.m., including Golden Gate near Naples, Golden Gate Estates, Naples, West Tollgate, Alligator Alley, and Vineyards. And then we have another tornado warning
For Broward.
Broward, Palm Beach till 9 o'clock. And this includes Parkland, Loxahatchee, NWR, and yeah, that's the only location in that one. The National Wildlife Refuge, that's what it is, yeah. Okay, this looks like this tornado warning for Broward and Palm Beach. It looks like it's in relatively rural areas.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, yeah, it's mostly in the National Wildlife Refuge, but maybe just on the northwestern side of Coral Springs and just to the west of Parkland is where this one is. And then if we go back to the one near Naples, this looks like an extension of the one near Naples, and that one will go until 9 o'clock as well. So we have 2 tornado warnings up right now.
Anyway, for the population density, Like if you look on a map of the roads in Broward and in Dade, once it gets to the Everglades, the population is dense, and then it's just Everglades.
Yeah.
That's the way it's spread out in eastern Florida. But it's
The population is there. You step 3 feet to the left, it's not.
yeah, there's just a canal that separates the living from the Everglades. That's it. But for
Casual
Collier,
Florida.
there's really nothing more than, like, I want to say 20 miles from the beach. There's nothing but Everglades. So most of the stuff in Collier is nothing but Everglades. What I
Except for
would
those
really,
warnings are right now, which are over Naples area.
yeah, those are over like Golden Gate and I want to say Livingston. Yeah, I live here, so I'm kind of more familiar than you guys are with the geography of it. So
I just like to point this out. We have a bit of a rarity here. That tornado warning for Broward and Palm Beach.
It's gone.
Population, schools, hospitals, 0. So
oh yeah, that
nobody's
one
in that
is
storm.
no one.
We had
Yeah.
quite a few of those earlier when there were tornado warnings over the
Yeah.
Everglades.
Only thing that's hitting is some cows.
Maybe.
And some gators, maybe.
I gotta go, Julie. We got cows.
Stephen, thanks for joining us again. Feel free to call back. And let's see if there's loads of other people who want to speak right now, so let's see if we can get them on here. Let's see if we can talk to Jack. Jack, you're on the air.
Get 4.
Doing?
All right, how are you?
Doing well, thanks.
What would you like
Alright.
to... Yeah, go ahead.
So I really wouldn't ask this. So I'm not anywhere near Florida myself, but I have family that lives down there. They're not there right now, which is good. But they live in the more southwestern area near like Fort Myers and all that. No, Fort Myers is supposed to get, I don't know if it's supposed to make exact landfall there. But somewhere in the Fort Myers, almost Naples area, even a little more south of that, even like the Marco Island area. What would you say the damage, maybe the wind speeds could be around there?
Thunderstorm.
Still can't rule out landfall as far south as Marco Island even. It probably won't now, but I mean, it's trending towards landfall near Englewood at the moment, which is, you know, it's getting a little bit further down. And Fort Myers being on the eastern side of that could get some really nasty conditions up towards major hurricane strength winds. Some really significant storm surge of in excess of 10 to 12 feet. And lots of rainfall, which could exceed 20 inches. It's going to be a real big storm for wherever it lands.
Yeah.
1 mile southwest Cooper City, Broward County. Public reports thunderstorm wind damage at 8:20. Down trees near northwest 97th Avenue and 39th Street.
We have an update on Recon. AF302 is in the air now.
All right. Jack, did you want to follow up?
Follow up with the...
Just to respond to what we were talking about?
Oh. Honestly, with the storm and everything in Fort Myers, I'm just hoping it doesn't do too much. So I've been constantly tracking this and watching the live stream with you guys every night for like the last 3 days, make sure this doesn't do anything, because I remember I was a lot younger when Irma hit, and Irma made direct landfall on Marco Island, close by where my grandparents live. I remember being worried about that.
It's definitely going to be a worry. It is going to be a big impacting storm, just like Irma.
Yeah.
I can't really alleviate your fears there. It's just what's going to happen here. Northeastward movement. Just the main question now is really where exactly the landfall location is going to be.
Yeah, for sure.
But there we go. Thanks for calling, Jack. Hope things go well.
For some reason, I feel like this thing might just keep...
And he pressed the mute button on himself. All right.
I did see a question in the live stream, and they were asking, they were in Jacksonville, and they wanted to know their thoughts, your guys' thoughts on the wind, rain, and storm surge threat for Jacksonville.
Ooh.
Tropical storm force winds especially when you look at the National Hurricane Center cone. I mean, that's pretty much verifies that. By the way, let's just have a look at what the 8 p.m. cone update shows. Still moving east of that forecast track, according to the 8 p.m. cone. But for Jacksonville, tropical storm force winds, a light surge, I would imagine, maybe 1 to 3 feet. And I would say the main threat will be the rain and potential for flooding with, you could get seriously high rainfall amounts still up there, maybe 12 inches plus at worst. So that's what I would suggest for the Jacksonville area. We'll try and get as many people on the air as we can right now. Let's see if we can speak to someone else. Just gotta wait for them to accept the call.
Okay.
Biblically Accurate Kermit. Interesting name.
They canceled the tornado warning for Broward and continued it for Palm Beach.
All right. Hello, you're on the air.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My question is about the Waffle House Index. Is that like a reliable thing that like people actually use?
The Waffle House Index?
Like based off like how many Waffle Houses close in an area?
So that is so to explain what this is to people who don't know, it's kind of like a meme in a way where it's like a 3-tiered system. So green is like if Waffle Houses are open, yellow is like okay, there's just a few menu items that are not available, and red is completely closed. It's not really a good way of determining impact of hurricanes. But if I were to
It
say
shows what restaurants you want to go to.
if I were to say if you're talking Waffle Houses, I would assume they want to have their employees be safe. So probably a yellow or a red. But it's not really the best way of giving impact information.
The Waffle House Index was coined by a FEMA administrator following the Joplin tornado, in which 2 Waffle House restaurants remained open.
Oh yikes! So from a tornado. Anyway, Rain Swish says if they can be back on the stream again, we've got to get through some other people who haven't had the chance yet first. You have been on here twice tonight so far. And Dawn says that we can't hear the callers, which I'm a bit baffled by. I'm sure the audio is working okay, but
Christian!
There we go. Christian is also here, one of our team members.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Ryan. Jay as well.
Just waiting for my turn to go on air, that's all.
Well, you're here.
Yes, you are here.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, I'm just having a look at some damage photos right now, especially on the on social media and everything. And what I'm seeing is pretty indicative of a pretty strong hurricane, especially like places in Cuba, for example. Yeah, it's not looking good.
No,
we have a new tornado warning out of Miami for Broward, Florida, and this includes the cities of Coral Springs, Plantation, Sunrise, Tamarack, and Lauderhill. Radar indicated till 9 o'clock Eastern time. So if you're
Can they get a break?
It feels like it's in the same area as those others we've had.
That's an extension of one, isn't it?
No, it's to the south of the one that was the zero population. This is coming just out of the north of Plantation. So if you are in Coral Springs, Tamarack, Sunrise, Lauderhill, be in a safe place, lowest level, away from windows, hall, closet, bathroom. Get a pillow, mattress over your head if you can. Bike helmet also works. Take cover if you can. Also, I should also preface, I've talked to a couple people, and they said that they try to look outside for the tornado, whether that's through a window or they actually physically go outside. Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Plus, it's night.
That's also a good point. It is nighttime here in Florida, so you won't.
And
you're only gonna
see it when there's lightning. But it's a tropical system. There's gonna be no lightning.
Exactly.
Yo. We're joined by Big Mate in Kissimmee. Hello.
What up? How y'all doing?
We're fine. How are you?
Being chilling right now. storm's gonna pass somewhere over me, but all right, all good. We went through Irma. It'll be all right. But I did come with a very specific thing that I wanted to talk about, and maybe is a whole lot of nothing, or maybe it's a whole lot of interesting. So that's for you to decide. But I've been constantly looking up every single model run of the GFS every single time to make a new one, and the European model, because those tend to be the two ones that most people pay attention to for good reason. But I can't help but realize that these models are so off in intensity, and they stay off every time.
Yes.
It's like they initialize with intensity wrong immediately. So when they start the run, they're already like 20 millibars off. So it seems very worrying for me.
And I'm not the biggest model expert, so I don't know exactly why it is, but I think part of why the forecasts end up being underdoing it is due to the lower resolution of the global models. You see the higher resolution ones like the HWRF and the HMON come up with much stronger storms usually, but sometimes they overdo it, so you've got...
And then there's the NAM 3 kilometer, which always overdoes everything.
But it's not built for hurricanes, so...
That's the point!
Yeah,
But
and I have to keep repeating that point when you say it.
I think that even though that is the case, I feel like they're extra off. It just feels worse this time around. It's like I don't think they've ever initialized any run ever with the correct, like, even near the correct pressure. Like right now, I'm looking at the latest model run, and it says, and it assumes, obviously we're gonna get a new one shortly for the 0Z, but this current model somehow said that 6 hours later after the run, so it's not a very way off. So it predicted 6 hours from when it started that the hurricane, which is about right now, would be at 971 millibars, and it's 947.
Yeah,
like it's a joke. I haven't. Can you believe that the HWRF is actually the most accurate?
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it really comes out. And people have often commented within our community that when Recon is involved, HWRF is great when they use Recon data.
If HWRF pans out, and I don't mean to like always say that this storm is, I'm only trusting more in HWRF this time because they tend to be more correct this time around, when GFS has been letting me down every single model run. That's going to land at 930 millibars, but I don't know about that. But what I do know is that it's definitely not what the GFS is saying. It's almost like pointless to look at the GFS for until it landfalls.
For intensity, but I mean, yeah, I guess, but
it's gotten the track correct. The track is correct. I think the track is a very valuable thing because the GFS actually looks at factors that steer the storm away from the storm, because the storm itself doesn't decide much of it. It's mostly what's going on.
They just continue that tornado warning.
All right.
Okay.
No, the one for Collier, not the one for Broward.
All right.
All right. Well, anyway, I think I came to say what I wanted to say. I want to leave the room for other people, but I just wanted to make my concerns noted because.
No, it's a very interesting comment, and I imagine that we'll have to have a proper discussion on that one day with some real experts in modeling.
Your voice sounds familiar.
Mine? I've never been here. Low key. For real.
But thanks for joining us. Thank you.
I'm off. See ya.
Good boy.
So let's see who else we can talk to right now. Who haven't we spoken to yet? Let's talk to Sandwich, which is an interesting name to have. Welcome to the
Sandwich.
to
Hey,
our
can
event.
I eat you?
No.
Let's have more realistic questions, please. Hello, you're on the air.
Nice. Hi, nice to meet you, Nathan.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, I've been watching Force 13 since 2020.
That's a fair while now. Yeah.
Yeah, so even though I don't live near Florida, I think we might see 6 to 10 feet of storm surge from Ian. Yeah, and then the eye curse continues.
Well, it is certainly looking that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just hope Florida stays safe.
And you're saying 6 to 10 feet. It could be more than that. I would
Yeah,
say
'cause I
upwards
was
of
watching
12.
the Weather Channel.
Trade.
Yeah. And also, hello, Christian.
Hello.
And they
I
might be
gotta say, you're pretty cool,
underestimating
Christian.
that as well.
Okay, thank you,
Alright.
but that's not the topic of this live stream.
Well, we can take a compliment.
Yeah.
You're pretty
Yeah.
cool too. I'm sure we'll be able to have a chat in future. Thank you, Sandwich, for joining us. Did someone else want
And
to? Yeah.
regarding that storm surge, also, I do want to note the official National Hurricane Center forecast is 8 to 12 feet from Bonita Beach to the middle of Longboat Key in western Florida.
Yeah.
For
I'd
the
also say
highest storm surge.
the tornado warnings for that population 0, as well as the one in Broward, those are still continuing till 9 o'clock. Yep. The one for Broward still including Coral Springs, Tamarack, and Parkland. So Sunrise, I believe, is the other city that was mentioned previously. It looks like they are in the clear.
Hello, Austin Hoss. You're on the air.
Hey, Nathan. How are you?
We're great. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm just joining in from Ontario. My main question is do you think the inner eyewall is forming now? It's looking like the center is trying to at least partially consolidate again.
Looks like we're at least halfway through this eyewall replacement cycle, and probably much more than that. So it's going to come round shortly, I think. Maybe give it another hour or two.
I'd say so. What do you think? Maybe like 130 max, or do you think it's already peaked?
Tough question, because when we think about that, if it's the eye's larger, so it's got possibly a bit more of a burden to try and strengthen, more energy required. So I think National Hurricane Center are on the right lines with it peaking at 130 miles an hour.
I think, yeah, it's going to run for Cat 4.
I have seen a couple people say, oh, what's the possibility of Cat 5? So do we want to just briefly
0.
cover that? 0, I believe.
Pretty much now with that eyewall replacement cycle, yeah. Was there anything else, Austin?
Well, my main question is since the trough is essentially going to be, it's depending if the storm can hit Florida before the dry air and the wind shear can affect it, because on some models I've watched on Tropical Tidbits, I don't know if you know who they are, they say it's really going to shear it before it hits coast, so it's all up in the air, I guess, for now.
NHC don't think so.
No.
They think it will keep its intensity. They did earlier, but they now think it will keep its intensity until landfall. All the models are pretty much saying that. Having said that, wind shear is about to reach 20 knots, so there could be a chance that it will start to get to the storm. Relative humidity is also falling below 60% now. So I don't know if it... I guess step one to this storm not reaching its potential, I suppose, would be something getting botched in the final stages of this eyewall replacement cycle.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much. Nice talking to you. Let's see who else we have. Moonchild, who we spoke to on yesterday's stream. Hello again.
Hello. You can hear me, yes?
Yep, we have you.
So I am just east of the tornado warnings that are in Coral Springs.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the skies are really definitely volatile. I think at least near where I am, I think I'm okay. But I do think that definitely to the west, there might be some serious situations going on.
Yeah, we're looking at all those tornado warnings right now. And that earlier one, that PDS tornado warning, it sounded pretty serious.
Yeah. Do we have any like eyes on the ground there?
I've not been able to watch that. I don't know if any of our team have any news on that right now.
Yeah, and I have tornado watchers, at least that I know of, and nobody's, obviously, why would they come down here?
I was
to respond to that, Nathan, most likely what will happen is once Ian is out of the Miami area, the National Weather Service will probably send a survey team out into these areas to determine if there was a tornado and just how intense they were. Right now, they won't send anybody out due to the simple fact that they've got a Category 3 hurricane right on their doorstep.
Oh, I know. I'm just wondering about second-hand reports, maybe. In fact, I'm looking at some photos here. There's a significantly sized tree down, branches down in Cooper City. I'm just looking at branch damage. Can't bring this to the stream, unfortunately.
Radar now supports a moderate Cat 4 hurricane out of Ian.
Oh.
Well, how do you come to that conclusion?
Well, some of radar reports from Key West at the 9,000 feet altitude come back with winds of up to 145 miles per hour on the north end and up to 135 on the south end.
Oh, that's not that's not going to be a 3 or 4.
I also did see a question asking about any possible alerts in North Carolina, and there are currently no alerts in effect for North Carolina, though stay tuned. As the storm gets closer to the Carolinas, we might see some alerts possible.
Yeah, I was just looking at some pictures then of that PDS area. I've not seen any structural damage, but lots of trees down. So that's what I've seen so far.
Oh, and I don't know if anybody, and this will be the last thing that I say because I don't want to, muddy your
No problem.
report. But Broward County schools are out for 2 days. So maybe Friday too. We'll see. But we do know that Wednesday and Thursday, no school.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us once again.
Thank you.
Nice to have you. And let's see if there's anyone else that we haven't had yet. Let's see if we can speak to FS. Hello.
Yo.
You're live. What have you got to say?
Hey. I was gonna say, like, just earlier you were talking about how the National Hurricane Center did not forecast shear. They didn't specifically say that they did not. They do forecast shear up until landfall. The shear is supposed to kick in up until landfall. They're going with a lot of what a lot of the models are saying up there. Just before landfall, they're probably going with, since if they weren't forecasting shear, they would have strengthened it up until landfall past 130 miles per hour, which personally I don't think it's going to reach that right now. I mean,
what, 130?
Yeah, 130. I feel like it'll probably cap off at upper category 3, 120 miles per hour, maybe, just before landfall, since it does have a little bit of time, especially since it's going more east than originally forecasted. But the inner eyewall right now, looking at radar, doesn't really want to give up right now. So
yeah, and the longer that happens, then the more, it's the intensification is on hold until that's finished.
Yeah.
We have a tornado warning out of Miami for Collier and Hendry counties, which includes the cities of Felda and Cary until 9:15 this evening.
Is that the one that's still near Naples, or is that somewhere else?
No, that is to the northeast of Naples.
7:18 p.m. North Perry Airport. Thunderstorm wind damage. Social media picture of overturned general aviation aircraft. Okay.
Okay.
So an
There's just a
overturned
casual
small
plane
aircraft?
covered.
I mean, you get lots of them in hurricanes, so. 4 tornado warnings active right now on this map. I'm not sure if all of them are still current, but the latest one there is the top left one. That's the one that was just announced. FS, was there anything else?
I was wondering if do you have any knowledge of if there's going to be another low-level recon flying into this one?
Well, that's Tim's department, Tim.
Yeah, they actually moved up one of the Air Force Recon flights. It was actually scheduled to go out at midnight, but due to AF-309 having mechanical issues and NOAA 3 potentially being hit by lightning when it went through the Eyewall of Ian and got redirected over to Homestead, we have AF-309, I believe it is. Let me double check that. No, it's 302 that is wheels up, and they are going into Ian at this time.
Oh, wow.
It was 309 that had to be turned around, and NOAA 3 was in the storm earlier. And from what their flight behavior was, I'm inclined to think that they did get hit by lightning. They went over to Homestead, and they are set to take off from Homestead to go over to Houston, probably for some repairs.
Mission 25, you're talking about?
Yeah, Mission 25 was probably hit by lightning. Mission
Yeah, they only made
24
one
was
pass.
scrubbed.
Patrick, go.
Breaking news. I have just received unfortunate news that the entirety of Cuba's power grid has unfortunately collapsed. Entire country without power at this time.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, what?
Dang.
Posting it in call chat.
Thanks, FS,
Cuba
for the
has
call.
11 million people.
The entire country is without power. The entire electrical grid has collapsed.
Bruh.
Yeah, I'm seeing that from the state media. Yep.
Not surprised.
Wow. How? How?
I don't know how.
Cuba
Oh
has
my.
11 million people.
Half of Cuba wasn't hit by the hurricane.
Well, the entire country is without power now.
That's extraordinary.
It makes sense
Extremely.
if, like, just the La Habana province collapsed.
But the
and that
entire country.
Did we go over the new tornado warning, Nathan?
I don't know which one.
For Collier and Hendry counties.
Yes,
Did we go over that?
yes, we did. Yes.
Oh, and also I want to provide updates. There's definitely damage from that PDS tornado earlier. I
Yep.
posted a bunch of them.
I saw lots of tree damage. Did you see structural damage?
No structural damage, but I did receive a report that entire general aviation aircraft was overturned at a Broward County airport.
Yeah.
Like, holy.
I mean, strong winds will do that.
Yeah,
I remember,
they maintain a slight risk, no doubt about it. 5% tornado risk still in place. It's going to remain like that.
I just wonder if you think that will last beyond the 5 a.m. that they've put the watch out for. Do you think they'll need to
It's going
extend
to
that?
last up until the 5 a.m. or possibly... Yeah, it's going to last throughout the entirety of the 5 a.m., honestly. I think the reason why they put it at 5 a.m. is because of the prolonged period. I'm going to say this right now. We are currently experiencing a tropical tornado outbreak. There is no doubt about it. We've already have several damaging tornadoes that have touched down across southwest Florida. More are expected to come with the favorable environment. And there will be some reprieve by tomorrow morning. But for right now, we are in it for the long run.
Pretty crazy. Just a few quick questions in the chat. When is landfall? I'm in a direct path because I'm in Apopka. Landfall is expected, was it Wednesday afternoon?
5 p.m. tomorrow, most likely, in
How
Sarasota.
did Cuba's entire power grid go down when literally over 3/4 of the island was unaffected?
Half, not 3/4, but yeah,
There
it's still
literally
quite
half of
baffling.
the
must have
island
been a
was
central
unaffected.
electric agency in Havana which completely collapsed, which
Who
must
knows?
have faltered out the entire island's power.
Crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna post this in the call chat. There is a photo of one of those overturned aircraft at the North Perry Airport in Hollywood. I'm gonna put that in the call chat for those
Tornado
to view.
warning. Wait, never
New
mind.
tornado warning?
Oh, wow.
Never mind. It was a new one. I heard the IEM bot, but it wasn't.
And
Weather
those-
Prediction Center has issued day 1 excessive rainfall now.
There's one of those planes and a few others in the background that might have been
Position
affected.
update, Nathan. Position update.
Yep.
Life-threatening surge, catastrophic winds and flooding expected in the Florida Peninsula. Now currently 180 miles to the south-southwest of Punta Gorda, 15 miles south-southwest of Dry Tortugas. Basically, now present movement is now to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour, but 129.47 remains.
Oh.
So now moving to the north-northeast.
And I'd just like to quickly say the tornado warnings for Broward, Palm Beach, and Collier have all allowed to expire. So the only one we have right now is that one that is to the north of Imo County.
Immokalee, yeah.
And finally, Jesper says, will Ian impact NHC HQ any? And if they lose power, we might get delayed updates for Ian. I don't think it'll be a threat to National Hurricane Center HQ. Thanks for the support, by the way.
Hey, Nathan,
Quickly.
I have unfortunate news. Death toll has risen to 2. We now have 2 confirmed deaths in Cuba. A woman was killed in her house while a man in San Juan Martinez was electrocuted, leading to his death. So now Major Hurricane Ian has officially turned deadly, with now 2 fatalities being reported.
Wait, how did the one woman die?
Unconfirmed cause, but the man's cause of death has been revealed to be an electrocution.
We'll be back after this. We're taking a short break. Stay tuned for more updates on Hurricane Ian. Very powerful storm, 120 miles per hour. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Nine o'clock on the US East Coast. Hurricane Ian is continuing to head towards the coast of Florida. As you can see right now, the eye is shriveled up quite a bit, although a lot of convection blowing up around it. The reason why it's not looking quite as good as it has earlier is due to an Eyewall replacement cycle, which is still ongoing, and still not complete. And for as long as that remains the case, it means that the storm won't have the chance to intensify quite as much as we fear. Nonetheless, it is still probably almost guaranteed to make landfall as a major hurricane and will deliver a major hurricane storm surge which could exceed 12 feet. Along with those very strong winds and extremely high rainfall amounts which could in some areas reach 30 inches. My name is Nathan Foy, but we have some breaking news first of all. Also to mention, if you didn't hear at the end of the last hour, 2 deaths attributed to the storm now in Cuba, but we have some breaking tornado news.
Yes, so we have a brand new tornado warning that just happened over our break. It is for Palm Beach County, and it includes the cities of, Boca Raton, probably on the west side of Boynton Beach, the west side of Delray Beach, Green Acres, and Atlantis. So if you are in any of those cities, lowest level, hall, closet, bathroom, pillow if you can find one, mattress if you can find one, just take cover if you're in those areas.
So there it is, nearly 400,000 in this tornado warning right now. So a lot more tornado activity expected throughout the night tonight.
Yeah, and just taking a look at that cell we were just discussing, Nathan, that does have a pretty decent rotation on it just to the west of the Boca Raton area. So if you are in Kings Point, villages of Oriole, Whisper Walk, Gulf, Sun Valley, Rainbow Lakes, up towards Atlantis, you guys need to be getting to your safe spot at this time.
This also includes Florida Atlantic University, the Boca Raton, I believe, Boca Raton campus. I don't know if there's multiple, but if you are at the university, take cover.
There it is. Looking back at the eye of the storm, and you can see this Eyewall replacement cycle, which is curious looking right now. It's still in progress, and perhaps a little bit in danger of making a bit of a mess of it, this storm right now. Just also to point out that if you look really closely inside, you'll see some shapes. Those are the Dry Tortugas Islands, a section of islands there which are off the Florida Keys that even we'd forgotten about them for a while, and they are inside the eye, so technically a Florida landfall is upon us, but not for anywhere with substantial populations. But there is the hurricane. We'll be taking your calls and questions throughout the next 2 hours before we finish up for the night and throw it back to our automated stream. We have automated streams running of Hurricane Ian satellite imagery 24/7 on one of our other videos on our main channel, and we also have live radar on the Force 13 US channel, which you can look up and find as well. So there's the storm, and we have Spicy, who's sent us a message of support there, and we appreciate that, saying canal drop, which I'm not sure what that actually means. Anyways, here is the storm on the radar imagery right now, with that tornado warning to bear in mind near Boca Raton, moving northwestwards inland over eastern Florida. Any news from our team? Yeah.
I did see in the chat, and I did confirm this by looking at the power outage map, there are currently 18,200 people without power in Florida right now.
That's a fair number. Alright then, if our team are a little bit quiet, let's see if we can get some more people on the air right now. Let's see if we can speak to Alan. Alan, you're on the air.
Okay, maybe what I want to talk about is concerns with Ian and its impacts towards Florida and potentially even the Carolinas and Georgia. As NHC, I'm pretty sure that latest NHC code does bring it up into the Carolinas and the Georgia, and I want to know could this possibly get even worse?
For where
Or is this already a
exactly?
worst case scenario? For pretty much anywhere.
Well, I think the scenario is locked in at this point. I don't think it can get much worse. I mean, of course it could if the storm intensified, but it's not really expected to intensify much more. So I don't see it getting any worse or better, as far as I'm concerned here. We've locked in over 10 feet of storm surge somewhere on the eastern side of where the landfall occurs. We've locked in a major hurricane landfall, which can be extremely destructive. We've locked in 24 inches of rain plus wherever the storm tracks over in the initial hours after landfall. So those are the main things that we're looking out for here.
I also want to talk about how much rain the sea could dump on Florida and like Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Like I've noticed that they could dump a lot of rain over parts of Florida. I think 15 inches, right?
It could be more than that. Good questions. Let me actually show the latest GFS model run, because we'll have the GFS 18Z information, and let's see how much rain it's throwing up now on the latest forecast. Interestingly, the GFS forecast is still taking it quite a bit north, and I don't think this is going to pan out anymore, but take a look at this on the GFS model and look at all that amount of rain. Now, I don't think it will happen here. I think we ship all of that rainfall a little bit further south, where the eventual landfall is probably more likely to be. So if you shift that all maybe one space south and maybe translate all of those values, but take a look at some of these values. GFS going for 20 inches in Sarasota, 24 inches in Orlando, and some areas nearby up to 28, 29 inches. Daytona Beach 20 inches. But I don't think GFS has caught it properly. So where you get all of those high amounts of rain there, I think it's actually going to be shipped this way a little bit and actually occur probably over this area instead.
Nathan,
yeah.
Can I say something? Miami-Dade, currently 8,260 customers are out of power in Miami-Dade County, 3,370 customers are out in Broward County, and 1,830 are out in Collier. However, no customers have been reported out of power in Monroe County, thankfully.
Interesting.
Although, right now, I just got a report. Large tree fell on house near the intersection of Amelia and Royal Streets in Key West, resulting in possible structural damage.
Yep.
Well, I think another thing I could probably talk about is power outages that could be happening where Ian does impacts. I believe there could be some definitely some serious power outages.
I know this
wherever Ian does make landfall, and I wouldn't be surprised if probably at least 500,000 is without power after the storm.
Well, maybe.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I know it's a little bit off topic, but Puerto Rico is still recovering. Over 300,000, almost 400,000 people are still out of power in Puerto Rico from Fiona.
Crazy.
I'd just like to point this out on that tornado warning for Boca. On the correlation coefficient, I'm starting to see a tiny bit of blue pop up with a little bit of green. So
yeah, that I actually wanted to point that out. The rotation velocity is actually strong. My only concern with not calling this on the ground is because although they are calling the rotation over Kings Point, I turned to ZDR and I am seeing a high ZDR column over that blue. So it's probably not a tornado on the ground. However, that velocity couplet is starting to tell me that we could see a developing tornado to the south of Kings Point. So if you are in Kings Point, actually, never mind, new scan and there's no CC, but still, this could be a developing tornado. So if you're in the polygon, take shelter now.
Alan, thanks for the call. Let's see if we can talk to one or two more first-time callers here. ZVAPXR, interesting name. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello there. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I have a couple of questions upon the East Coast above Palm Beach County. Like, so what are the precautions we should take overnight up to Duval County?
Have a way to receive warnings because you could receive some tornadoes. Have a way to receive warnings. Take shelter if you're under a tornado warning, and also if you're put under a flash flood warning, because flooding is going to be a big concern. Go to the highest portion of your house, basically. But if you're under a tornado warning and you're under a flash flood warning at the same time, which honestly is possible tonight, the tornado is the more immediate threat. So you should go to the basement for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
New tornado warning, though, by the way.
Go on. Wherefore?
For Collier County, severe thunderstorm cable producing a tornado is located near Royal Palm Hammock, or 10 miles northwest of Everglades City.
Oh, over there. Yeah, that's interesting. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
That was really all of my questions.
Yep.
I'm just wondering about the eastern coast of Florida, because I have family that lives there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, tonight especially, tornado risk, heavy rainfall, potential for flash flooding.
Hey, Nathan.
Thanks for the call. Yeah.
There is a CC drop on that Boca Raton storm. Tornado is
there
most
is.
likely on the ground.
So
Yep.
there is after all. And this is a little bit out of Boca Raton now. It looks like it's more. It's just
It is
west
the
of
Boca Raton cell, though, over Kings Point.
west of Boynton Beach.
Yep.
Headed northwestwards.
Let me check that out.
Yep, that's in line with the couplet. That's definitely down.
Is it over a low reflectivity or high reflectivity?
Low to high, but it's over the velocity signature, so it should line up.
That is...
That's definitely down. There's no doubt.
I have a doubt.
I don't. I can see that CC drop there. So yeah, if you are in Kings Point up towards Villages of Oriole, you guys need to be getting to shelter now. Possible
over
tornado
right now.
in your area.
Yeah, that's definitely a CC drop. It's in line with the velocity signature. Although it
Even
could
on
be
the
over
run
low,
scan, it's just like...
although it's over low reflectivity, it is over low ZDR.
Hey Patrick, a few people have a bone to pick with you in the comments. I think it's due to your experience with severe weather. You are often referring to basements when they don't exist in Florida for the most part.
Jeez, yes.
I've seen the whole chat has been flaming that for the past few hours.
If you don't have a
It's so
basement, just
funny.
go to the centralized portion of your house. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. And the CC did expand over the over that. So now it's possibly down. Unless if I'm looking at this wrong.
It is not
Patrick's
down.
Patrick's
It's in the
used
wrong
to
position.
tracking Tornado Alley, so you got to forgive him for that.
I mean, I'm definitely noticing.
Yeah, no, the CC is to the right of the couplet. Plus, it's over... Well,
Yeah,
it's in the right spot. It's just very... Like, I can't tell. It's very... I'm not going to straight up say a guaranteed tornado on the ground, but there is a tornado warning, so take shelter anyway.
Is that another hook-like thing approaching the coast as well?
Where?
I'm looking at a long range here, so I can't really tell probably, but just looks interesting from here.
Okay, yeah,
And many of our viewers might not know what the terms we're throwing around with severe weather, CC, couplet. Some of our viewers might not know those terms, so.
Okay, I'll explain it quickly. Sorry to interrupt. So correlation coefficient basically measures what is different in the atmosphere. So basically, like, it measures if something's not a hydrometeor or not. So when you have, like, all the pinks and reds, that basically means it's rain or hail. Once you start to get into, like, the oranges and yellows, you could indicate it could be something. But then when you get into the greens and blues, it could be trees, cars, houses. It can be really anything that could be picked up as debris. And when you see something that's different than the hydrometeor, that is considered a CC drop. A couplet is basically an area of rotation where you have greens going towards the radar and reds going away from the radar, and they're meeting in the middle and showing bright colors, indicating a strong rotation couplet. And ZDR for those who don't know what ZDR is, it's basically another way of determining if a tornado is on the ground. So if you have a high ZDR, it's not on the ground. And if you have a low ZDR that's in line with a CC drop and a velocity couplet, that means it is on the ground for those who do not know ZDR, couplet, or CC.
People in the chat are also wondering what the little dark red round things are on your stream, like the little dot things.
Yeah, they're just reflectivity dots. Just usually they show up where potential significant thunderstorm signatures are. Unfortunately,
Those are the rotation marks. Have you changed like the icons for them?
No, they're not rotations. Unfortunately, there's a glitch and I can't turn them off.
Oh, okay.
Which is sad. I don't know why. But look towards the eye there, and you can see that it is almost letting go of the inner eye wall, and the outer one looks like it's getting ready to take over here. So that's looking interesting, and perhaps more northerly movement again. I'm not seeing much eastward element in that, and if you look towards the center of the eye, as a matter of fact, looks like it is either on or maybe even slightly west of the track line. So keep watching that.
Yeah, that's
Speaking
CC
of the
drop.
eye, Nathan, we actually have a very interesting feature about 90 miles northwest of the eye, northwest of Key West.
Right.
You were talking tornadoes. We have what I believe is a pretty prominent water spout to the northwest of Key West. Gate to gate on that is almost 70 miles an hour.
Tim, that thing's been going on for almost an hour.
That's
Over an hour.
Is that the thing that was that hook last hour?
Yes,
It was-
that is
yeah, it's
still
the same
ongoing. It's
Supercell.
been it's been fairly defined, but it really has come of intensity probably in about the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's just been producing tornado after tornado, or water spout rather, since it's over water.
Yeah, and that CC I noticed earlier is now gone. So if it was anything, it lifted.
Radar
probably
velocities are now showing up to 130 miles per hour on Ian's northern side.
And a few more cells moving up towards Homestead right now. Do you think anything of those?
Let me check mesoanalysis. Let me see the background environment.
Tornado warning continues for Palm Beach County until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Radar indicated rotation. No hail expected.
Okay, so the ones that you are referencing, ones with their homestead, probably aren't going to do much because they're in an area of lower helicity than everything else. But that might change. Like if I look at like where is it?
And there's two little ones that
STP,
started
yeah.
blowing up near Big Pine Key as well, in the lower keys. Do you think anything more might come out of that area?
Well, to be honest, literally everything down south has the ability to rotate. Not even more so. It's very equal. It's just the further north you go, the tornado chances decrease, and the further south you are, the higher.
Oh.
So I think literally anything coming on shore has the highest chance of the tornado genesis at this point in time.
Yikes.
Do we want to bring someone in?
Sorry?
Do you want to bring someone into the
Yeah,
call?
well, I was just
Or
going
people?
to, actually. So let's see if we can talk to Vert de Furk. Interesting name. And I don't know if you're there. I know they've been waiting a while. I'm trying to get people who've been waiting the longest who haven't had time to chat yet first. But they're not picking up just now. Let's bring in Jordan, one of our contributors as well. If he's there. Hello? Oh, and we've got Vert de Furk as well. Hello, welcome.
Sorry, I'll be quiet. Let him go first.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello,
How
welcome.
you guys doing?
We're all right.
So, do we think that Cat 4 is still in the cards, or
I
did
think
Cuba
NHC
does that?
I think it could still be, yes. If it finishes the Eyewall replacement cycle soon. I mean, then again, it looks like that eastern Eyewall is building back in again on the inner, so I don't know. But if the Eyewall replacement cycle doesn't finish and it keeps fighting itself, then maybe it will remain Category 3. But either way, it's not much of a difference, really, is it?
It only has to increase 10 knots, and it's got 16 hours to do that to become a Cat 4, so I think it's more than likely.
But Vert, let's talk to you right now. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so excuse me. I just wanted to let you guys know. I actually went through Hurricane Charlie. I'm in the Sarasota, kind of DeSoto County area, so we are definitely going to get hit directly by this thing, I'm sure. That being said, I'm going to have a very safe place to go to that I can actually film some of the footage inside the storm, if any of you would be interested in that.
Sorry, I was reading another comment there. What was that?
I can respond to that.
Go on.
Yeah, if you're able to get footage safely, you can actually send that footage to us one of 3 ways. You can actually post it to our Facebook page, to our Twitter, both of those keyword at Force13. Or if you want to send it to Nathan directly, you can send it to contact@force13.com. Either way, that footage will get to our team. We'll be able to take a look at it and hopefully get it out to everybody that may have an interest in it.
All right, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I have a Discord channel myself, so I'm actually going to broadcast it live to my friends.
Good.
So, but again, yeah, it's going to be safe. After Charlie blew through, directly hit by that, my family and I built a storm shelter. So we're definitely going to be safe. But it's going to be kind of like a front row seat. So,
wow. Well, I wish you luck with that, and yeah, it's always going to have to be safety first when we talk about those kinds of things. But
absolutely,
if people do have observations when this storm moves through and want to talk to us about various things or send in videos or whatever, as long as it was done safely, we have no qualms about showing any of that. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Nope, that's it. Just everyone
right.
stay safe. If you have to go into your bathroom, for example, to take shelter, try to remember to bring a mattress with you so you can cover yourself in your bathtub.
Good point. Thank you for the call.
Yep, thank you.
And let's see if we can also bring on who hasn't spoken yet. Well, I think most people have, but let's bring back Rain Swish then, who has been wanting to talk for a good while. You're back on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hello. So I've just been monitoring the storm since about 6 p.m. because living in Central Florida, I am a bit concerned seeing how the tail it might hit Lakeland and Tampa Bay between, you could say, Orlando and St. Petersburg is mostly my concern of how the storm might go, along with Miami. I have many questions for if the storm might still hit Tampa Bay directly like it was originally anticipated to, or it appears to be shifting more east.
Still
so.
technically within the cone, but I would say those chances are very slim now. Certainly for a direct impact, as you say. It's going to be an indirect impact. Most likely scenario, it makes landfall near Englewood, which is what we're looking at right now. And then, therefore, you might have maybe a 5 to 8 foot surge. That's what the NHC is saying. But I would say your main threat in the Tampa Bay area is heavy rainfall, flash flooding. Could be well over 20 inches of rain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for calling back. And we have plenty of other people who want to join us. Let's talk to Anthony. You're in Orlando. And when he picks up the phone, we'll be able to speak with him.
Yeah, getting back to what that other guy said about the live stream, don't put yourself or anybody else at risk, please. Just don't. It's not worth your life.
Anthony, hello.
Hello.
New tornado warning.
Oh, hold on a minute. New tornado warning? Where's that?
Palm Beach, Florida.
Palm Beach.
Palm Beach. This includes Wellington,
Yep,
Royal
new tour.
Palm Beach,
Yeah.
Lyon County Safari Park, Waxahachie, Groves, and the acreage.
Is it the one over the water that caused it? Because that has a pretty decent hook, and it's heading right onto land.
No, I don't believe so. No, because this has been over land for quite a while.
Well, there's
now.
another little cell trying to.
That's the
I'm
one.
unsure.
That's the one.
It is? Okay.
If you look at the terminal radar, it's a
Oh no, it's not the
decent
one. It's
couplet.
the one near Wellington. Yeah, no kidding. That is a nice couplet. Near Loxahatchee Groves in Wellington. That is a nice couplet right there.
Yeah, one thing to say about these tornadoes, do not go outside and try and look for them. They are completely embedded, and another tornado warning. They're completely
dark.
embedded in rain.
Yeah, there's another tornado warning that just got
There's
issued.
nothing to see. Yeah.
West
And it's
Palm
dark.
Beach. Oh boy, West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach, Wellington, Green Acres, and Royal West Palm Beach.
That's the one off the coast. That's the one off the coast that we're talking about.
All of these
Alright.
tornadoes that have been warned are actually rain wrapped right now, and in fact, there was one that caused trees to be downed. I don't remember where it was, but I heard about it on Twitter, and I noticed that. And also, I'm noticing that again, that inner eye wall of Ian is actually trying to reform, starting to get that light rain back, trying to get that back together now. But it's
Okay.
still being dissolved faster than it could.
Are there two polygons overlapping each other?
Yes, there are.
Huh?
Just to the northwest of Wellington, we have two polygons.
There are just so many embedded circulations. One of the terminal radars went down. That's interesting.
It's a mess out there. Anthony, was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Well, first of all, basically almost the entirety of Central Florida is under a hurricane warning due to Ian, and it is because Hurricane Ian is going to pass through. We might be seeing another Charlie. Might actually be seeing another Charlie happening right now.
Well, I think it might be a little bit worse than Charlie.
Yeah, well, I mean, Charlie was a Cat 4, and
Yep.
they're still expecting it to be a Cat 4 by the time it reaches landfall.
Quite a bit
And plus
bigger, though.
10 to, yeah, like 5 to 10 foot storm surge expected to reach just south of Tampa Bay by the time the storm actually does make landfall.
Yeah, major surge.
Yeah, and there is going to be there's going to be so much rain that's going to be passing through that at some point we might actually have to measure in feet, or for the British people, 1/3 of a meter. 1 foot is 1/3 of a meter.
We use feet as well, you know.
Yeah, true. But for those British people in the audience, which I know there are probably a lot of British people in the audience.
Probably not at this time of day. But thanks for the call, Anthony. We gotta let you go. Let's see if we can talk to Juhun. I think we had you on yesterday as well. And they're over there somewhere. Yes, you're on the air.
Hello.
Welcome.
I was talking to my friends earlier, and they wanted to ask: Is there a chance of this hurricane getting any worse?
Yes.
Worse as in stronger?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I don't see it getting much stronger, though. When you look at this, once that Eyewall completes, which looks like it should be soon, it is a much bigger eye, so it's going to be a bit of a slower beast to try and strengthen. But it's still got at least another 10 miles an hour in it to get to 130, which would be Category 4.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's got 16 hours to become a Cat 4.
I'm telling my group chat this, like, everyone's panicking. And, like, I'm trying to calm everyone down, like, no, guys, it's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be that strong when it hits us. They're like, no, like, they're panicking. I'm like, are you kidding me?
It is going to be a bad
Like,
storm. It really is. I guess
mean,
the closest comparison, well, sort of a cross between Irma and Charlie, to be honest.
I mean, it won't be that strong the time it hits my location, like in Raleigh. So, like, I'm like, it's not that. It won't be that bad.
Well, yeah, no, it may not even make it to Raleigh. It's a long way to go, and it still might bend northwestwards into South Carolina and miss Raleigh in the west and end up in the western part of North Carolina and onto Tennessee.
All right. Well, that was all I had to ask.
All right, thanks for the call. Any updates from our team on anything right now? Floor's open.
Nope, tornado warnings still remain in effect.
I heard earlier, Tim, that Recon were making good progress towards the storm. I think they must be close by now.
Yeah, AF302 has started their descent. They should be starting their mission shortly.
New tornado warning.
As soon as we want to try and say something, there's a new tornado warning, Tim.
Collier County, guys.
Yeah, I see it. Decent couplet. I haven't seen this many tornado warnings in a day since God knows when.
Since December 10th with the 14 tornado warnings in a row.
Yeah, this is insane.
That's got
5 people in population for this latest tornado warning, but it does include a chunk of Interstate 75, so potentially unsuspected travelers along that tornado warn zone as well.
Yeah, Nathan, AF302 is dropping into Recon altitude, so they should be starting their mission shortly. Looks like NOAA 3 has left Homestead Air Force Base. They are going to be doing a training mission back to Houston, probably to follow up with any routine maintenance they need to be done. And just taking a look at radar, I think we are mere minutes away from our first official landfall on U.S. soil, with the dry Tortugas just about in the center of Ian at this time.
No way. Of course, the National Hurricane Center...
New tornado warning.
Another tornado warning, guys.
Yep.
The National Hurricane Center are doing hourly advisories, so we'll have more updates at 10 o'clock with possible landfall confirmation on the dry Tortugas. And let's take a look at this latest tornado warning. Here it is, and it is for Alva.
This one includes Alva and Fort Myers Shores and Olga.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Is that actually
will the remnants of Ian end up making it all the way up the East Coast, up towards like the Pennsylvania area?
I don't think it's likely. I think it will be kept south.
This new tornado warning, it is just to the northeast of Fort Myers. So if you're in the northern area of that, I would just watch this very closely. But right now it is, how fast is this moving? 10 miles an hour. Okay, so.
And this is the first warning to be issued by National Weather Service, Ruskin, Tampa Bay.
I just want to point out on satellite imagery, the eye has pretty much almost fully disappeared because of this big Eyewall replacement cycle. Massive cloud tops, though, on the western side, really blowing up in response there. We see it on radar. We know exactly what's happening. An Eyewall replacement cycle, which is almost completed. It's just got a little bit further to go. I suppose it could still cause problems to the storm, but I think that the storm will start intensifying again probably when we all hit the hay tonight.
We have a new special marine warning for coastal waters from Jupiter Inlet to Deerfield Beach, Florida. This includes South Palm Beach, and Monapolan. And as I say that, there's something else. Okay, it's Key West reporting. Okay.
Yeah, that's another cell that's coming on shore just to the northeast of Lake Worth. So that is just to the east of the 2 tornado warnings that we already have in the Palm Beach area.
So many warnings tonight. If we just take the radar
outbreak ongoing.
Just to take the radar off for a moment, and you can see all of those warnings as they've progressed this evening. The red ones being the tornado warnings. You see 1 or 2 orange there off the coast, marine warnings, just that latest one actually. And you might have seen a pink one there earlier near Fort Lauderdale and Miami, near Pembroke Pines. That was a confirmed tornado earlier on, and indeed we had briefly a PDS tornado warning earlier on, and never thought I would see that during a hurricane landfall. But here's the current situation with actually 5 tornado warnings active. Is that right?
Now 4. Collier just expired.
4 and 2 special marine warnings. We actually have another
2
special marine warning. This to the east of Highland Beach.
There it is, yeah.
Yep,
We might
water
get another
spout
tornado
possible. Winds greater than 34 knots. So we're starting to see a lot of these outer bands, Nathan, that were off the coast starting to come onshore along the West Palm Beach down to the Miami area.
It's nothing for it. We'll have to switch back to Miami radar again and have a look.
But these are all ones that are, as they're coming on shore, they're obviously part of the outer bands of Ian. They all have a little bit of spin with them, obviously, due to the hurricane itself spinning. And that is what has given these outer bands that chance to rotate and become tornadic in nature.
We'll wait for the radar to work. Is it going to break down on me? It is so temperamental. There it is. So this big burst on the reflectivity there, it's looking really gnarly up there around West Palm Beach and straight westwards to Belglade and Lake Okeechobee, getting quite a bit of weather right now. Along the west coast too, up towards Cape Coral and Port Charlotte, looks like some significant bands pushing through there.
Wait, did I just hear you say that we had a PBS tornado warning?
Earlier
Nathan.
tonight, yeah.
Nathan.
Yep.
Wow.
Unwarned tornado near just southeast of Clewiston.
Where's Clewiston?
This is going to be...
What radar?
Is that East Coast?
Lake Harbor, Florida.
What radar?
I would assume... Key West?
Key West?
I think it's Miami or Key West. I'm not...
I would. It might be. No. Yeah, probably Miami. Yeah. It's just to the. It's like southwest.
It's Lake Harbor, southwest of Lake Harbor. I don't know. That's probably contamination, but someone said it could have been a tornado.
Right. Let's just figure out.
Where's Clewiston?
Okay, there is a little bit of rotation. It is just south of Lake Okeechobee.
Yes.
There you got Clewiston, Lake Harbor, Harlem. There is a bit of a rotation there.
It's dying. Yeah, it's dying. It's not.
But it is a bit of a weak rotation now.
Yeah, it's dying. There's no tornado.
All right. But still, lots of significant weather occurring all across South Florida tonight ahead of Hurricane Ian, which is visible there from the Miami radar, and you can still see that Eyewall replacement cycle in a little bit lesser grandeur,
really strong,
as you would see from the Key West radar, but looking better,
Is mammoth.
It will be.
I'm back, by the way. Did I miss anything?
Welcome back.
Not a huge amount. Lots of people asking
Just some
questions.
tornadoes.
How many tornadoes have there been in the past 10 hours?
Say about 25.
No, I'm gonna
No.
say 7. 5.
7
definitely.
seems like a good estimate. Yeah.
At least 7 tornadoes.
Can we
based off of
estimate
CC.
how
25
long?
tornado warnings.
Maybe.
Oh yeah. but-
Can we
yeah,
estimate
not
how
all.
long Ian's Eyewall replacement cycle would take, looking at its current appearance? 1 or 2 hours, I would say, unless it decides to
almost
do
Yeah, that
something.
eyewall is really thickening up. Look at that.
Sandy says, and this might be one for you guys trivia-wise, what EF was the most intense tropical cyclone-related tornado?
EF3 Mullica Hill, New Jersey.
There you go.
you go.
Straight
It
off the
has
tongue.
been stronger, but yes, EF3 is right.
What? Wait, what was the question? What was the question?
With what the strongest,
height?
basically what the strongest
Yeah.
tornado was from a tropical cyclone-related outbreak.
I would
yeah.
say
Yeah.
Mullica
Yeah.
Hill.
Yeah.
More comments here. What's the tornado threat in Orlando?
It exists.
No, it's actually F4.
What?
I remember, what was it? It was, it was Hurricane Carla, I think, in 1961
Oh.
that spawned an F4.
Wow.
Oh
And
yeah, it did.
Will Ian
Yeah, so
intensify?
F4.
Will Ian intensify if the center of the storm ends up over the Gulf Stream? It's probably it must be over the Gulf, or was over the Gulf Stream recently. No, unless
The
you
most
mean off
tremendous
the east coast
storm-
of Florida, but
Somebody wanted to know the tornado threat in Orlando. It was, and I just said it exists. Just to go into detail about that just a little bit further.
Sure.
How long until we think that like some of these outer bands are going to start moving into the Central Florida region? Or few hours, right?
Maybe
Tornado warning expired for Charlotte and
maybe
Lee County.
tomorrow evening.
All right, yeah, sure.
Nathan, we have a recon update.
All
Finally, after a couple failed missions, AF302 is now in the storm. We're going to start getting readings
At last.
from AF302.
I imagine with this Eyewall replacement cycle, we see the pressure going down quite a bit and possibly little change in wind. We might get what some people might think would be a bit of a shock to see maybe a much lower pressure but not much change in the wind. But we'll see.
I
There
think
might
the
be
wind's
some
going to
shocks.
change. I think the wind's going to change.
Maybe.
They probably are going to up it to Cat 4. Maybe.
10
But-
miles per hour needed.
Likely, they're going to up it to 125, though.
Right, they were clarifying about the Gulf Stream question on the Atlantic side. So if it moves out over the water, I don't think it will really benefit unless it emerges out over West Palm Beach, which it won't, because the Gulf Stream doesn't hug the coast all the way. You know, if it was to hug the coast, it would go all the way around here. It actually sort of goes this way. So if the hurricane track goes through here, it won't take advantage of any warm Gulf Stream waters that are out over here, and so it would remain rather weak, assuming that it emerges as a tropical storm, and probably won't intensify very much, if at all. Back to the reflectivity live on
New
this
tornado warning.
radar out of Miami, and more tornado warnings, obviously.
It's the one from
New
the
tornado warning.
Supercell onshore.
Are you kidding me?
That's coming ashore. Yep.
Which one? There's two. The one at Lake Worth.
That would be in
The southern one.
And West
It would
Palm
be in relation
Beach.
to that northernmost special marine warning, Nathan, that has now come on shore. So we have a tornado warning for Lake Worth, Glen Ridge, Hover Hill, Shaw Circle, West Palm Beach, Lakeside Green.
Yep. There were two special marine warnings, though. That was the northern one. The southern one is moving through Boca Raton and Delray Beach. No news on that one yet, though. But this is the northerly one, and that's for Lake Worth and West Palm Beach and all points in between, as you can see on this map. 303,000 in this tornado warning.
Only problem with this tornado warning is that it is an absolute crappy dead zone between the Miami radar and the Melbourne radar, so we cannot see anything.
I think great.
No terminal radar will help either. This is just in a complete dead zone. So if you're
West
in this
Palm
tornado
Beach's
warning,
radar's down, so...
no, it isn't. It's range folding like hard. So if you are in the tornado warning, take shelter now. We can't really tell you how strong it is, but we can tell you that there's definitely a tornado warning, so take shelter. Oh, new mesoscale discussion.
Read it, please.
Okay, so strong low-level wind fields have supported tornadic activity late this afternoon to early evening into southwestern Florida. Wind fields will remain favorable for tornadoes into the overnight. Some northward expansion of Weather Watch 545 may be necessary later tonight. Semi-discrete convection within an outer band produced a few radar-confirmed tornadoes, and some of them being significant north of the Miami metro area within the last few hours. That convection has since become more linear as it has moved north into areas of lesser buoyancy. Still discrete convection with this band farther offshore. Band may continue northwestward and impact parts of the east central Florida coast. Weaker bands of southern convection continue to move into southern Florida. Regional VWP data continue to suggest that the environment remains favorable for tornadoes, particularly where dew points remain in the upper 70s. Buoyancy will likely be maximized within the eastern half of the peninsula. Temperatures have actually increased
Patrick?
slightly. Yep.
I have to stop you there. Unfortunately, we have our first report of storm surge in Key West. The storm surge height of 3.5 feet has been reported in Key West, Florida.
All
Oh,
right.
wow.
All right. You said, what was it, 3.5?
Yeah.
Pretty much in line, near the high end of what we might have expected there.
And this is just our first report.
Let's check some webcams tonight, what we can see from some of them. This is Bokelia, which is near Cape Coral on an offshore island there, and you can see a very wet picture here, but looks like a fair, well, you can see a little bit of wind blowing along that little rail at the start of that pier. We haven't shown the cameras.
Tornado warning for Tampa
warning.
Bay.
Oh, boy.
This one includes. Oh boy! This one includes the northern half of Fort Myers, and
the-
the
all
eastern
the-
section of northern Fort Myers, as well as Fort Myers Shores. So if you're like in downtown Fort Myers on the northern end of that, if you're in the eastern section of North Fort Myers, you need to be taking cover.
I just want to say also that it's not just the rain bands moving onshore that can produce tornadoes. Anywhere along the Florida mainland, you can see storms. Well, not anywhere, probably not the Panhandle, but anywhere on the Florida Peninsula, you can basically see any storm just fire, like at any time.
Gainesville
So,
southward, basically.
yeah.
Yep, this is going to be over Olga right now, the new tornado warning over Olga.
So there we are. More tornado warnings to be looking at for that area. And you might be able to just about see it there. Yes,
Adafira, we can hear you eating.
Sorry.
No worries.
Couldn't have been much louder, to be honest. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the comments here. Can the Upper Florida Keys see any more bands that does not look like much storms near?
What areas are you referencing? I could take a look.
The Upper Keys.
The Upper Keys. Let's take a look. Good question, actually. I haven't checked that.
We zoom out over that area. There's still another little storm headed over from Cuba, and maybe some more on the way on that long range.
Yeah, I can see that, but it doesn't look too widespread. The widespread activity is taking place in, funny enough, a radar dead zone, so that's awesome.
Can you see, when you look out from Miami to eastward, look at all those cells out east as well towards the Bahamas on
Yeah,
their
they're
way.
forming, they're popping up. So the threat is not over, because even if these storms die, new ones will come and replace them.
Pretty crazy. Can we elaborate on the Icon model and a potential second South Carolina? I'll tell you what, we'll go through models probably in the next hour. We'll go through all the models and have a look at what they're all saying.
I'll look at the
now.
Icon right now just to get a quick answer. But
do we think?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Do we
South
think
Carolina
that Ian can get
Landfall.
to 145 miles per hour and maybe to Laura's intensity? I would say at this point, no.
Unless it pulls something a bit extra crazy, I don't think we're predicting that.
And another comment there, chance of a New Jersey tornado outbreak from Ian like with Ida.
Let me check.
That I sincerely doubt.
Well, that purely depends on track and instability, so let me take a look.
I was gonna say,
no
what-
model is saying that.
I was gonna
If there were
say,
to be a second tornado outbreak, it'd
Noru,
probably be in the Carolinas. Go on.
I would say, don't rule anything out. Remember what happened with Noru.
Well, it's unlikely.
That's
Yeah, you're
different,
right.
though.
Never use absolutes in meteorology, but I'd say it's very unlikely.
What should I expect in Brandon, Florida? Asks Axomius.
Brandon, Florida. Let's see.
Brandon's like just to the east of Tampa.
Oh, well, not a good time, I'll tell you that. Probably,
soon,
I wouldn't say
probably.
storm surge, it seems a bit too far inland, but definitely flooding, strong winds, wind damage. Maybe a tornado threat as it approaches, so basically all hazards, but like significant storm surge. You might get some small
First,
storm surge.
serious damage photos from Cuba are going into the call chat.
Okay.
Alright.
We'll see if we can get some of those for...
That needs to be warned right there. There is a tornado imminent near... just in the Everglades, so it's not in any population, but there is a strong couplet visible. It's just to the right of that other tornado warning in the Everglades.
So the main story tonight so far, loads of tornado warnings all across central and southern Florida as Hurricane Ian's presence is felt, though not quite in the way that we expected at this point.
Yeah, you would think this is a Force 13 US stream, isn't it?
Yeah, surge
this
being
tornado
seen
tracking.
in Key West, 3.5 feet apparently. And as you can see, the eye of the storm slowly swirling closer. Movement generally northeast, and the National Hurricane Center will have another position estimate. Now they've already put it out. The Key West International Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 52 miles per hour with a gust of 66. An elevated weather flow station at Smith Shoal Light reported a sustained wind of 61 with a gust of 91. They're currently giving it still 120 miles per hour, a pressure of 947. North-northeast or 15 degrees at 10 miles per hour is the movement. 5 miles south of the Dry Tortugas.
Okay, I want to point out two things. First off, 2 tornado warnings have just been expired, and now Smitty,
New tornado warning.
Please do not tell me that is that tornado warning with that potential. Are you seeing that little bit of CC near that rotation couplet? It's near it's northwest of Mikusuki Indian Village. It's right in line with the couplet.
It's not actual CC. It's on the lower reflectivity area. But yeah, that is the new tornado warning.
It looks like a CC though, but it's
but it's not.
Yeah,
New
but
tornado
new tornado
warning
warning
here. Yeah, radar indicated. Population of 2 inside this warning, and a tiny little stretch of Interstate 75. So that warning until 10:30.
Now it's weird because it's in line with the velocity signature. So
Yeah, but if it's not in a high reflectivity region, it's most likely not a CC drop.
it could be LP. There could be low precip things like that. I mean,
Yeah, but it wouldn't be that low precip. And if it was that low precip, like the only thing would appear would be the hook.
tornado warning expired for Collier County. I believe that is the one that's out ahead of this new tornado warning. Oh yeah, that's definitely CC. Definitely strong rotation though on that new tornado warning.
Yep.
All right.
You were in
Let's see if we've got some more questions. Tyler says, is there a website that shows where tornadoes have touched down the past days? Since apparently there was one near me this morning in the Upper Keys.
I think you can use the damage assessment viewer, but that's only after they've been assessed.
Yeah, I'm not sure
National
you'll get it
Weather
that
Service, I believe.
I'm back.
Storm reports on.
Oh yeah, storm reports. Yeah.
Their SPC website, so that's one way you can source it.
That's probably the best that there is, to be honest.
Yeah, let me actually take a look at the current reports. Let's see how many tornadoes we've had.
Mika says... Nope,
5.
just taking questions. Mika says, what will Ian's impacts be here where I am in Richmond, Virginia? What about the impacts to all of Virginia? Do you want to have a go at that one, Tim, since you're closer?
That's probably going to be a rainfall threat. Might be a tornado threat further down the line, but that's about 5 days, 6 days down the line, so we won't know until after Ian gets up into this area.
We have a new tornado warning. Wow, there's like 4 tornado warnings in the same area. This one's for northern Palm Beach County out of Miami. This is for West Palm Beach Gardens.
Yep, new tornado warning, guys.
Riviera Beach, Royal Palm Beach, and Haverhill. We have
Another
like
big
3 tornado
population
warnings.
area in this one, 211,000. Palm Beach Gardens, the acreage, and Westgate in this warning. We've got to
That
go...
couplet on before we go, that couplet on that Collier County tornado warning, it has gone significantly. It's gotten significantly better.
Has Ian finished his Eyewall replacement?
No. Oh, not quite. No, not yet. Nearly. We're going to go for a break now. We'll be back in a few minutes for our final hour of coverage today. After 11 o'clock, you can stick around on our stream and it will direct you to automated satellite imagery all through the night if you're struggling to sleep. In the meantime, another hour of coverage, and that will be topped off at the end with the next National Hurricane Center full update. You don't want to miss that because it will have all the latest information and possibly a track change and the best forecast that they've got at the time. So we'll bring to you all of that in the next hour. Stay tuned. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hurricane Ian is continuing towards the Florida coast tonight with winds of 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 947 millibars, moving north-northeast at around 10 miles per hour. It is literally making landfall over the dry tortugas right now, which are inside the storm's new eye, a much larger eye than the one we were looking at earlier, and an Eyewall replacement cycle is just about being completed, and that may pave the way for more intensification for this storm as it approaches land and possibly a Category 4 landfall at 130 miles per hour. It'll be interesting to see what the NHC will say at the end of this hour as to the intensity forecast, and we'll find out together live on the air. But we got to break off here for a tornado warning. Fred Patrick?
Yeah, the person that said we're going to get another one was right.
Yep, new tornado warning for central Collier and southwestern Hendry counties. Includes the cities of Ave Maria, Miles City, and Sunnyland. Surprisingly, now there is quarter-size hail with this, which I
Yeah,
don't know
because
how.
these are full-on high-top supercells. These aren't mini supercells.
Pea-size hail, excuse me, not quarter-size hail, pea-size hail.
Still hail.
Yeah.
Hail is hail.
Yep. Good.
Hail
Yep.
is hail.
Mhm.
Tornado is tornado.
Yeah.
It's not the first pea-sized hail that I've seen tonight. There's a couple in this region.
There is two simultaneous. Both the tornado warnings have strong small couplets, which is kind of weird, but they're
I
not
guess to
producing tornadoes.
Sorry, I interrupted
Hold
you.
on, I'll be right back. My cat wants them.
There's two simultaneous small but strong couplets separated by about 10 to 20 miles in two different tornado warnings.
There's still two. I guess the reason, these things are just, those convective plumes that began blowing up across Florida, I think like an hour or two ago? I think those are them. With storms with cloud tops that high, it's actually hailing. They've got to be powerful.
Let's get some questions right now. Bid says, I'm in Ocala. Will there be an increased chance of sinkholes here due to the rain?
Possibly, if there's enough erosion, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, sinkholes, we see them happening a lot when there's lots of heavy rain. Certainly will be from this storm. Is wind shear finally keeping this storm from further intensification along with the Eyewall replacement cycle today? Wind shear is rising around 20 knots now. What do we think?
The Eyewall replacement cycle is pretty much almost over, so I think strengthening is going to continue before it moves inland.
And Tyler says, seems that the... Oh, I've just lost it. Seems that the cone will once again shift east and south more.
I honestly think it's going to stay the way it is.
Yeah, on this occasion, right now, it is staying pretty close to the NHC track. So I think...
We're looking at Sarasota landfall.
There might still be a slight shift east, though. No, it's going to be south of Sarasota.
Oh, Fort Myers, directly over it.
And slightly north of there, I still think.
I think we can all agree that... Sorry if I interrupted anybody, but I think we can all agree that Ian looked the best right after it left Cuba.
Yes.
Absolutely,
Oh, it really
I
did
agree
at
with
the beginning of today. Beautiful imagery when it emerged from Cuba on the visible. Let's look back at that radar imagery, and again you can see just where it compares to that National Hurricane Center track forecast, that sort of a yellowish flashing line there. As we take some more questions, Canadian says, what's the projected landfall for Ian? Well, at the moment it's saying Englewood, but that will change at the 11 p.m. advisory. We'll be waiting with bated breath to see what they say. Nathan says, seems like from Naples Pier to Fort Myers Beach we'll get the worst storm surge. Seems like Ian is jogging towards a lower Sanibel Island landfall. What do we think? Yeah, that is a distinct possibility. We had some webcams at Sanibel Island earlier today, and we'll be looking at those again tomorrow. And another comment, there was a northwest jog in the last couple of frames. Maybe, it's hard to tell with the movement of that new Eyewall. What does the forecast for storm surge impact? And it just flew off my screen. Where was it? What does the forecast for storm surge impact to the Riverview area near Tampa look like? All of Tampa Bay, I think, is now 5 to 8 feet, and that's dropped a little
6
bit.
to 9.
6 to 9? Okay, still
6 to
quite
9.
high. Still
Which
quite
is
high.
actually good that it dropped down.
And what time tomorrow will we be covering Ian's landfall? Don't quote me on this yet, but I expect we will probably be live at noon Eastern time, and we will continue until at least 11 p.m.
we're looking at maybe about a 5 p.m. landfall tomorrow.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe even a
Ian
little
is
bit
now
sooner.
really breaking the 140 mile per hour limit on the north side.
Tornado warning continues for Collier County until 10:30 p.m.
Annular hurricanes don't have this tornado problem.
I can't tell what's range folded and what is 110 mile per hour winds.
Well, there's quite a few people requested in the last hour, and we ought to do this before we get the flood of information from the NHC later on. Let's take a look at the latest models, and feel free to break in when you have to with more incessant tornado warnings.
Probably another tornado warning.
Yeah, in about half a minute.
I would kind of like to say something briefly, real quick.
What's that?
There's always new tornado
Ian
warnings.
went from 100 miles an hour to, I think, 125 in the span of just... How long was it? I think it was like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Here's the 18...
And it did that slightly in the warm waters where it went close to Cuba at. But even though it's weakened, it could still quickly regain that strength, and it likely will. Because the waters in the Bay of Florida are slightly cooler, but there's more of them. But
Nathan
the
got a
storm
break in.
luckily- The storm luckily seems to be skirting past them.
Nathan got a break in 14 miles northwest of Key West. Mesonet reports tropical storm at September 27th, 9:56 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Reported a southeast wind gust of 84 miles an hour.
Wow.
Sustained at 60.
Quite impressive. Here's the GFS model then, and GFS wants it to go almost due north and then make a sharp turn into Sarasota near Venice actually, and then turn right, literally a 90-degree turn. Oh my gosh. And then inland and then out to sea again, and then making landfall on the border between Georgia and South Carolina. I highly doubt that will happen, but that's what the GFS is saying. Let's check the ECMWF. Let's see if that's any more sensible.
Goofy forecasting system.
Quite goofy. Landfall at Englewood, which once again is what the NHC is saying. Deepening before it gets there and weakening slightly again by the time it does get there, which is fascinating. And then it continues to move overland, northeastwards, back out over water again. Doesn't really strengthen, and then back in again. CMC, what's that one got to offer us? And that's also going way north, right into Tampa Bay. That's 12Z, though we had that much earlier, so that we can probably invalidate that one. The Icon from 18Z, let's see where that one makes landfall. Look at that, much further south. That is a landfall in, I think, is it still Cape Coral there? I think that's just north of Cape Coral landfall, then move at 967.
Yeah, we kind of kept the train
Anyway,
going a little.
I think we are now back on the air, which was through no fault of my own. It makes us look really dumb when that kind of thing happens.
Yeah, what happened there?
When the internet just decides to cut out for no reason because it just doesn't like you, I suppose.
Live viewer number crashed from 700 to 167.
Wow, I really care. Navgem model looks like this right now, and you can see it going northwards and into Tampa Bay once again, and then northwards through into Georgia. I mean, I don't see that happening. Let's take a look at some of those mesoscale models, and thanks for waiting, by the way, for those who kept on with the stream. Nothing I can do about that. HRRR model, this is into the mesoscale period, so we can take a look at 1 hour intervals there, and it's wobbling around a little bit, but eventually it makes landfall pretty much over Cape Coral and over those islands that linger off the shore there as well, in the Barrier Islands, and then east-northeast wind. Look how far it goes way out over the water. Not sure whether that might happen. Let's just entertain some of you with the NAM 3-kilometer model, and
here we go.
There it goes. Just ignore the pressure, but that takes it still towards Tampa Bay. So a lot of these models are actually trending back northwards again.
The
Really
K in NAM 3 kilometer stands for kill, apparently.
I really hope that doesn't happen because
Same.
These models flip-flopping quite a lot, and it's goodness
I think
knows
the
what will
NAM
happen.
3K is stupidly unrealistic right now.
Isn't it always? But the track forecast, I mean, there could be a grain of truth in that.
The take
your time.
The NAM 3K model with Ian is basically just a coupled hurricane intensity prediction system 6 thing. The CHP 6.
All right. I'm just looking at some of the comments that we had a few moments ago as well.
All right. While you did have that technical issue, Nathan, we did have a Recon update.
Cool.
They got an extrapolated pressure of 952 millibars. That is pending drop sound data when it comes in. And AF302 is going out the northeastern quadrant. So they're going to sample the strongest winds right out of the gate.
So the storm has actually filled in a little bit with some air. The
Really?
pressure went up. Didn't it?
It sounds like.
Pressure is risen probably about 5 millibars during the Eyewall replacement cycle. Again, that's pending the drop sound data when it comes in.
Interesting. Just makes you wonder, where do we go from here? When we've got models that are going from... There's still a few that are... I mean, basically, there's 2 camps now in the models from the 18Z runs. It's either Tampa Bay or Cape Coral. And I can't see it being Tampa Bay because it needs to go pretty much due north.
I know what Ian's gonna go do once it's recovered from its replacement cycle. Its pressure is probably gonna tank and the wind speeds are just gonna skyrocket, and then it steadily weakens before landfall.
It could. One or two of the models did suggest that.
Or it could just steadily strengthen up the peak intensity before landfall and then die. I mean, it won't die, but you know what I mean.
Go ahead, Adafira. I'm having problems loading the chat right now.
I was just saying, I'm watching 2 other weather person streams, Ryan Hall and somebody else, and the same person donated $300 to both streams.
Great.
I'm not sure how it's relevant to us, but okay.
Anyways, this is what the storm is doing right now, gradually moving perhaps a little bit west of that line on the National Hurricane Center's forecast, and still looking interesting, and who knows what we'll see on that National Hurricane Center update.
Nathan?
Yep, go right ahead.
I just want to say welcome, Ethan. We're glad you're back.
Ethan is here.
Oh.
Welcome aboard.
Storms this season really love to leave their cones, don't they?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Ian right now, Ethan?
Well, as far as Ian goes right now, I mean, we're continuing to see these tornado warnings go in place, but at this time, the storm is within 24 hours of landfall. So
and as you say that, there is a new tornado warning.
Oh, joy.
If you have not ended your preparations already, those should be nearing completion if not done already. Their time has run out basically in southwestern Florida, and basically anywhere south of Interstate 4, time has run out at this point to prepare for this hurricane. It is coming. It's going to impact in the next 24 hours.
Tornado
24 hours from
warning
now,
for
Ian will be over Florida.
Jupiter and Juno Beach there. 77,000 in that tornado warning right now.
Ethan, I actually want to say maybe we can see a landfall earlier than 24 hours. I was saying near like 5 p.m.
Within 24 hours.
Yeah, I think that'll be about right.
This also includes Florida Atlantic University Jupiter campus.
Oh.
So you are on the university to cover.
Nathan.
Yep, so that's the latest tornado warning right now. Go ahead.
So I just got a text from my friend
there's been word coming out that FEMA's preparing to deploy to Cuba for getting ready to deploy there for search and rescue and just kind of help out down there with the aftermath of Ian. So we should be seeing that here sometime in 24 hours or a day from now. We should be seeing FEMA response teams heading down there to assist with Ian recovery.
Ian's actually begun to really recover from that replacement cycle really well. His eyes already starting to clear.
Slightly. We're seeing signs of that there on the infrared imagery as it gradually moves northeastwards.
It's sure as hell clearing on radar. Actually, it's
a fair amount.
Yeah.
And much larger than earlier as well, with that Eyewall replacement cycle now virtually complete.
New tornado warning.
New tornado warning, yep.
Yep, Collier and Hendry counties. This is for Hendry Correctional Facility, Big Cypress National Preserve, and Sunnyland.
These tornado warnings are going to keep on popping up and down. That honestly, any wave that honestly comes in from the outer rain bands and gets organized will probably go tornadic. Will not drop tornadoes, but at least go tornado warn because of the still favorable environment. And if anything moves right of the weakened echoes, that will maximize out SRH and probably produce tornadoes. So if you're in that new tornado warning, take cover now.
Can Ian stop?
410 in that tornado warning there that's active until 11 p.m.
Nathan, I'm going to get you a tornado warning count for the evening really quickly just to basically kind of grasp how many tornado warnings we have. I will give you that number
Another
in just
one.
a few minutes.
This one's from Melbourne actually.
Another one.
What?
This is from Melbourne, yeah. It's for that one that was for Jupiter. So this is for
Martin County. I see. Okay.
Damn, that storm's so large it had a tornado on Jupiter.
That is a dead zone. There's absolutely.
It's on the border between two National Weather Service forecast offices. Ethan, if I'm not mistaken, it's between Miami and Melbourne.
Yes.
Yeah, that is between two National Weather Service offices, so they have coordinated and they've issued 2 warnings accordingly. Now, this cell is going to continue to push off towards the northwest, and it looks to cross Interstate 95 in about 15 minutes from now. And the circulation looks to be that it might parallel or cross over Highway 706 in multiple places. And eventually, later down the line, if it holds together in around 40 to 50 minutes from now, it looks to cross Highway 711. So if you are anywhere within these tornado warnings that have just been issued, please seek shelter immediately, as these tornadoes can occur without warning, and you won't be able to see them due to this having very heavy rainfall right now.
And it being nighttime.
All right, Nathan, we have a recon update.
All right, let's go.
AF 302, our suspicions have been confirmed. Pressure has risen 5 millibars as of their 4th drop sonde, getting 952 millibars. However, they are sampling the northeastern side of the storm, and they are finding flight level anywhere between 111 and 115 knots, peaking at 117 unflagged. So NHC might have some evidence to support an upgrade to 125.
Hold on, Tim. What's the SFMRs with that?
Those 3 data points: 115.90, 117.89, 115.88.
115 is in 115 knots?
Yes.
That's 130.
SFMRs?
Yes.
That's grounds to solidly support maybe a high end category 3, low end category 4 right now. Honestly.
That's why I'm thinking there's enough evidence for 125. I can't see them pushing 130 with it, not with 3 data points.
Yeah. I wouldn't push 130 with it.
Remember what they did with the 135 flight level reading 6 years ago.
That was a totally different storm.
Which one was that?
Still should not have been that.
That would have been Matthew.
Nathan?
Yes, we're here.
Total tornado warning count of the day has been over 40.
There we go.
Really?
With at least 5 confirms and only 1 PDS. So definitely multiple dozen tornado warnings have been issued throughout the day. Several of them producing some decent tornadoes, including one that was prompting a PDS tornado warning. So definitely a lot of tornadoes have formed today, and there are still the threat for multiple tornadoes given these new waves of mini supercells, or actually not mini supercells, supercells in general.
Hold on, Tim. Were those like 110, 115 knot plus wind reads that you were giving me? Were those flight level winds or were those SFMRs?
No, those were. I was giving you both, Ethan. So I'll reread them. It was 115 flight 90 SFMR, 117 flight 89 SFMR, 115 flight 88 SFMR.
Yeah, I was thinking that you were giving me high-end Cat 3 to Cat 4 SFMRs. No. Okay, yeah. That probably... Blending those, that probably support around 120, actually. So, pretty solidly in line with what we're thinking right now.
So 129.52.
Well, hold on. The 952 was the extrapolated pressure, right? That's just... That's just what the plane is recording at altitude. So you have to wait.
No, we actually had a confirmed drops on to 952 as well, Ethan.
All right, let me just have a look at this. Where is this drop sun data at?
It's drop 4 off of AF302.
Okay. Drop 4, let's have a look.
Specifically 952 millibars with a 5-knot wind, which, depending if you extrapolate it down, it's like 951.5.
Yeah, that's probably 951 millibars right there. Depends on where they dropped it in the eye. Could be on... Did they get the exact center with that drop zone?
Looks like it, yeah, dead center.
No, because whenever Recon went in the eye, they never recorded like the exact center, so they didn't hit the exact center. So maybe the drop zone fell in the center, maybe it didn't, maybe it did. Hard to say. But I think it's pretty safe to say that this is probably 951 millibars right now. But probably with winds of 120 miles per hour, while yes, the pressure has load. I would wait until this eye clears out, which could honestly happen right as it's coming into landfall. And that could allow the winds to catch up with the pressure and could allow for some additional intensification as the storm moves off towards the north and eventually cuts off towards the northeast.
Yep.
Ethan,
Yeah, what's up?
what is your thoughts of Ian becoming a Cat 4, making a Cat 4 landfall in Florida?
Cat 4 is almost guaranteed, I think. Cat 4 landfall, hard to say. I mean, it might weaken 5 miles per hour prior to landfall, but I don't think it's going to be weakening that much in terms of like land interaction with Florida. You know, it's hard to say at this point exactly what intensity it'll make landfall with. 130, 125, maybe even 120. It doesn't really matter. That's a 5-10 mile per hour difference. That really isn't going to make a huge difference in terms of the wind impacts. I wouldn't focus on the exact magnitude of the wind impacts. I would more focus on other impacts such as storm surge, heavy rainfall, and the potential tornado threat that's unfolding right now.
This is unrelated to Ian, but Matthew is not a Category 5, and you cannot change my mind. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Here's the view. We've been looking at a few webcams just as we've been going along there. There's a few that you can
We
still
have a
see
tornado
stuff.
damage report, Nathan.
All right.
Sorry to cut you off there. We have a tornado report from 2 miles east of Cooper City. Public report of tornado witnessed on the ground with subsequent damage. Also witness report relayed via social media. So that, I believe, was the PDS from earlier.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
And we have another tornado warning that just came out of Miami.
New tornado warning. Here we go. For
God.
Palm Beach County. For Palm Beach County, located over Tequista.
This is the same one that was issued for Melbourne and the other one that was in Jupiter. So, literally,
They're overlapping polygons. Ridiculous. They're overlapping polygons, but because they're on the fringe of 2 different National Weather Service offices for the same cell, I think, if I'm not wrong.
That's until 10:45. That tornado warning there.
Respect the polygon.
Yes, please. And also, I've been tracking these storms via Zoom Earth, and it looks like they are putting it maybe at a landfall at 130. So Possibly.
Well, yeah, because that just assumes the NHC's forecast, but it's hard to say exactly what landfall intensity it's going to make landfall
Yep.
at. But like I said a few seconds ago, do not focus on the exact landfall intensity. Focus on the impact the storm's going to bring.
Palm
Ethan.
Beach tornado warning's been canceled.
Ethan, quick question. Do you by any chance know that there's a day 2 and day 3 high risk of excessive rainfall? We think that this
I
could
know
be
that.
a very significant and prolonged river flooding as well as flash flooding event for much of Florida?
No, I don't, honestly. I don't think... Well, yes, this is a high risk for flash flooding.
Day
I
3
really
high
don't
risk.
think... Okay. I really don't think that that this needs to be hyped up to be anything big. Sure, Ian's going to drop a lot of rainfall, but this isn't really going to lead to a prolonged, like, Harvey-like flash flooding event. You know, these kind of high risks with tropical cyclones happen every once in a while, but I really don't think that it's going to be that bad.
I just wanted to get that off my chest because WPC mentioned it.
Speaking of Harvey, I don't even think they issued a day 3 high risk ever for it.
They never did.
We have a tornado report from Palm Beach County. Public report of witnessing a tornado as well as numerous tree branches down and a tree with a 12-inch trunk snap. This is just to the southwest of Palm Beach Gardens and just to the west of West Palm Beach.
Ooh.
Interesting. Let's see if we have some questions in the chat. I think we can all agree that it's at least a good thing that Ian didn't intensify as rapidly as Typhoon Noru did by the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Ian is now trending on Twitter.
It has.
Really?
No way.
My brothers in Christ, I do not want to even imagine what would have happened if it intensified like Noru.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have the conditions to intensify as Noru, but it would honestly have a decent chance of rapid intensification all the way up to it. NHC did forecast a Cat 4 before Cuba, but unfortunately, Ian struggled a bit before making landfall in Cuba, and then unfortunately, excuse me. Fortunately, Ian had a bit of struggles before a potential Cat 4 landfall, but then reorganized and looked menacing as it left Cuba, and now is on track to potentially have a category, or will have a Category 4 peak before it makes landfall in Florida.
It doesn't matter about the intensity.
Doesn't matter about the intensity, though. It matters about the impacts that could come with it. And we've already seen that firsthand with the multiple tornadoes.
Yep.
Yes.
Wait, what type of tree was it that had its trunk snapped? Was it a hardwood or a softwood?
It did not say. It just says 12-inch trunk snapped.
I bet you probably just, I don't know if it's hardwood, though. I probably think it'd be a lighter wood.
HWRF is still calling for 150 miles per hour and 928 millibars.
150?
H-Worth being H-Worth.
Yeah.
H-Worth has been kind of decent with this storm.
Better than most other agencies.
Nathan, we actually have our first official Florida landfall. Looks like the Dry Tortugas is in the dead center of Hurricane Ian at this time.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Righty.
Yeah, I think that might have actually happened a few minutes ago. Very difficult to see, but certainly it's happened.
Weather Channel's going to use that as clickbait now.
Well, hold on. Is it the exact center? Or is it...
Yeah, that's dead center, Ethan. If you want to look at Nathan's radar, that looks dead center.
Oh, yeah, that is dead center.
That is definitely dead center.
I've got radar scope up, and I would not call this landfall. It appears that the center has gone just west of the actual land part of this island, so it actually stayed offshore.
That's strict, Ethan.
I mean, these islands are small. If it's going to be a landfall, I mean, mainly pointing towards the landfall aspect of landfall, it has to hit land, and I don't think it did.
Is almost
there's
50
no way
miles
that
across.
I mean, it is a massive eye. There's no way to know exactly where that center is.
I would say right now its eye just to the north of the dry Tortugas right now, meaning it most likely would have to pass over the dry Tortugas.
But yep, I'm pretty sure most people would be satisfied with that being a landfall. And I'm a stickler for it too, Ethan, but I'm going for landfall there. Interesting.
Storm surge in Key West is getting worse.
Probably must be at its worst around about now, and it would probably taper off shortly.
About 4 feet.
4 feet.
Yep.
And that's the higher end. I think they were saying 2 to 4 for that area.
Yeah.
Nathan, quick question. Do we expect a northward expansion of this tornado watch here?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
It's almost a given.
We got 20 minutes left to run here, so and a National Hurricane Center update. So let's try and get as many other callers in on here. Let's see if we can speak to X3RO or perhaps Zero, maybe. Hello, you're on the air.
Okay, so I'm really confused right now.
All right.
So I'm in the yellow zone of Lee County.
Okay.
Is there anything that I should know?
Where is Lee County exactly?
Fort Myers.
It's like, yeah.
Fort Myers. Really, if you're anywhere within Lee County, hunker down. Because the hurricane's Eyewall is approaching, and that's almost certainly going to pass. At least it's going to impact you at some point. I'm just trying to find where Fort Myers is exactly on my software here.
It's near Cape Coral.
It's going to be just south of Cape Coral, north of Naples.
Yeah, you're going to get within surely the hurricane force wind field at least. I mean, whether this shifts north or south by like a few hundred miles, you're going to be within that hurricane force wind field. So if you're in the Fort Myers area, probably need to get on. I don't really know where you'd seek shelter from a hurricane in a house. So would you? I know that on the with the tornado, you got as low as you can. Would you do that in a hurricane though? I'm not sure
similar
where.
proportions.
Treat these
Not
imminent
really,
treat these
no.
imminent extreme winds as if a tornado were approaching, and move to a safe room in your shelter.
Move to the most central part of your house because your basement will likely flood if you have one.
They don't have.
Oh, I'm in
They
the
don't have
apartment.
basement.
Some of them do.
Yeah, he's in the apartment.
But I mean, it's a very low-lying area. So if you do have if you're on a higher floor, then if you're in an apartment, definitely stay there because I mean the storm surge for there is high.
Out of fear, whenever extreme wind warnings get issued, they tell you to go to the center of your house. Every single one of them includes this statement that says something along the lines of treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move to the safe room in your shelter. They all say something along those lines.
Yeah, that's what extreme wind warnings say.
Zero, go ahead.
I think that's it. Thank you guys for telling me my information.
Thank you for joining us. Let's see if we can speak to AWS Asher. If you can hear us.
I think Key West should be up to a storm surge warning.
Where?
Key West.
Key West.
They're seeing up to 4 feet of storm surge right now, and they're only under a storm surge watch.
Let's talk. Oh, AWS Asher is there. Well, let's first speak to Gold. Hello.
Hello. It's me again. So as I said yesterday, we were talking about how wind shear was going to weaken it, and now it's gone through an eyewall replacement cycle, and now it's strengthening immediately again. So,
possibly.
How has that not affected it?
What? Sorry. What was your question again?
So, yesterday I said I was asking if the NHC was expecting it to weaken before landfall because of shear, and now it's gone through an eyewall replacement cycle and is being sheared and still strengthening. So Well, I guess my question is like, how is that happening?
Well, what's actually happened is the track forecast yesterday was calling for a landfall north of Tampa and near Tampa. Remember that. And ever since then, the track has shifted significantly southward, and it's now calling for a landfall near Cape Coral. And like we've been saying, the farther south this storm goes, the less of a wind shear environment it is. So shear is actually going to be less for this storm than if it went up near Tampa, which is bad news.
Well,
obviously.
Ethan, it's already indicating 20 knots of wind shear right now.
Yeah, I mean, shear is still going to be there. It's just not going to be as strong as it would be up near Tampa.
Sure.
Yeah.
I hope that answers your question somewhat then. But I think wind shear will eventually get to it when it either just before landfall or when it makes landfall. AWS Asher, hello.
How you doing? You all hear me good?
Yep, loud and clear. Yep.
Alrighty. I am right, like little bit right of Charlotte Harbor.
Right
I'm looking pretty bad right now. I mean,
how are conditions in your area? Just heavy rainfall right now, I'm assuming?
Yeah, just rainfall, light breeze.
Light breeze. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Looking at those webcams even in Naples, it's still quite light breezes right now.
I would like to say something.
Yes.
You know how that tornado snapped that foot-thick trunk?
Today?
Well, it went through... Yeah, in like a 12-inch trunk, it got snapped. I went through the enhanced Fujita scale on the link I posted in call chat. I went to both hardwood and softwood trees, and I came to the conclusion that it was either an EF1 or an EF2.
Oh, we'll know more when the National Weather Service out of Miami gets over there and surveys that damage.
Plausible.
We can't really make that estimate just off of that one piece of evidence.
Because I am not a meteorologist. I'm just some pleb on Discord.
Nice. Asher, did you have a question?
Yes. My only question is really, with it shifting more east,
I think
is it going to go lower than Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area, or is it going to keep? Is it going to kind of like stick around?
Punta Gorda. I mean, it might go into the Port Charlotte area, but right now determining an exact landfall point is extremely difficult because this hurricane. How fast is it moving right now? By the way, is my first question.
About 10 miles an hour.
Northeast as of 10 miles an hour as of the last update, Ethan.
So watch that 10 mile per hour estimate go down as the storm is going to come in. It's going to slow down, and whenever that hurricane tends to slow down, as they tend to wobble a little bit. It's not going to be a exactly straight line forward. It's going to be, it might go forward for 10 miles, and then it might go right for 10 miles, and then go back left for 15 miles. You get my point. It's going to wobble all over the place. And narrowing down exact landfall point is quite difficult.
Especially when eyewall replacement cycles begin. They start wobbling like crazy.
I think it will be very difficult on this one.
And I saw the dry air coming in.
This isn't going to undergo a Eyewall replacement cycle at all prior to landfall. It just went through one.
Yeah,
but
its last Eyewall replacement cycle just got finished.
But it's hard to say exactly where. But right now by far our best guess for a landfall area, Port Charlotte Harbor.
I agree, and I don't think the cone will change.
That would be right by me.
Yeah, so far the eye has actually gone a little bit west of the previous forecast.
Possibly. I think it's going to fall. It's the cone. This cone at 11 p.m. isn't going to change very much at all, and then we'll see where it is at the next one, I guess.
Hey Nathan, new wind report from Key West.
All right.
ASOS has reported 79.4 miles per hour, which basically, 79-mile-an-hour wind gust on Key West from the ASOS. I believe the ASOS is at the International Airport, if I'm not wrong.
So that's a higher gust than earlier. I think they had 71
Here.
earlier.
I'm going to read out the
They had 85 a
wind
few hours
radii.
ago.
Really?
Hurricane force winds extend upward.
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. The update is out. Tropical storm watch north of Altamar Sound. The South Santee River has changed to a tropical storm warning. The storm is still 120 miles per hour and 952 millibars. Expecting it to strengthen to 130 miles per hour and then make landfall and then move overland and then exit along the northeastern part of Florida as a 50-mile-an-hour storm and make that next landfall at around 50 miles per hour. So not much change to that forecast at all, so not too much to look at.
That's the 11 p.m. advisory.
Yep, that's the update. So the only change, tropical storm watch north of Altamaha Sound to South Santee River is changed to a tropical storm warning.
I'm gonna list the radii of the winds, if that's okay.
All right.
Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 40 miles or 65 kilometers from the center. Meanwhile, tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 140 miles or 220 kilometers. Sustained tropical storm force winds have been reported at the Key West International Airport, Key West Naval Station, past hour. National Data Buoy Cinder Site near Sombrero Key were recently reported a sustained wind of 43 miles an hour. That is not talking about the radius, so I'm just going to skip past that.
Dave, and also to point out, I believe I told you earlier about the planes that were potentially damaged at the Broward, one of those Broward County airports. I just received a tweet to confirm that at least 17 planes have been damaged and a few have been overturned at that airport where that tornado was.
Wow, incredible.
I don't think that has to deal with tornado damage in particular. However, I definitely think it's straight line wind damage from the storm.
No, you don't get that kind of damage unless it's a tornado with rotational winds.
That'll carry a heavy bill.
Unless they're really strong, which they aren't.
The damage looked like the wings of the plane were kind of twisted.
Yeah.
And unless your hurricane was like...
it's definitely tornado damage. Yeah, it was tornado damage. I read the thing wrong. I apologize.
Unless your hurricane is like 100 feet wide, it's not going to be hurricane damage or straight line wind. Yes. Yeah.
So if you haven't heard yet, the new update is out. It is still 120 miles per hour and 952 millibars. That actually went up 5, of course, from 947 last time. And they are expecting a Category 4 peak still at 130 miles per hour. Landfall sometime tomorrow afternoon, I think, as a Category 4, and then moving inland.
Personally, I'd say it's already a Cat 4.
I don't see much evidence for that. But still looking decent with its new eye, but all the same, still quite a few areas of weakness when you look at that southern and eastern side of the Eyewall. But interesting to see which way it's going to go next. Will it go north of the forecast and that'll put some of those other areas back into play again, or will it continue to follow the track, or maybe, as it has been doing for so long, more easterly movements? Let's try and get just a few more people on before we finish up here. Let's see if we can talk to Ford R. Awesome, which is an interesting name. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. How's it going?
We're fine. How are you?
Pretty good.
What are your thoughts on Ian?
Yeah.
Great. Anything else?
Yeah, man.
What is going on? All right. Well, thank you for the call. Let's talk to Ryan. Which I assume that's your name.
Can you hear me?
You're on the air.
Yeah, I was concerned about the rainfall as 15 to 20 inches in my area, as well as the flash flood potential being pretty high.
Absolutely.
That definitely concerns me.
And what was your area again?
The Riverview, Tampa Bay area.
Yes. Obviously, that surge problem is still there, potentially up to 9 feet. And rainfall, we could still be looking in excess of 20 inches at the worst case, although it doesn't look like it will be quite that bad for your area anymore. But still, you could be looking at easily 10 inches, and that could cause flooding.
Yes. I've also had questions about the potential landfall in Inglewood.
Yes.
Going through Arcadia, as I have family down there, so it's quite concerning. They have a mobile home, so they moved to my cousin's brick, concrete house as a more stronger and safer option.
Yep.
As they might be impacted by the eye or the Eyewall.
Absolutely.
It does take in that landfall in Inglewood.
Yep, looks like that could be the case. There's still a little bit of wiggle room, but it is getting shorter and shorter. It is looking like that area is going to get pretty close to the worst conditions from this storm.
Yeah.
Nathan, you sound like you're about to give up.
No,
I
not really.
also have questions about the tornadoes and stuff potentially coming up to the Lakeland, Tampa Bay area late tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, if not midday.
Yeah, I think throughout the day and particularly in the afternoon, you might get some of that.
Yeah, that's concerning. We do have a lot of stuff that we are going to use for the hurricane in case we do need to use it for a tornado. Because we have helmets and stuff like that, just the basics. In case, a tornado does come around.
Yeah, and I think that's wise. They can strike almost anywhere, really, and the whole Florida Peninsula could be looking at tornadic threats. We've already seen in southern Florida quite a few on either side, really. We're going to have to let you go and try and get through a few more people whilst we've only got a few minutes left here. Anthony.
I think Ian's already started rapidly intensifying.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah, with the rapid intensification, yeah, it's over like 90-degree Fahrenheit waters, but I think that's like around like 30.
No, that would be Patricia level stuff.
Well, I mean, they said before.
Water spread like 82 degrees.
85. Yeah, like 82, 83. Which means that it does still have a chance for rapidly intensifying. I think that's going to at least 130, 135.
No, I think it already is rapidly intensifying based on the last few frames of satellite imagery. Either that or just recovering from an eyewall.
You can't say that it's rapidly intensifying yet. No way.
Well, I mean, it kind of de-intensified because it went down by 5.
Well, it might not be, but it looks like it is. To me, that is.
Yeah.
Well.
Besides, we already got hurricane hunters inside of it.
Like I said earlier, I'm just some pleb on Discord. I'm not a meteorologist.
Right.
I'm not really that experienced with meteorology, but I know how to track storms.
And so far, they're not getting much strengthening in this storm yet, but maybe there'll be some on the way. But I don't think it'll be really quick. Anthony, thanks for the call. Let's see if we can talk to Maximilian.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning in Australia.
Good morning in the UK, I guess.
Yes. What's your comment?
Yeah, there are a lot of like tornadic activity. How many warnings have there been?
We heard earlier that it was over 40 today.
Oh my!
Do we have report on confirmed touchdowns?
I don't
Or do
think
we have to
so.
wait till the storm's over to do that?
D6.
Nathan, we got an update on Ian.
All right.
Eye is starting to clear out at a pretty decent rate. Eye temperature is -11 and warming.
Yeah, I can see it being starting to clear out on satellite imagery.
Yes, 11.
Tornado warning for Martin County, Florida is now expired, by the way.
And I'm sure the eye is clearing out on satellite imagery because the Eyewall placement cycle is complete, but that's not to say that it's strengthening much yet. I'm sure it might, but not just at this moment.
I want to quickly squeeze in a question from the live chat, and someone's asking about the odds of power outages in Broward County.
Taking a look already, 4,563 people are out of power, or not people, customers really are out of power in Broward County.
So I expect some modest increases in that number.
In total, there's 25,000 customers without power across the entire state of Florida right now.
And those numbers are going to exponentially go up as Ian does get closer towards landfall.
Personally, I think the reason why there are already that many people without power are the tornadoes.
Stephen, you're on the line.
Hi. I came in to check on what's going on before I go to sleep. And I am in Broward, as I told y'all earlier, but there was 2 confirmed touchdown tornadoes that's what I've heard. Near me, there's like it's in the same like neighborhood that I'm in. I'm in Hollywood Hills. And my friend says that their neighbors are completely destroyed, but I don't know. It's just what my friends say. I'm pretty sure for the FPL outage, I don't think it's that many. I really don't know. I'm checking right now.
Were you underneath the PDS tornado warning earlier?
Yep. Like the tornado was like a mile and a half away from my house.
You should have been in shelter if you were under that polygon.
I mean, yeah, but where I'm gonna shelter at? I mean, we don't have basements here. I mean, I'm just chilling in
Under
my
the
room.
centralized most portion of your house in an interior closet. PDS tornado warnings. You should be in a safe place if you are under a PDS tornado warning.
All right, well, thank you for that. It says total customers out is 4,880.
Yep.
And it was updated right now. Damn, a lot of customers.
How dare you swear on our stream?
What?
What?
What? That was odd. All right.
Nathan, tornado warning expired, so no more tornado warnings currently in effect.
That's a great note to end on. David, I know you just joined us. Did you want to say something before we finished?
Oh, I guess if I could say anything, you guys, people that are in the hurricane warning, tropical storm warnings, y'all really need to take this seriously because, in my opinion, this is the most serious threat that you've had since Hurricane Michael. So,
for Central Florida, probably the greatest threat they've had since Irma. Well, Dorian was a threat, but it turned away before. I think it turned away when it was like a Category 1, the cone.
It was a calf.
but nevertheless, take this very seriously. I mean, you have storm surge peaks that are, I mean, if you're anywhere from the middle of Longboat Key all the way towards Chocoloxy, I mean, you are in the red for anywhere from like 6 to 10 to 8 to 12 feet. So this is gonna be one storm to ride on. So, you know, yeah.
All right, we're going to finish it there. Thanks very much to our team for taking part and all of the callers who were on the air throughout the last 8 hours of coverage here. And of course to the viewers who were watching throughout this, and obviously many in situations that certainly aren't ideal. We will be back with extended coverage tomorrow for the entire storm landfall sequence. It isn't going to be pretty, I'm afraid to say, but we will be there. We'll now be redirecting you, if you stay on here, to the automated stream where there's live satellite imagery all the way through the night. So if you're struggling to sleep, you might be able to find some kind of comfort in there. But this storm remains strong. A Category 3 could strengthen, is expected to strengthen to a Category 4 as it approaches Florida. But that's it from me and the team tonight. We expect that we will probably be back on the air in the early afternoon, but we're not fully sure yet. Subscribe to the channel, you'll be able to see the updates and see when we schedule our live events, and join our Discord server for chat with weather watchers and hurricane trackers around the world, discord.gg/force13. But that's it from here. We'll see you again tomorrow. Good night, and stay safe out there, because it's a pretty dangerous situation unfolding.